Good morning, team. How's it going? We're back. How are we doing? Let's turn that down a little bit, actually. All right. We are back live. Happy Tuesday, guys. We're actually on routine. This is new to me, but 10:30 start time seems to be like that. I think 10:30 might be the start time here on out. I'm feeling very, very good. I think I woke up at like 7:45 and woke up, drank water right away. What else did I do? And then I made a coffee. And then as I was waiting for the coffee to cool down, I found this like perfect routine where, well, while I'm waiting for the coffee to cool down, I run on the treadmill for like 10 minutes. So now I'm incorporating like a bit of physical activity to kind of jumpstart my day, and it's awesome. Actually, I feel really, really good. Jake says, Ezra, welcome to the stream. Says hello. And Jake said, personally, I love the routine. Now I can listen and watch stream while I play Minecraft, usually around 9 and there we go. I think this is good. This is good for us. It might take some getting used to for some of our longtime watchers, because like this is like for the past almost pretty much like year, we've always started like in the afternoon or the evening, but now we're actually starting at a very early time. So I'm super stoked, dude. Hope you had a good morning. Yeah, and I ate too. I ate, I had my coffee, I did a little run, and I feel great, dude. I feel amazing. Let me just lock in real quickly. Just clearing out my shop, making sure that we're staying on top of all of this. And okay, clear. Let's go ahead and fill up our machine with stuff. So I think here.
Chat, I love mining. It really rocks.
How are you guys doing, by the way? Welcome back to the stream. You guys came out early. I appreciate you. I'm just trying to get my smelter situated. No, I actually did. So I just had I think like 600,000 to 700,000 in sales. So technically I did. It's just I got a lot of sales. So that's kind of like the one thing about like running Ore Room is that even if I do make like a good amount of money, it's just oh shoot, I screwed up. That's not supposed to be in there. Uh-oh. Oh no, I just clogged my machine. Okay. Oh no, 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 no. Oh shoot, I wasn't supposed to do that. Okay. Oh, there's another one? Oh shoot. Sorry. Okay, I gotta unclog the machine now. I screwed up. Yeah. Yeah, I screwed up. Let's just quickly unclog that. Make sure. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. That could have been bad. That could have went really bad. Okay, block of raw copper. Okay, so block of raw copper, where did that go? Alright, and then this goes here. Oh my gosh. Dude, I gave myself a heart attack, man. It's not a great way to start off the day, but that's fine. We fix it up pretty nicely, I guess. We're fine, we're fine. There we go. Perfect. Orgo, welcome to the stream, man. Okay. Whew, we got situated. Our smelter is now smelting. And we're good. We're good. Let's get started. So now that our shop is cleared up and our smelters are going, time to lock in. Let's do a little reset here. I am like I don't want to sound like I'm still waking up, but like I still feel like a little bit that morning grogginess because I'm trying to I'm trying to like rewire, you know, like obviously like sleeping for the past year, I've always slept when the sun rised, right? It was very common for me to do that. Like the sun was always a signal for me to go to bed. And now I'm trying to rewire my brain a little bit, and now when the sun is up, this is like, you know, this is when I should be awake. And it's kind of weird because my brain is telling me, oh, you know, like, you know, you're tired, you should go to sleep. Because it's that's been my my routine for the past while now. But now we're trying to rework the brain and implement this routine, and then eventually I think like starting next week we'll have a proper schedule. I think right now it's just getting into the habits and you know, getting myself comfortable with the routine to the point where I can be confident in it, right? That's the main thing. But yeah, no, we made a good amount of money yesterday, and we're probably gonna make a good amount again today. Like, if I know we're not 30 mil yet, but we're gonna definitely hit that today in no time. Like maybe in like an hour and a half or so. I want to say like maybe like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Probably 2 hours, honestly, but who's counting, right? Who's counting? Who's counting? And then tomorrow's Wednesday, which we'll have another stream tomorrow, Thursday off, and then Friday we're back. And then it's the weekend. Now that I kind of like have an idea of how my weekdays are going, I think I should just try to implement the same thing. But the problem is, what really gets me going is like, you know, like, okay, I have to stream, right? Or I get to stream for the day. The problem is on the weekends, so we're trying to like incorporate like a video editing schedule for the weekends and stuff. It is when my dad's home too, but I think like my morning routine is good. Like I wake up, have a coffee. As I'm waiting for the coffee to cool down, I'll do some physical activity, and then I think after, you know, when I get, you know, my heart rate's lowered, I'll hop on the PC, and then I just need to find something to do. Like, I don't want to, like, mine. I probably want to just, like, either write scripts and stuff like that. Just be, like, more productive. Because, you know, I get, like, the entire week to mine. It's just, like, there's no point in, during my weekday, weekends I should be like doing other things, you know. That should be an opportunity to actually try to tackle other tasks. So I think it's gonna work really well when we start filming the Iron Man series. Oh yeah, you know, I'm still figuring it out, just kind of thinking out loud, I guess. But I think like when we get back into the Iron Man series, it's gonna be really good because like Fridays we'll film the Iron Man series. Saturday we can, like, you know, jump into editing, right? So we're gonna be starting that up again next month because I have an idea of what I want to get on Cherry, and I'm super excited for it. So yeah, no, I think we're on the path to some really good routines here. And then Sundays, it's gonna be like an actual day where I can just kind of take it easy. Like, you know, but like Sundays is also like my cleaning day, so I gotta make sure I'm cleaning my washroom. Gotta make sure I'm cleaning up the room, like vacuuming, because I have carpeted floors. And then, you know, laundry as well. That's important. Cleaning my sheets, my towels, etc. So that's Sunday. And then some people might think like, you know, cleaning is kind of a chore. I actually find it pretty therapeutic. It's like an opportunity for me to, like, you know, kind of like have a reason to be off the computer since I'm on the computer all week anyways, right? So gotta take those opportunities whenever we can. Like for you guys, it's probably, you guys probably try to find opportunities to get on the PC or console or whatever. For me, it's like I gotta find opportunities to hop off the PC because like I'm on it every single day for hours and hours and hours. So it's kind of weird. I guess it's like that flip was like very when I started doing content creation, it was hard to find that like that boundary of when should I hop off the PC, right? Like, and then I think it taught me a lot about like free will, because like it's like, oh, like nobody's actually, like nobody can stop me from just being on my PC all day. So for the past year, it's always been like yeah, nobody's like, you know, nobody's telling me what to do. But now I'm telling myself what to do, and it's just like, yeah, gotta take the opportunities to actually hop off and you know, live life a little bit. So Sundays, it's those days. So being able to clean and go out and grab also like groceries and stuff like that, water refill, just getting some, like, just touching some grass essentially. Nice, just got another petal here. Nice, let's go, dude. Let's lock in. Really gonna try to push for this 30 mil right now. It's gonna be crazy because it's gonna be the highest money that I've ever had in my BAL that I've earned. 30 million. I've already hit a personal best here. So we may as well just keep it going, right? Thank you. Yeah, no, it's a lot of hard work. Like it's not just like, it's not as simple. It's like me just kind of like, you know, just sitting back. Like I actually have to play pretty actively to make these amounts every single day, and then consistency is super important too. So having 30, and then also like not only that, but like the self-control of like, you know, like don't spend it, don't gamble it, don't do this, just look at it. But I think with the sponsorships and everything, it makes it much easier for me because I don't have to, like, I mean, it correlates to like how I make a living and stuff, but that self-control is like I feel like I got a lot of that, so right? I think that's the main thing. Like people, when they see their BALs like really good, they're like, oh, you know, like let's gamble it, or let's go buy something. Like for me, it's just like, dude, I have to just like not even look at that and not even consider spending that money because sponsorships and stuff. I give you guys money for playing them. If you have leftovers, oh yeah, 100%. Well, right now, Jake, I'm stacking up blossom petals, so I have a stack and 14 blossom petals. I'm trying to get 2 stacks before the Odyssey 2 comes out, and as soon as that comes out, we're gonna be gambling all of those petals, turning them into keys, and then just seeing what we can get, I guess, from Odyssey 2. Just because why not? Like, I still haven't crafted my Proteus yet, and I would like to see, you know, if I can maybe land some exotics as well. I think it's gonna be super entertaining. But if not, then it's just like I'm passively getting these pedals, so it's like it doesn't really feel like I'm really losing money. Like realistically, 2 stacks is like what, like $2.5 million or so. So it's not actually that bad. In the grand scheme of things, it's still a lot of money for sure. 2.5 million worth of pedals, a lot of money. But if I'm passively getting it over the span of like a month and a half, then we're chilling. We're chilling. It doesn't really feel like I'm spending all my money in one place. And of course, if we get more pedals, then it's just gonna add on to the keys. So what we're planning to do is, if we at least get 2 stacks of pedals, that's equivalent to, I think, 40 keys, about like 43 keys. And then I'm gonna try to make it 50 keys in total, and then I'm gonna buy another 30, which would push it up to 80 total keys for Odyssey 2. And we're just gonna really just have fun that day. I think it's gonna be super entertaining to open up 80 keys live. That's crazy, right? I think that's gonna be extremely entertaining too. Like not only for me, but for you guys. You know, just to see, because it's a lot. I've never actually opened that many keys before. I've never been much of like a gambler on Blossom Craft, but now I'm at the point of the game where it's just kind of like there's nothing that I really want anymore. I guess I'm just kind of playing because like well, I'm a partner, and you know I get the opportunity to stream the game for a living, so um I'm just kind of sitting around waiting for new content, essentially, which we've gotten, you know, with the Tiki pickaxe or Sunbloom pickaxe, and then the Odyssey 2 crate. So we got the opportunity to react to those crates, and that was actually super exciting just to see like 2 new crates like so soon, like, you know, between each other. Like that was great. Like it's honestly, I think it's what I think it's what I needed. Just new content. Like I'm always, every single day I wake up, the first thing that I do, actually, I'm actually on my phone, which is a bad habit. That's something that I should probably eliminate. I should probably just get up, you know, jolt up and not like because I think that's like one of the waking up and looking at your phone right away and kind of like just doing whatever is just, I think that overall is just not a good habit to tackle. I think I should get all the hard stuff done first, and then I can start looking at my phone. But what I like to do, getting into that, is when I hop on my phone, I like to look at the Discord. So I see what's going on in the LeooKnightus Discord. Then I like to see what's going on in the Blossomcraft Discord, especially patch notes and suggestions. It's been incorporated into my routine as soon as I wake up, and I do like it a lot. I think it's just there's a better time to do it rather than just like waking up and then looking at my phone. So maybe like after my coffee or something like that, I can maybe slot it in a little bit better. Oh yeah, we're on this like the self-improvement path. So change takes like time, but ultimately I think like when people want to change, you have to want it, not because somebody else is telling you that you should, but because you genuinely want to, right? That's how change happens. It's because you feel the need to do these things. And so I kind of finally had my wake up call, and I was just like, let's do this. And I want to kind of get into that. I just have to quickly use the washroom. There's something in my eye. Sorry about that. I'll be back quickly. Okay. Also, just a heads up. Some parts of the room are kind of dark. Is that intentional, or did you know? I didn't notice because of night vision. Probably because of night vision. Shifty, welcome to the stream, dude. How's it going? It's like it is a little bit dark for sure. It was definitely like night vision. I feel like everybody who uses Aura Room has night vision. But for the most part, I think it's like or people are using full bright. I'm kind of dependent on Aura Room's kind of dependent on users using either night vision or full bright. I guess either or. Because those things are pretty essential when you're mining, right? So I just like kind of assume that everybody is either using one or the other. Pretty much. Good morning, Shifty. So as I was saying, like you're probably how much am I making per hour right now? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe like 150,000 per hour, around 170,000 per hour if I'm smelting, around there, I guess. That's like the amounts, which is really good. It's like we're almost pushing like 200k an hour, but with like me yapping and me kind of like sometimes just like losing focus, especially while streaming, it's been on average like at least 150,000 per hour or so. So pretty good money, really good money. I think from our session yesterday for September 22nd, we made 1.8 million in a day. From what I saw in my log. So that's actually really good for the span of 24 hours. Making 1.8 million is pretty impressive. Today I'm gonna see if I can make like 1.5 or so. Yeah, 100%. It's really like I feel good. And we have like this new streaming schedule, this new routine. I feel very good. And with all these sudden changes, you guys are probably wondering, like, like Leo, what the heck? Like, why is there like a sudden change? Like what kind of sparked this motivation for you to change your sleep schedule, to fix your sleep schedule, to change up the layout of the room and start eating breakfast and start running and stuff like that? Well, I had a dream. Welcome to the stream, radio. I'm just talking about my new lifestyle that I'm trying to incorporate and build good habits right now. And it was because over the weekend, so if you guys didn't know, last week I was like really sick, right? Like I just kind of felt like crap, and I was just like, oh my god, like it was like I was in a very depressive state because I was just like, dude, like I'm supposed to be money right now, but I physically can't. Like, how long is this gonna last? And I had this feeling of like hopelessness, right? I think feeling hopelessness is like it kind of puts you in like this really depressive state, and you just feel like, what's the point, right? And I guess I was kind of going through that. I was like, what's the point? Like, what's the point in doing this? What's the point in doing that? Like, and then like, I don't know. I was just in a bad state of mind for last week, and then I took some like I took some time off, and I was like, okay, I gotta really take care of myself, because I feel like that's what's been lacking, right? Like, obviously I'm playing so much every single day. There's no structure. I go to sleep when I want, and I wake up whenever I want. I stream when I want, and there was a lack of structure in my life, and I didn't notice it then. Like when I was sick and everything like that. Like I just sat around and I just felt bad for myself, and I hated that. And it was until last weekend when I had a dream. So my grandma, my mom's mom, passed away in 2023. And when I found out, dude, I was super upset because she took care of me growing up, and I absolutely loved her. And she was a wonderful woman. And yeah, sure, she made some mistakes and whatnot, but like yeah, she passed away. It was like 2023 of like around Christmas time, and I was heartbroken. Like I was destroyed, devastated. And then time goes on, and with the passing of a loved one, eventually you kind of like accept it, right? No, it's okay. I'm just mentioning this because it kind of correlates to how I'm feeling today, and I'm good now. Of course, in 2023 I was devastated. Also at the time, I just became a partner around that time for Blossom Craft, and my girlfriend just broke up with me, and this is all back in like 2023 of like Christmas. And it just felt like one of the darkest times of my life. And I realized, it was that dark time that allowed me to really kickstart my Blossom Craft journey. I put my entire heart into the server. Like, my ex-girlfriend is the one who actually showed me Blossom Craft, and it's crazy. Like, and I always thought of that as like a sign. Like some people, they may be temporary in your life, but I think she helped me discover something that I wouldn't have on my own, which was Blossom Craft. And here I am now, right? I'm supporting my family, doing what I do. And so even though we've had our fights and stuff like that, I'm still really appreciative, like, towards her in like spirit, because if it weren't for her, then I wouldn't be here right now. To be honest, I wouldn't be here right now. And so I'm super grateful for that. Now, going back to the story on why I shifted my sleep schedule, and I shifted my entire lifestyle trying to build these good habits, it's because last weekend I had a dream about my grandmother, which I haven't dreamt about her in a long time. And she was just talking to me, like, and it was like, it feels surreal. And I want to share this with you guys because it was just like a yo, what's up, Min Lu, welcome to the stream, man. I'm just talking about my life right now. Let me just finish the story and then we can talk about whatever you guys want to. But just as I'm in the flow of things, yeah, like, she was just talking to me, and it's just like, hey, Leo, like, stop sitting around and stop feeling bad for yourself. Like, like, try to live your life and try to, like, just live it up a little bit, and stop taking things so seriously. And I'm just like, you're so right. And maybe this is my subconscious speaking to me. But it was nice that my subconscious, was in the form, if logically speaking, if that was my subconscious speaking to me in my grandmother's body, then I think that just kind of added to the impact of what it was trying to say. Or if that was my grandmother, like, it can go both ways. Or if that was my grandmother who came down in spirit to relay this message onto me, to stop sitting around and feeling bad for myself. And like, you're probably wondering, like, why are you feeling bad about yourself? Like, Leo, you get to play Blossom Craft, you get to stream for a living, you get to sleep whenever you want, you get to eat whatever you want, and you get to do whatever you want, right? And like, but the thing is with that is, when you give the person the ability to just do whatever they want, they can self-sabotage. And that's exactly what that's in that moment, that's exactly what I realized. I was self-sabotaging myself. I was waking up whenever I wanted to, and I was skipping meals, and I was just doing whatever I wanted to. And and that's cool, like, that's cool for like a couple of months for sure. But after, just a year of like doing that, I would say like maybe like a year and a half even, of just doing whatever I wanted to do, it becomes boring. There was no structure I was losing purpose. And so my grandma in my dream telling me that I should, pick myself up, stop feeling bad for myself, like, in the form of my dream, like, I think that was just a wake-up call that I really just needed. And I called my mom last night, and I was talking to her about it, because it's her mom, right? Like, and it's my grandma. And I was talking to her, and I was just like, yeah, I had this crazy dream about like grandma, and it's amazing how that dream kind of came to the at the time that I really needed it the most. One of my, I think, like, I went through one of my darkest times this last couple of months for sure. And I was like negative, I guess, like, like constantly negative, and just didn't feel like doing anything, even though it felt like I was, it's weird because I felt like I was doing the most, but I wasn't doing enough. That makes sense. It felt, or what it felt like? It felt like I was doing everything that I can, but it just never felt like enough. Especially with today's society and how social media is, like, I'm trying really hard to try to make these videos and then try to grow my stream and everything. And, I constantly, in social media, it's a place where you constantly compare yourself to other creators. And, like, if you feel like a video didn't do well, if a stream didn't do well, those things ultimately impact your mental health because you feel like, you know, you're not you don't feel like you're important or what you're doing is important to you. And so, and it doesn't help that, you know, the sponsorships weren't doing that well either. And yeah, I was just in a really dark place. But I'm back now, and I'm gonna build up on this routine, and we're gonna have some fun together. I'm gonna do everything that I can to make the, you know, good content and stuff like that, you know, and build some structure in my life, and just try to be the best version of myself that I possibly can be. So I don't know if anybody was listening to that, but I think I needed to let that out a little bit at the beginning of the stream. So moving forward, you know, let's just have some fun. Let's have some fun. Thanks, Jake. I think I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life right now. You know, I'm waking up and I'm smiling, and that's all I can ask for. Like, and in life, I don't feel like, you know, materialistic things is what make people happy. It's being healthy and being around the people that you love. That's happiness for me, at least. You know, for some other people, it might be it might be gambling, it might be whatever, right? Everybody has their vices and stuff. But for me, it's just being able to wake up, you know, and live a healthy lifestyle, and then try to enjoy what life has to offer in the best of my ability, and be grateful for the things that come my way, and don't be too upset when things don't go my way, because that's just life, right? If everybody got everything that they wanted, then what's the joy in that? But when you work for something that you have been working so hard for, and you finally are able to, you know, enjoy what you what you worked so hard for, I think that makes it even sweeter. So we're gonna work hard, guys, and we're gonna try our best to keep ourselves consistent and make meaningful content, especially in regards to Blossomcraft, you know, like, you know, making guides and making giving out advice and all that stuff. That's important to me because it gives me purpose, right? You know, giving out advice to you guys and helping you guys out in the game. I understand it's just a game, but if I'm able to help you guys and make the time on Blossomcraft more enjoyable, then I'm a happy streamer. It doesn't matter if there's not like 100 people watching me. As long as I can make a couple of you guys happy or give you guys some like valuable advice to help you with your gameplay, then I feel like I have a purpose, and that's enough for me. Yeah. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to do. You know, I want to motivate you guys, because there's a lot of players who, like, you know, they just don't like it's an economy server after all, right? The premise is to make money, and, you know, so you can actually do things. You know, when you have money in the game, you can actually, you know, work on projects and everything. So, like, you know, being motivated to, you know, like hit the mines, or not even just that, but just doing some form of money making and working hard to achieve those goals that you make for yourself in game. If I can motivate you to do those things, then I'm happy, and I feel like my place as a partner is appreciated and valued. Oh yeah, well, it's an economy server, right? The whole premise is to technically make money, and what you do with it is what you decide to do with it, right? Whatever you want to do with it. But if you, I think an economy server is really hard to play if you don't have a purpose. So, like, if you don't know what you want to do, then it's really easy to just play the game just for the sake of playing the game. But when you create like little goals for yourself in the game, I think that's when the game becomes more purposeful and becomes more enjoyable, when you kind of have this roadmap of like what you want to accomplish. Like for me, for example, right now, you know, it's a short-term goal, but I want to make $50 million, right? Like $50 million. I'm almost there. I'm literally $20 million off, and I still got a lot of time to make that. So, like, you know, that's my goal, and having these challenges for yourself to I think it's important as well. So at the rate that we're making money, I should be able to make 50 million before the sponsor ends, and then I get to pay you guys, you know, and then I use that money to, you know, essentially support and support my living. And so, and that's the cycle of it, right? And so when people say, yes, Leo's highly incentivized to, incentivized to play the game, yes, but it's what I do with the time that I do spend on stream, that really counts, right? Because otherwise, I mean, like, I don't have to be here. I don't have to put in like these crazy hours to stream, but I want to, right? I want to be here. I want to talk to you guys, and I want to hang out with you guys. And I don't need to stream as much as I do, but I want to, because it allows me to have the structure. It teaches me also, like, to, I think over the last year, streaming to an audience and talking. Oh, I'll pause. We'll breathe a little bit, have some water and stuff, hydrate. All right, I think we're back now. I paused. What was I saying? I actually forgot what I was saying. Oh my gosh. Huh. Something about purpose, or I forgot. I actually forgot. I was rambling, but I paused because I know there was an ad break going on, but gotta start trying to remember a little bit better. That's not good. All in all, I'm just happy to be here. Oh, I was talking about how, like, okay, so people say that, like, Leo's highly incentivized to play the server, monetarily and stuff like that, which is true, right? Every content creator is technically incentivized, through, I guess, monetary gains, right? And in order for me to live my life, I gotta make content, and I gotta make sure that I remain relevant. But like, Blossom Craft doesn't really pay the bills. It's mainly the sponsorships, right? Which I have the system with, sponsorships and all that stuff to pretty much make money in game, and then pay players to earn some rewards on the sponsorship. And it's a system that I found really, enjoyable on my part, and it's something that I'm able to sustain. And so, but like, I don't have to stream every single moment that I mine, right? I don't have to be here. I don't have to be here for 5 to 8 hours, a day to stream, but I want to be, so I can have the structure in my life, and I can, it also helps me, I guess, like, learn how to speak to an audience a little bit better. I'm always trying to take home skills, like, and especially with storytelling, like, I think over the years, I may have gotten a little bit better with storytelling, because that's how you kind of entertain an audience, right? Whether you're doing wacky fun stuff on stream, some. Thank you for the follow, Sobel from again. Is that a refollow? Okay, welcome back to the stream, man. Some people, they entertain by dancing, on TikToks, or some people entertain by singing, or just maybe acting a fool. I think storytelling is one of my most favorite things about content. It's just like being able to I think being able to tell stories, or give out good advice. I think that's the most enjoyable part of content creation for me. Well, you just told the story in a good way. It was really inspiring, actually, so I think you got better at that. Oh, 100%. Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's something that I was trying to work on, like, it's like these little skills from streaming, right? When you're live in the audience, you're live, I'm here present, and I'm talking to you in the present, right? It's like, but whereas in video editing, it's so easy to make these mess ups and fall into the habit of, like, messing up. But knowing that there's a safety net of, the post-production process, like the video editing stuff, That's your safety net, right? But when you're live, you gotta really think on your toes. You gotta really be able to compose your stories in a way where it keeps the people listening, right? So I think with streaming, I think it taught me a lot with how I speak, thinking before I speak. Maddox, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. How are we all doing today, guys? Welcome back to the stream. I was just talking to Jake about a story, which is a lot, but was fun for me. I like being able to share my experiences, you know, like it's, especially when I learn something from it, and maybe I can help somebody else with that experience. You have a question? What's up? I love listening to other stories. Make me think about how different the life of others are. Oh yeah. Like, and then I was talking to my mom yesterday about that, where, you know, like, cause my parents are from Vietnam, and like, I think what they like to do is I think like my grandparents, what they like to do is they like to compare our lifestyle to, you know, the lifestyle that they live at home. But that's the thing. It's just like, where you're born and raised, unfortunately, some people just don't have the opportunity. And yes, I get what they're saying. To be grateful for these opportunities, you know, that we get to have in North America, because in comparison to some, you know, countries in Southeast Asia, they don't have these same opportunities that we do. And I get that. But that shouldn't be like, you know, like, that shouldn't be a way to live, to constantly compare. And that it goes back to that constant state of comparison, because I guess their level of comparison is to, you know, the people from you know, our country. I would consider my country more Canada, because I was born and raised here. I grew up with Canadian laws, and I grew up you know, more Western than Vietnam, you know, where they're from. And so I play by, you know, like, you know, our country's rules. And so they like to constantly compare things to like Vietnam and stuff like that. And I'm like, I get it. I really do. You know, third world countries, they don't have the opportunities that I do, of course. But it doesn't mean that I'm not struggling, you know? Because they like to undermine a little bit of like, you know, what we go through here in, like, you know, in the Western countries, like, you know, things like depression, you know, like we can still technically be poor, even in a richer way. Yes, our currency might be more valuable than theirs, but we can still be poor. You know, we're still capable of feeling these different struggles. It's just in a different way. It's just an entirely different way. And then of course, Vietnam has their struggles in their own way, but it's no way to live to just constantly compare our struggles with somebody else's to make ourselves feel better. You know what I'm saying? Is Blossomcraft a different game, or is it a different server in Minecraft? Blossomcraft is a server in Minecraft. It's an economy SMP on Minecraft. And yeah, I mean, Maddox, I think you've been around for like years now, right? Like where at least you're in and out. There's like no resets or anything like that. All your progression is all saved. And I've been playing for years now too. I've been playing for a long time. And so the premise is to make money in the game, and then you buy like really cool tools. So over the years, you might have noticed like the way that I mine has slowly been changing. Like, you know, before it used to be like just the tunneling of like this. It used to be like this, and now we're actually mining in a tunneling effect, and there's some like underlying like abilities, like passive abilities that help us make more. And with that money, you know, you can do a lot with that, like projects, etc. Map arts, builds, and of course buying blossom items, or even some people like to just gamble with that. Yeah. you like to play with mods and keep it OG, like you don't like to play with mods, or it is a custom server, but no mods are required to play on Blossomcraft. Like it's pretty much just plug and play. You just put in the server IP and you can just join. Yes, there are plugins that make the game like not vanilla like, but and such, but it's, I would say like Blossomcraft is not like Minecraft at all. With how everything works, it's definitely a game on its own. So I think like I can appreciate vanilla Minecraft, but there's not a lot of long-termness with the game. Like you can play vanilla, you're on your survival server for a month until you get bored, right? Whereas on Blossomcraft, there's like more opportunities to, you know, play with other players, meet new people, and like, you know, find growth in your own way on the server. Rather than in survival, there's only, you're limited by I think you're limited by a lot. Like, you know, there's things that you can check off a bucket list, and it might take you months to complete it if you pace yourself, but there will come a point in the game where it just kind of like becomes like stale, I guess. Like there's like actually kind of a an endpoint with vanilla Minecraft, but in Blossomcraft there is no endpoint. Like it's a custom server where you're able to, like, your imagination is pretty much is your limits, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do, and you can show it off as well. You can show it off to other players. You can help other players build things like redstone contraptions. It's a social experience to be playing on Blossomcraft, which is, I think, is entirely different than compared to like survival Minecraft. And I'm aware that there's probably survival servers, but I like Blossomcraft because there is so much to it. There's so much to it that makes you feel like you can play for a long time, as long as you really want to. And I'm constantly meeting new people. I made some like I would like to say I made some lifelong friends from the server as well. It's fun, but it might not be for everybody, and I get that. Speaking of which, speaking of survival, I am going to be starting a survival series. Completely offline. I'm not going to be live streaming it, but I'll be playing with Darcy, and we're going to see how far we can get, because we've been playing Blossomcraft for so long that we feel like we kind of like forgot all the core mechanics of Minecraft. So we're gonna see, you know, we're gonna put ourselves to the test, and we're gonna release an episode every single week. It's gonna be about like an hour and a half long per episode, and we're going to just play the game, you know, just upload it. And then if people decide to watch it, they will. But it's gonna be super low maintenance, and it's just gonna be a way to have fun with making content. Like not gonna have a lot of pressure. We're just gonna try to enjoy ourselves. What's up, Anna? Welcome back to the stream. Sounds fun. I think it's gonna be super fun. And Anna with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know how long you were here. I don't know how much of my rambling you heard, but appreciate you for the sub and being here. Hope things have been well for you. Like yesterday, I kind of went crazy at the end of my stream yesterday, but it's largely due to the part when, you know, like with the whole dream of my grandma saying like, you know, stop taking things so seriously, and I'm like, you know what, you're right. I'm gonna sing on stream, like, you know, full-heartedly. I'm gonna dance on stream, and I'm gonna act the way that I want to, like the world isn't watching, even though it's kind of ironic because, you know, when you're Twitch streaming, technically a lot of people are watching you, right? Like, you know, you kind of stream to expect people to watch you, but I'm gonna sing wholeheartedly, and I'm gonna, like, yeah, so what if I sound bad? So what if I act a fool? We're like, you know, our time here is short, and I think it's important to have fun. Song requests now are not through that anymore. We're doing a different system for song requests. You need to actually redeem channel points. So if you look at channel points, there's a song request button. It costs 1,000 points to song requests now. It's because I did not like the old song request feature. Now it plays it off our Spotify. True? Yes. And so I don't really care anymore, you know? Like I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, I care to an extent, of course, but I'm just, what I'm trying to say is I don't want to live my life with shackles and worry about what other people think about me, because nobody cares. Like, you know, in life, nobody cares as much as you do, right? Yeah, sure. If you do something that's cringe, right? Yeah, that person might think it's cringe in that moment, but they're not gonna carry that for their entire life. They're not gonna think about that moment for their entire life. And if you had fun in that moment and if you enjoyed yourself, what does it matter, right? You know, at the end of the light, when your clock is done ticking, can you you know, can you say, like, you know, this is what I was thinking about. Can you say that you lived a meaningful life, on your own accord, right? You know, like, are you content with what you have accomplished, and are you content with how you, like, whether, you know, you invent something or you don't have to be significant, but were you happy with how you navigated through your life? Did you get to experience the things that, you know, life had to offer, whether it's, you know, traveling and experiencing new places, or whether it's allowing yourself to feel these emotions that was in our anatomy. You know, we were programmed to feel sad, we were programmed to feel happy. Were you able to express all those emotions without feeling like you were shackled down? And that's the life I want to live. I want to be able to, you know what, I want to be able to say that I'm content with how I lived my life. I sang, I danced, I cried. I got to experience everything. I felt grief. I felt, you know, I got to feel all these different things, the lows and the highs and the lows. Without sadness, how will you ever be happy? It's the perspective of being able to be sad to make you realize that when you're happy, right? When you're happy, you're gonna be so happy. You're gonna learn to appreciate happiness, you know, when you've had your all-time lows, because it's only up from there. But yeah, that's my little ramble. That's my little ramble. Sorry, guys. Kind of going on. This is kind of what I was talking about. Like, the reason why I'm talking about these topics is like, it's because I talked to my mom yesterday. I called my mom for the first time in like a couple months, and she was like, hey, you know, like, how you been? Like, you haven't talked to me in so long. And I'm like, I know, this is just what I've been experiencing recently. And that's exactly what I talked about to her, and I wanted to share that with you guys, right? Because I thought it was a really inspiring conversation, and I just feel like I have this new lease on life. I know this is breaking the rules, but can you play Sugar on My Tongue by Tyler the Creator if you can, though? I'm actually playing a playlist right now. The only way that you guys can request music is just the non-intrusive ways to sound request. 1,000 points. It's all I ask. So if you guys want to play music, then you're gonna have to exchange channel points. Why you laughing? Why you laughing? But yeah, I feel like that conversation with my mom was something that I needed. Yeah, life is about experiences, taking what it can offer and learning from those experiences, right? And I remember dude, I remember when I was a kid, all the time, whenever something bad happened, he's like, why is it always me? Why am I always suffering, right? And like, it's again, it's you know, feeling like, you know, you're at an all-time low to realize, you know, like what your highs are, what your happy moments are. It's kind of like yin and yang, right? You know, but there's no good without bad, or something like that. There's no light without dark. It's the balance of life. That's the balance of life. Oh no, it's fine. What We're not really talking about heavy topics or anything. Yeah, well, it's kind of like the trade-off, right? To get channel points, you gotta watch the stream. And if you don't have a lot, that means you didn't watch that much. To put it bluntly, it just means that you weren't on the stream that much. But people save like hundreds of thousands, and you don't even need to actively watch. You can just leave the stream on passively to accumulate, and then come back the moments when you have points, and request the music that you want to hear or you want me to hear or react to. It is like it's the trade-off. It's a new system that we're going with, and it's been working pretty well. Because then, if you guys don't request music, then I get to listen to my own, right? I get to listen to my music, the music that I want to hear, and I get to enjoy. So if the problem is that you don't have a lot of juice, what do you think the solution would be? Also, another beautiful day. It is still like 11:20 in the morning right now, but let's see what the weather is going to be like today. Because I have a feeling that it's going to be super sunny today. It is. Later in the day, dude, my camera is going to get flashbang. Because, like, I have two windows, so when the sun comes creeping through, this room is going to look super, super bright. Then I have to, like, change the settings on my camera to, accommodate for that. It was really sunny, and then it started to rain. I don't think we've gotten rain in a while over here. I think some rain would be kind of nice. Honestly, waking up. Oh, you're outside. I think it's easy. I think it's nice to appreciate the rain, especially when you're inside. But it's the worst thing ever when you have to go out. Okay, we just hit the hour mark of the stream. I'm just gonna take a little 2 to 3 minute break here, and we'll be back. So just enjoy the music for now, and I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, let's give myself a little stretch and use the washroom. I like the rain, but I was wearing a really thin coat and a t-shirt. How long did it take you to get home, or wherever you're heading to? Yeah, it was really. I just had to use the washroom, and I just did a quick stretch. Oh, it took 40 minutes, nearly an hour, but it was mainly just rain, sun, rain. Oh, it was like the weather was being a little bipolar, wasn't it? I think the forecast for us here is gonna be like sunny for a bit, which is nice. Though I am waking up. What I like about waking up in the mornings is it's cold, and I like. It's better than waking up and feeling like hot. You know what I'm saying? Like I like waking up feeling cold because then it motivates me to get up and make a warm cup of coffee, and it's actually one of the like it's one of the moments that I appreciate, right? As of recently, just being able to wake up and enjoying the sun and enjoying some coffee. It's just simple pleasures in life, you know? It's just simple pleasures in life. Like I'd much rather prefer to wake up cold than rather than wake up hot. And it's nice. Cold evenings are seriously good too. You get to go to your warm bed and maybe drink tea before. It's great. Yes, dude. I love it. You know, I think a lot of people sleep better when they're colder, you know, and snuggle up in a blanket. Of course, you know, like being cold but being able to moderate those temperatures. Plus our bodies naturally drop in temperature while we are asleep. So but oh guys. You know what's crazy? I have been suffering from this ear ringing, like tinnitus, pretty much for like 5 months. And it like ever since I changed my schedule, it went away. It's so weird. My tinnitus is like, I think it's like, or at least I don't notice it anymore. I can't tell. Yeah. I don't want to say I'm cured or anything, but I was searching it up and I think it was related to my sleep schedule. I would sleep for like 11 hours pretty often, like, you know, throughout the week. Like every single day I was sleeping for 11 hours. Again, it goes back to what I said earlier with like, you know, like nobody's controlling how much I sleep and when I should sleep and stuff like that. And I didn't have that like that structure in my schedule, so I would like sleep whenever I wanted to. And I guess all of that was kind of contributing to my like tinnitus, I guess. And now that I fixed my sleep schedule, I don't notice it anymore. So that's actually pretty strange. Kaisenet Merit Mafiathon is crazy. Is he like live right now or something? I don't really watch Kaisenet personally. I know he's like one of the biggest creators on the platform. You know what? I just realized my tinnitus is gone too. Something's in the air. You know what? Something's in the air. He's live right now? Well, if you have a better time watching his stream, then I'd say go over there. Go over there. That's actually crazy. I think my tinnitus was linked to my sleep schedule, or just kind of like sleeping like for way too long. And my whole like tinnitus thing happened when during the Minecraft Cape event this year in March, I think. It all arose during that time. And then it just never went away until now. And they also said that stress could be a factor of tinnitus as well. But, you know, with this whole like routine and everything and just feeling like I have a bit more control in my life, maybe, or kind of trying to at least take that control back in the aspects that I can, like, you know, with exactly what I'm doing. Also, another habit that I've been picking up, reading before bed is freaking amazing. I don't know why I've never done this before. You know, I turn off all the lights. I have my monitor lamp on, and then I just grab my book right here. And then I just read through, like, I think I read like on average like maybe like 15 pages until I start feeling tired, and then I just go to sleep. And last night was the first night in a long time where I didn't need like a video playing or anything like that to fall asleep. I just fell asleep. And I was like, whoa. I don't know what's happening to me, guys. I really don't understand what's happening to me, but I'm super appreciative for it. Whatever is going on in my body and mind, my body and mind, whatever is happening, I'm just I'm extremely happy. Like the book that I'm reading right now, what I really like is that so this author named Mark Manson, with his books, what I like is he tells stories, and but these are real stories. Like, these are real people. He told a story about Buddha in the first book that I read, and that one was really cool. He told a story about this guy named Pilecki, who was a guy from Poland who acted on, I think he did espionage to see what the Germans were up to during World War II, and then he discovered Auschwitz and kind of like, I guess, like, was trying to just see, you know, like, what the heck are the Germans up to. And he actually like put himself into Auschwitz. Like, he got himself arrested, and then they sent him to Auschwitz, and he found out about everything that was going on there, and then he escaped. He's a really smart guy, and then he eventually, unfortunately, was sentenced to death for espionage, and they apparently they forgified a bunch of stuff that he didn't do to pretty much you know, put him on death sentence, which is super unfortunate. But I think his final words, when they actually gave him an opportunity to speak, he said something like, you know, he would have done it again. He would have done it again, and I think something about like his country, like he would do anything for his country or something like that. And then they eventually sentenced him to death. But I guess super brave act. I don't, like, you know, and that's what I like about this author. He just tells these stories about people that I wouldn't have known. And then he told a story about Buddha. But what I liked about what he did with the story about Buddha in the book was that he didn't name drop him. He wasn't like, oh, this is Buddha, by the way. He was just like, he told the story first about a prince, right? And it sounded like one of those fairy tales. And then he was like, and then at the end of the story, then he mentioned, oh, that was Buddha, by the way. And that was cool because it gave me perspective, you know, like he told a story, and I didn't have an idea of who this person was until the end, and then I was like, oh. And I think this author does such an amazing job at that, and it does feel like his books are a bit like unfiltered. Like, he'll tell you the harsh truths, but it's up to you to incorporate it in your own ways. Like, and I just like how he's super personal and super just like in your face with the books, and that's what I've been kind of like reading, I guess. It's funny because this book is about hope. It's about, you know, like hopelessness and I guess finding that the strength to find that again, and maybe that's also helping me out a little bit mentally. I forgot how much I liked reading. I really did. Yo, Dins, welcome back to this room, man. How we doing? How we doing? Not bad. We made 313,000 so far. Holy crap. And we've been live for about only an hour. That's really freaking good. Uh, my back is like slightly sore. Because this table was so freaking heavy. The table that I'm using for my setup. I had to like I had to ask my sister for help because it was just like typically I don't really ask for help, but like it was just one of those moments where I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna hurt myself if I try to do this by myself. Because I attempted it and I moved it a little bit, and I was like, there's no way I can do this by myself. So I asked my sister. But I did kind of like my back doesn't hurt. I don't feel like I injured myself. I feel like I'm sore though for sure. I haven't read as much this year. Only like 60 to 70 books. Last year I almost at 250. That's really good. No, that's still a lot. I think I'm a huge fan of like self-help books or books that tell like a story. I think self-help books are really enjoyable, especially the ones written by Mark Manson. The next book I want to read is I have 12 Rules for Life. That's by Jordan Peterson, I think. I remember first time reading that book back when I was 19. I didn't get it. I read like maybe like the first like 3 chapters and I didn't like it because it kind of came off as narcissistic. But maybe I'll have a new perspective on the book now if I end up tackling it. But of course, I want to finish this one and I want to read it with my heart, and I want to read it and I want to really incorporate these like these lessons, I guess, and these new like perspectives before I tackle another book. Because like for me, it's like I get the opportunity to read, so I'm going to use, you know, like every single minute that I can to really just like read and then critically think to myself, you know, like what did I learn? Like what did I get anything from this? I like reading with value, I guess. I know some people they like reading, you know, fiction, or they like reading like, you know, fantasy and stuff like that. And that's cool too. I think like books that stood out to me because like, you know, they obviously they made us read a lot of books in English class. I think one of them was like The Tale of Despero, which was like a fantasy one about like a mouse. That was like back in grade 3. What else stood out to me? There was one called The Road. I hated that book. Um, yeah, The Road was weird. I think there was one that was really good. Lord of the Flies. It was a story about like they sent a bunch of like, or a bunch of boys were on an island, and they kind of like, it was almost like psychological, I guess. Like what would happen if you put like a bunch of, it was almost like a social experiment is what it seemed like, you know? And that's the perspective that I was reading the book. And that was in grade 12 or 11, I think, maybe. Yo, Rose, welcome back to the stream. Watership Down, never heard of that one before. But yeah, no, they made us read a lot. I think my favorite growing up though, favorite was like probably like this, like Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Those are super easy reads because those are actually just entertaining, you know, like those are just entertaining reads. Even though it's not really so much reading, it was just more like comics, but it was like, you know, when it was reading time, like because we had to always read for 15 minutes a day during my during my high school days. So I would always, and then they allowed us to read like Diary of a Wimpy Kid or even like Bone. I think Bone was also one of my favorites too. But guys, please excuse me. I gotta use the washroom. My stomach's kind of acting up a little bit, so I'll be back. Sorry. Oh my gosh, sorry. Wait, what the heck? Sorry, it's playing an ad. Oh my gosh. Deadpool ad. My bad, my bad. I had to go use the washroom. My stomach was hurting. Okay. I guess I was playing a YouTube playlist and then they play ads. I don't want to like I guess like ruin my chances of that because like now that I'm a partner on YouTube, it's like I don't want to use ad block because they're like really cracking down on that right now. And I'm like, yo, what if like I'm just not gonna take my chances with ad blocker because like they can tell if you're using it or not. But that's my bad. I didn't mean for you guys to hear that one. You guys, I think you guys watched. I mean, you guys heard a good bit of that. But yeah, I'm not using ad blocker anymore. Just because, again, I don't want to ruin my chances for like the algorithm. Like, yeah, this guy uses this YouTuber uses ad block. Let's not promote his content. It's kind of, I guess, hypocritical. I guess, as a YouTuber, it's like, yeah, I want to make money off my videos, but I'm not willing to give, you know. So I just tolerate the ads now. I'm like, whatever. If I'm consuming this dude's content, I may as well give him some ad revenue, right? And I'm sure, I think some of you guys do that for me too, where you're just like, you know what, like, yeah, I'm not willing to subscribe, but I'll watch an ad. It's kind of the trade-off. Some people, like, they tell me, like, you know, just, at least as long as you're getting paid for it, and I'm like, yeah, I am. So. Alright, so let's figure out a playlist to play here because I don't know what to play. I actually don't know. DJ, you got my back? Okay, chill lo-fi. I'm cool with that. It's still kind of early. It's like 11:46. I think some lo-fi would be kind of nice right now. This one sounds good. Yeah, my stomach was hurting because I had a coffee, so it's just like I'm good now though. I feel great actually. I feel amazing. I feel so chill. I got all my stories out of my system, so I'm just kind of like, what do I talk about now? But it's a live stream, so technically we can talk about anything, but I've learned not to like really force it, I guess, and just kind of embrace the moments of silence. I think that is something that every streamer kind of has to go through, just like embracing that silence and that like that awkwardness of like streaming, where it's like, you know, things are going to get quiet because we're not programmed to talk constantly for hours upon hours. So I've learned to just like, if I don't have anything to say, then I won't say anything at all and just allow myself to just embrace the moment, right? Ads in videos on YouTube have gone up so high from when I started watching videos. Used to be skippable ads starting like 30 seconds long. Now it's like every 10-15 minutes you get 1 minute long ads. Sometimes unskippable. Yeah, sometimes they're skippable, sometimes they're not. But you're right, you know, I have noticed that the advertisements are quite lengthy, but if it means I'm supporting the creator that I'm watching, I'm just kind of like, okay, that's fine. I think it's valid, and I'm like, because eventually I'm gonna get to that point where I'm gonna start collecting ad revenue too for my videos and stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, it's fine. And like YouTube Premium is like, what, like $12 a month? And I'm like, yeah, technically if like I'm like really using this application a lot, then that's technically worth the investment, right? You don't want ads and you pay. It's kind of the same concept for like watching a Twitch streamer. It's like what, $5 to subscribe, maybe a little bit more in Canada. I think it's like $5 in the States and then $7 in Canada to watch like your favorite streamer or whatever streamer that you enjoy watching, and you don't get ads for them. And I think YouTube Premium being at like $12 for an entire month to watch any creator that you want without any ads, I think that's completely fair. I think that's actually a better system than what Twitch has going on. Yeah, I get it. Ads are annoying. They're intrusive, but you know, especially when you're really indulged in a video. But I think it's fair. It's just how creators make a living, right? Because remember, it's just like the ones that are getting the benefit of you watching an advertisement is the creators. So I guess being a creator myself, I kind of like learned to kind of accept it, I guess. But for somebody who isn't a creator, it might be harder to be like, oh, you know, like I hate ads. But technically, the only reason why I stopped using ad blocker was because, well, one, I understand the trade-off, you know, as a creator, and then two, it's just like I don't want to ruin my chances of potentially, you know, making algorithm breaking video. Like, you know, what if they see that, you know, this creator is using ad blocker and they're like, yeah, you know what, let's not advertise their videos, let's not give them the reach that they want. So I'm just like, I'm not taking my chances. Because when I also was using ad blocker, they were able to tell. They were like, hey, we see that you're using an ad blocker, da da da, and I'm like, oh, they can actually tell if you're using it. So I think Twitch is really smart with how they do theirs. I don't know, like YouTube is able to incorporate that same system, I guess. Like with how pretty much Twitch ads are like unskippable. Like there's like nothing you can really do to bypass like Twitch ads. And I'm sure if people are able to do it, it's probably gate kept pretty freaking hard. Yeah, I mean, well, streaming services is entirely different, right? Like, let's say I think Prime does it really well. Like, if you don't want any ads, it's like $2 a month, right? But the thing with Prime is that, dude, they give you so much value off the subscription alone. Like when I first got Prime, it was mainly for like the free shipping, right? But then now you can subscribe. You can subscribe to your creator for free with or including that subscription. You can watch Prime Video. You can play Amazon Music, and they give you so much value off of the price that you're paying that I'm just kind of like, yo, like I don't even mind watching an ad. You guys are giving me so much benefits off of off of that subscription that it's like whatever. And I do watch a lot of Prime Video. Twitch Turbo is like expensive though. Twitch Turbo is like $30. I'm pretty sure. It's like YouTube Premium in comparison to Twitch Turbo is like way cheaper from what I remember. I could be completely wrong though. Yeah, I think Amazon does it really well because they give you so much benefits. So much benefits off of their one monthly subscription, which I pay like $10 a month. And technically they're losing money because if you subscribe to a creator with your Prime, like, you know, like a Twitch sub is valued at $5, right? That's like half the subscription already. Oh, you adopted Turbo. Oh, I think like if I were to try to get Turbo, I think like yeah, it would be like pretty expensive. But if you say grandfathers, as in like you adopted it early, so they never changed the price for you. Is that the thing? I know some like, you know, like phones and stuff like that, they do that too, where it's like if you've been with the company for a long time, they won't raise your price, or they'll give you like a good deal or something. Because like realistically for like a phone plan, like how much data do you really need? I'm at 100 gigabytes per month, and that's crazy. That's like more than I can use. I'm like at home all the time, and they upgraded it for free because I've had this. I've had my. I'm with the company that I'm with for like over 7 years now, so they're just like, yeah, we just like, you know, for the times, you know, everybody has 100 gigabytes of data. We're like, we may as well just upgrade yours. Yeah, they definitely up the price for Turbo. I'm pretty sure, because like when I saw it, I was like, wow, this is kind of expensive. But if you watch a lot of Twitch, it's so worth it though. So if you got Turbo, I'm assuming that you probably watch a lot of Twitch, right? What are some of the your favorite, I guess, like creators, or like I guess like what made you, I guess, like go with the decision to be like, hey, you know what, Turbo's worth it. Like what creator kind of did that for you? Because like I feel like, you know, like you have to watch a lot to find value enough to, you know, actually swipe the credit card or swipe the card, swipe the wallet to eventually, you know, like get into like opt in into like a monthly payment for something like Twitch Turbo. So like what creators were you watching at the time when you got into it? I know my sister pays for Turbo. I guess she was able to justify it. She spent like a lot of time on Twitch and everything. I guess like for her, like she like networks and stuff, right? Like which is an entirely different way than how I stream. Like there's like I think there's like two ways of going about streaming. Yo, what's up, Raxel? I'm doing good, man. Good morning, good morning. There's two ways that you can go about on Twitch, and it's like one, it's like as a creator, you know, like you can like network and you can like get to know other creators and stuff like that. Kind of a social ladder technique where, you know, you pretty much indulge yourself into like a community or make a community amongst like other Twitch streamers. I'm not a huge fan of that, though. I do think that you can find a lot of success with it. It's just like personally I would never network with other people. I never done that before, and the way that I adopted Twitch was like I just wanted to just play games and do my own thing, right? And then even if that meant that my community is growing at a slower pace, then so be it, right? Or the other way is like, you know, like you just kind of try to make a name for yourself either by making YouTube videos or, you know, being on other social platforms like Instagram or TikTok, and then I guess, or redirecting your audience from those platforms to like other, like to Twitch essentially, right? And that's how some other creators become a Twitch streamer. Slow stream today? I wouldn't say so. I mean, I feel like it's like any other one. I'm chilling. It is Tuesday after all, and I'm having a good time talking about stories and stuff. I watch Hutch MF a lot. I'm at work. I can't reply all the time. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Not the night. I'm falling. Right back into your eyes. Ready for it, darling. That's the thing. I don't expect you guys to be like fully aware on the stream, right? I understand that I'm potentially a background noise for whatever you guys do, so I don't really expect like with the way that my streams are going, like I don't expect crazy engagement. Like if anything, I'm more so talking to myself than anything, which is fine by me. That's another night. Up into your eyes. Boy, darling. But I think we figured out like kind of the stream schedule. I'm gonna start around like 10:30. 10:30 in the morning. I think that's more than enough time to just like you know, like wake up and do what I need to do, shower, eat, run, and then I should have some like time left over to just like, you know, prepare for stream. I heard the question, then had to leave. Oh no, it's all good, dude. I get that I probably won't get a response all the time, Again, I don't know what you guys are doing, all day. I don't know what your guys' responsibilities are, but I am aware that, people are people and people got to do people things. So I'm just here for fun. I'm here for fun. There's no pressure. I'm always listening. It's entertaining to hear someone speak while playing. I'm really invested in my castle right now. You're good, man. Exactly, exactly. I understand that, you guys are probably doing your own things, right? And I'm just yapping about whatever comes into my head. That's all it is. Hey, Jera, welcome back to the stream, man. Guess I'll head into the mines for a little. Yeah, dude, let's do it. Let's do it. I made almost 400k so far, which is a lot of freaking money. Holy crap, we actually made a really, really good amount. So far, the day is looking pretty bright in terms of how much I'm making. A lot of iron veins too, but I love it. 4 times your bell. Yeah, I'll be at 30 million in probably like less than an hour or so, something like that. I'll hit it. I'll be hitting it soon, and I'm super excited. A new PR, and then we're gonna keep going, right? We're gonna try to go for 50 million. Road to 50 million. Yesterday's player count was kind of high. Was there like a holiday in America or something? Because we hit like, I think like 70 players, and I couldn't alt for like the entire day. I'm assuming there was like, it was like maybe like a holiday or something yesterday. That happened in America maybe. That's a lot of money, but yeah, I've been really busy and already feeling tired. Sure, good, man. If you wanted to go to bed early, I'd say just go for it. Listen to your body and do what you need to do. You're gonna roll audio keys and go for the wings or something. Yeah, I am gonna be rolling. I think like 80 keys when the key launches in the pedal shop. I already have a ton of pedals stacked up. But I think I'm gonna pull. I think roughly 80 keys. That's our goal. And we'll be doing that on live as well. 70 is crazy. I usually see 20 in the morning, and now it's only 40. Yeah, no, it was insane. Like 80 freaking players. 80. We're 70. Sorry, 70 freaking players. So I think there was like a holiday or something. I don't know why there were so many people on for like, and especially for a Monday. I was very confused. Yeah, it's good content. It's good content. Gonna roll 80 Audi keys, and then we'll see what happens. Not really expecting too much. It's only like what is that like? Like what, 4 mil? No, 10 keys. Well, technically 10 keys is valued at $1 million, so that's actually 80 mil. That's $8 million of worth of keys technically. A little bit less if you know, of course, if you're exchanging the pedals and stuff like that, you're buying at a lower price. So yeah, that's what I'm doing though. I'm racking up pedals. I currently have what is that, 6 7, it's like 80. I have 80 pedals, I think. No, no, I've less than that. I have like 78. Yes, I have 78 pedals right now. Trying to go for over 2 stacks. Like technically last night I did hit 30 million, but I got like 5 to 600k worth of sales. That brought my bow back down to under 30 mil, but that's fine. That's to be expected. Sometimes like on a really busy day, I'll drop like $600,000 from Aura Room and I'm like, ah. But that's like before it used to hurt. Now I don't really care because I know I'm gonna play. Like, and I know I'm gonna make the money back, so I'm like, whatever. But yeah, if you guys are wondering about the price maintenance to like maintain something like Aura Room, it can be as high as like 700k to on some days of just like sales that I'm buying from you guys, you know, ores that I'm buying from you guys. Can add up to like 700k. Just crazy. It's a lot of money. That's like more than what some people make in like, you know, like a week. And I'm just giving that money out. Stream's like, no, our stream looks good. Might just be you, Jake. It is a lot of money for a day, but I've gotten used to it. Knowing that I'm capable of making like, I guess like 1.5 mil or so. I'm just kind of like, yo, you know what? You know, and some of the stuff I get to smelt, so I make some of the money back, I guess. And it gets offset by the amount of time that I get to actually play. So I'm like, it's just all like, oh, yeah, I'll make the money back. I'll make the money back. As long as I'm actively playing. On days where I'm not actively playing, then yes, it can be stressful because like it's kind of like I am losing 700k, and if I didn't make anything, that's when it can be a little bit problematic if I don't play for multiple days at a time, and then people are selling like 700k per day, then yes, it will add up and my bow will eventually plummet and whatnot. But we're good. Like we're doing fine. Like we're almost at 30 mil, and that's a lot of money. I'd say like I think Demon Pug has like maybe 31 million from what I remember him saying. I think it was like 30 mil or so. So I'm about to surpass him, and he's the richest player that I know. So I think I'm gonna become truly the richest player really soon actually on the server. My smelter still going off? I gotta double check it. I'm gonna see if I can refill it too. Let's just do like a quick smelter. Oh, not only that, but somebody sold me a pedal, I think. Yes. I'll take that. There's another one to our stack. Yeah, let's say give it 2 of these. Oh, this smelter's done. Okay, no wonder. I gotta start. Not really getting that much to smelt recently. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Zach? How's it going? No, some people, what they like to do is they like to hide their money in claim blocks. So a lot of people actually do that. I think I'm gonna start smelting my iron. Not really getting any sales for them, so I don't think it hurts to just smelt a little bit of these. Like I'm actually running out of things to smelt, guys. I'm smelting way too fast. Nobody's even though I'm buying copper for the highest price, I'm not really getting that much. Yeah, a lot of people they actually put their money in claim blocks, so you can't tell how much money they really do have Though some people they don't, like myself. I like there's no point in me hiding money in claim blocks when I'm a streamer, right? You guys can literally see how much I have, and I like it. It's like a trophy, right? Like it's like a showing how much time that I'm investing into the server as well. So I don't really care to hide my bow. Yeah. You know, surprisingly, as if you guys do Bell Top, you guys can see who are the richest players. I'm at number 1, I'm pretty sure. Um, Nobody really begs. No mob spawns. I think claim flag, no mob spawns. Yo, what's up, Kowski? Welcome back to this room, man. How's it going? How's it going? Dude, we got a party going on right now. Yeah, no, nobody really begs me, surprisingly. Maybe they're afraid that I'm just gonna report them. I guess it would be bad to, I guess, beg a creator for money and stuff like that. But I've been. How's your voice doing after this? Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was just playing a bit. It was actually really fun yesterday. I had a really freaking good time. I slept so well too, cause like I exerted so much energy and it was nice. Today or right now I'm a bit more chill. I went for a run this morning, so I feel good. Like I feel really like I feel very relaxed right now. Like I feel very nice. Just mining and just chilling right now is really enjoyable. Well, he doesn't really spend money, that's why. Why beg when grinding is more fun? Of course, getting free money is nice. I think like getting free money or getting really easy money can really change a player's perception of the value. Right? Especially when they're a newer player, their perception of the money. Whereas, you know, if it took somebody like, you know, like a week to make $1 million, they're going to value that because they know how much work they had to put in to make that $1 million, right? Whereas if somebody, you know, just started and they're only making like 10K an hour and they just suddenly got like, you know, $1 million, they're not going to value it. And if they never ever made $1 million in their life, right? I think the perspective of money is going to be drastically different for somebody who wins money rather than earn it. I think the same concept goes for like lottery winners as well. Yeah, no, that's why I was very impressed, right? It's just like some players they'll like they don't like, you know, when they hit a jackpot like that really early into the game, a lot of them just gamble it all, right? A lot of players, but you you actually, you know, took the time and you were very careful. Same with Rose as well. Rose got like a also I think similar situation as you, and very similar situation as you, and he took my advice, and I was like, and then I was like, oh man, like this player's probably gonna blow, like it's not up to me on what you guys decide to do with your money. I can only just try to maybe be inspiring or maybe inspire you to maybe spend that money wisely and put it towards, you know, good things that can help you enjoy the game a little bit better, rather than short-term, what's it called? Cheap thrills. I would consider gambling a cheap thrill, right? We all do it, you know, lucky key, every now and then. Or even vote crates, right? My cheap thrill is vote crates because it doesn't really impact my bow. But my biggest worry is for players who, you know, make a lot of money or get a lot of money through selling something. Maybe they hit the jackpot on a crate. They're gonna just look for, you know, just like, oh my god, I have so much money. They just look for a cheap thrill, so they just gamble it all away, and they don't realize that process can be kind of like addicting as well. and they're like, oh, I'm gonna start off with like 2 keys, and then they don't get anything. They're like, oh, you know, like, I have to keep on gambling, and without really realizing how much effort it takes to make the money that they have from that jackpot, right? I only rolled 1 crate, got the power stone. I haven't sold it yet. That's really freaking good. That's like 500k right there. That's a good amount, at least on Lotus. That's a good amount of money. I grinded debris and mined for money, but most of my money I can get these days is from voting, pinata, shake my head. Exactly. That's where it becomes a problem, right? The problem, I think a lot of players is that they rely on, like, you know, pedals and pinatas and stuff like that. And it's supposed to be your stepping stone to start making a good amount of money in the game. But some players, they get stuck in that loop where they log on, hope for a pedal, they don't get a pedal, and like that's like their money maker. But that's not being proactive with your time that you're spending on the game, right? For an economy server, it's not being proactive. That's just waiting to hit a jackpot, and then eventually it'll get to the point where they're just waiting to be able to gamble a crate, and if they don't get anything, they pretty much just like their money making is extremely slow. So their perception of like 100k is like, oh my god, it's so much money, right? But that's because they don't save it up, they don't rack it up, and they don't make meaningful investments into their gameplay. So like when people say, oh my gosh, like, cause like I remember when I was like, oh, I'm poor and I have like $7 million. I was like, no, you have $7 million. I only have like $10,000. And it's like, and it's a player that's been playing for like months now. And I'm like, why do you only have 10k, right? Like, what are you spending your money on? I would get if like you're spending all your money on like mining gear, but if you are spending all your money on mining gear, you would like, you know, it's really easy to start making like 60k an hour. And then your perception of money becomes a little bit better. I've learned my lesson. I had to gamble in games a lot, sometimes with real life money, so I barely gamble here. Glad I did, because I did make a lot of profits so far. I mean, it's up to you guys whether you're, I mean, I'm not gonna tell you guys how to play the game, right? I'm just saying, as a player with their pretty much $30 million now, what I'm trying to say is that you can get to this point in the game where you're really freaking rich and you don't have to spend, you don't have to gamble. Like, all my money was made through grinding. Like, and yes, you know, you might not have the opportunity to play like, you know, as much as I do, but just know that even just spending like 2 hours mining, like even spending like 2 hours mining is still going to be really beneficial for you long term. You know, it's learning how to save up the money and then making a good investment. Like, yes, I can make it in a shorter amount of time, or technically, like, you know, like, because I play every single day, but you guys can also get to this point too if you just see it as a long-term game. What is that tool that you're using that mines that fast? Well, it's a mixture of haste 5 with the sunbloom pickaxe. There's a lot of pickaxe. Any pickaxe with efficiency 7 paired up with haste 3 will allow you to mine as quickly as I do. Then I proceeded to watch Jura roll like 10 crates and got 0 stones, and that's what they wanted. Yeah, and then yeah, it was kind of like a wake-up call for them, and they realized, okay, you know what, maybe I can't gamble my way through for the Infinity Gauntlet, so they ended up going to the debt, right? For they went to debt for the Infinity Gauntlet, which is like, you know, it's better than, you know, it's actually good. They did that. 7 mil is pretty much for me. I know it's easy to get with the right gear, but I just don't grind a lot. Exactly. I mean, that's what I understand. You know, I understand that you guys don't play like 8 hours or as intense as I do. I would consider myself like a very special case of gameplay, very specific scenario. But what I'm trying to say is that you can probably make like $7 million if you passively play over, like, if you just mine like 1 hour a day at a pretty good loadout. Even that, you can make like millions at the end of the month, even if just mining 1 hour a day, you know, like you can make millions by the end of the month. And it's not like I spawned in this $30 million. It took days, like it took weeks to make this amount. Also, hi Equinox Primus, first time chatter, dude. Hello, welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? Currently, only crate I'm gambling is for element. Yeah, that's like one of the crates where you kind of like, if you really want it, I would say Gorb is like end game. Like when you have nothing else to gamble, I would say Gorb is like the last boss. Though, yeah, I would, yeah, Gorb is definitely like final boss energy. Yeah, I think some people like they learn it the hard way. Some people they get really lucky for sure, but that's a game of odds, right? Some people will get lucky. But it's important to not compare your progress to other players. Like, oh, they gambled, so I should gamble too. Just make decisions that you feel are best for yourself for the game, the way that you're going to enjoy it. So if your joy is gambling, then go for it, right? Again, I can't tell you to not gamble, but I can tell you as a player who doesn't really gamble to make profits that I wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be the smartest choice if you're looking for real progression, but I'm not going to force you guys, right? Oh, you got both of them. Nice. Sure. How much did you spend? That's huge. I would say the last boss gambling and then Blossom Staff such an expensive item and the elemental cores are such a high price. Yeah, elemental cores are expensive. I would say even like I would say Gorb and man Gorb and Blossom Staff are like I would say Blossom Staff right now is harder to get that compared to the Gorb. Honestly, I haven't seen a Blossom Staff roll in like a while now. That's actually really freaking good. Let's go, man. Good stuff. Your loadout is actually it's sounding really good so far, Jura. Let me know. Okay, Jura, what pieces do you have now in your loadout? Give me the entire list. I'm very curious. Equinox, I would for you, I would recommend getting something with at least efficiency 7 and haste 3. If you need some more help with like some progression and stuff like that, let me know. I noticed that you're a first time chatter, and that's what I do here. I'm LeooKnightus. I'm Leo, also known as LeooKnightus, also known as Booster Juice on the Blossomcraft server. I'm a partner for the past 3 years. Or yeah, I've been a partner for a long time. Been playing for a long time. I've gotten to the point in the game where I don't really make any more progression because I feel like I have everything that I wanted. So now what I do is like to stream, just rack up cash, give it away to you guys through sponsorships, and you know, just hang out, have a good time on stream. To be fair, my gambling luck has been crazy, so I've been able to get the stuff with that within a month, 100k. Yeah, making 100k an hour is really freaking good. Because if you can make 100k an hour, right? Let's say 100k an hour, 7 days in a week, right? If you play just for 1 hour a day, you know, before bed, in the morning, whatever. If you make time 1 hour a day, that's $3 million in a month, right? And that's just off of a cumulative effort of 1 hour a day. Now you can do like let's say you can even split that up a bit more strategically where you play like 3 hours one day and then you don't play for the next 2 days, right? You still make 300k regardless. Like you can, and of course, you know, the more time that you put into the game is just ultimately going to translate to more money that you have, right? I haven't played on the server for a few days, so I'll note that down for sure, dude. I'm here to help you. I'm sure to help you guys out. I have a lot of guide videos as well, so if you don't see me live, or you can join our Discord and ask the community if you maybe need a hand and whatnot. But again, don't be afraid to ask questions, and we're all here to help. I've helped quite a few players here, guided them down the right path, and some players are now making like some crazy amounts of money. And if you are looking to make some like real progression into the game, I'm here. I'm here for you, man. Luminar helmet, artificial chest, okay, Nanovex leggings, Faceless strides, Infinity gauntlet, Space Stone, Infinity shovel, Infinity pickaxe, Aurora carver. Dude, your loadout is looking almost identical to mine, man. It's your entire like equipables exactly identical to mine. So that puts you in such a good spot. Black Pearl, Tiki Pick, and then Gorb. Okay, you're actually like you're at the final boss of the Blossomcraft, man. You're at the final boss. Let's freaking go. Don't rush it. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't rush it. The game like can become stale. You'll get to the point in the game where you're just waiting for new content to come out, and we just got the new crate, right? So don't feel too rushed on it. Enjoy yourself and take your time, because when you get to the point where I'm at in the game, it's just gonna be like what to do. When Leo was not being active, I just checked item videos and some of the them even 4 times. You watch my videos 4 times over. And I appreciate that, man. I hope they were informative. I have so many videos out that I can't even remember if they were like good or not. But I hope they helped out. I really did. It might be all of my money, but when I have enough for the Luminar helmet, I want to maybe buy it, but I don't know. Luminar helmet is really good. What's your loadout looking like right now again, Rose? Sorry, I feel like I asked you before, and I'm asking you again because I just forgot. I have bad memory. But let me know, dude. There might be other items that might be more valuable because I don't think the Luminar helmet is really in a good spot anymore. If you have like something like the I would prefer if you got the Infinity Gauntlet because it gives you Haze 4. You don't need Haze 5. Haze 4 is actually more than enough actually. The Gauntlet gives you that, and so I would actually, and it's multi-purpose, right? It gives you you can one-shot trees. You have you can use it as a dungeon item. Has the new vein mining technique. And it gives you Haze 4, gives you some speed too. So it's just like the value that you get from Infinity Gauntlet in comparison to Luminar helmet is just like beyond. I'm making like 20k a day with the devil. Okay, yo, actually didn't. That's actually not bad. Because that's only Haze 2 plus like a very base Blossom pickaxe, right? 20k? That money will soon rack up. Yes, it's going to be slow. Your first week on Blossomcraft, always going to be slow. It starts picking up when you can upgrade that Hulk's Fist to either, you know, like a Coral pickaxe or a Cupid's pickaxe, when you can pretty much start insta mining, right? That money slowly goes up. And when you start feeling that progression where your money is going up per hour, you feel really good. Like it feels very, very good. And that experience, I don't want to take away from anybody. Going from like small money making to like bigger money per hour is the most gratifying thing that you can do for yourself for your road on Blossomcraft. Some of them and they helped me. The old one with the Black Pearl, or you mean the Forest God leggings, maybe? Yeah, the Forest God leggings. Yeah, the one with the telekinesis. And I got stuck to it for a while because I was like, where to get that item? Yeah, Forest God is just unfortunately it's not pullable until Anniversary Crate. So it's actually one of the rarest items in the game. I mean, technically I can replace my Black Pearl. I'm not really, I could actually use Forest God leggings and then put my Black Pearl away. And then I just need an item to, it's just kind of like moving things around a little bit, but I could technically do that. That'd be pretty cool. I tried making it instead much cheaper. Yeah, it's up to you, man. I would recommend though, the Gauntlet is huge, man. If you are interested in getting it. Also, I think Luminar helmet is far easier to craft in comparison to Infinity Gauntlet. I would recommend like to just really monopolize on the time right now when Infinity keys are still out in the key shop. I've joined your server. Welcome, dude. Wait, what server were you playing on before? Just the elemental pick, time stone. I have Agamotto, lava frost boots, Nanovex leggings, and miner hat. So you know what's really, really cool is that when you get the gauntlet, you can also replace your miner's hat with something else. You can use like a reach item instead, right? Like you can get like artificer helmet. You can use Nanovex helmet, which are good items too if you get the gauntlet. So you don't have to use the miner's helmet anymore, and you look badass too. You look really badass with the Nanovex helmet. No extra +1 reach then? Yeah, I mean, I'm just comparing Luminara helmet to, because like they in their loadout, I would, and they're kind of going for the same price, right? Luminara helmet is about 6 mil, Gauntlet is about 6 mil. If I were to give a player a preference or advice, it would be much better for them to invest into a Gauntlet over the Luminara helmet, just because it fills in a lot of shoes. The Gauntlet fits a lot of hats. I think Tulip. Oh, okay. Did you make a lot of progression on Tulip? No, leggings. So I'm using Nanovex leggings. I would just lose passively regenerate hunger, but let's say I change this for Forest God leggings, which has telekinesis built in, then I no longer need to use Black Pearl, right? Then that clears up a hotbar spot, but then I don't have saturation, so I would have to find an alternative for saturation. But it does save me like a hotbar spot. There are some items that can give you saturation in your inventory now too, but I think having a hotbar spot is kind of valuable, don't you think? I can even double up on like astral pendulums, 2 backpacks. I could put in an ore exposer, or I can put in a Virgo. Like, having a hotbar space is actually really, really valuable. There's a lot of things that you can actually do with it. Darling, won't you take me home? There's also Anreminir, a pickaxe that you just put into your inventory, and each time that you mine, it gives you saturation as well. So that's also another good saturation inventory item. I've got a lot of cheap basic infinity items needed for the gauntlet. Wolverine Claw, Hulk Fist, I've Agamotto. Hulk Fist costed me the most. Yeah, and Hulk's Fist is actually like one of the best pickaxe that you can get starting off the server. Because 1, it has Silk Touch. 2, it has a good amount of efficiency 5. 3, it's really cheap, and there's a lot of them floating around. And 4, it's cheap. I think I said that already, but there's a lot of like, you know, it's just the best pickaxe that you can get to start off your Blossomcraft journey. Yeah, and they're cheap, like 5 to 10k. That's like it might seem like a lot for a newer player, but then it's like that money just slowly becomes like your perception of 20k is slowly going to be lower and lower when you start making more and more money. So when people say, oh, 100k, that's a lot of money, right? It is in the grand scheme of things, but for me, that's 1 hour. And I know that I can make that pretty easily, right? And that same thing's going to happen to you guys. And that's how I know a player does not mine or partake in any sort of economy activities. It's when they think like 50k or 100k is a lot of money. That's how I know that they don't really partake in like you know, like mining and stuff, or they're not really interested in it, which is fine. That's not my problem. I did have a lot of stuff a few months ago until I stopped playing for 3-6 months, but switching to this one, I want to, dude, yeah. Dude, we're here to help. Majority of us here are from Lotus, so let us know if you have any questions and whatnot. I stream pretty much full time. I stream like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Don't be afraid to come on out and ask me any questions, man. I got your back, and it's pretty chill too. There's no obligations to speak. If you literally just wanted to come out and ask a question, I would really appreciate that as a streamer. No, I mean, 50k is not a lot, but I still value the money that I make, right? I wouldn't just give it away. I found a purpose with what I can do with the money, and it's like, you know, sponsorships and stuff. How do you access your chest when you get full inventory? There's an item in the game called the Astral Pendulum, like this. You link it to a double chest, boom. And then I have like some redstone contraptions that like pretty much vortexes all the items, so I don't have to worry about inventory management. It's an item called the Astral Pendulum, but this one's like $1 million, and that's a lot of money, I know. You eventually work up to an Astral Pendulum. The first one that you want to get is a Space Stone. This one's you link it to a barrel, which is half of a double chest. But this also works too for like newer players, and then you eventually, you know, double up with the Astral Pendulum. It's a good stepping stone. But I remember before Gauntlet, it felt like a burden to mine 20k. Nowadays, it feels like nothing because of the Gauntlet. Crazy item. Yeah, you know, when you start making progression, when you start, you know, making money starts to, you know, like, and the more money that you start to make in the game, you know, your perception of like, these amounts become lower and lower, right? Like, you're like, okay, because you know that you can make it in X amount of time. I can make 20k in 10 minutes. Does that mean that I don't value 20k? No, certainly, like, I still value it, of course, because it adds up. You know, just knowing that that money adds up. But I can make 20K in 10 minutes now. And that's because I made good investments and I invested into my Loto, and I was looking to learn the game. And now I'm at the point of the game where money is no problem. I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling probably until the end of time, and for as long as I'm playing Blossomcraft. As long as I'm keeping up with the crates and I'm keeping up with all the new content, and I'm not out of the loop, then I'm gonna always continuously be making meta amounts. This is a meta. The money that I'm making right now is meta amounts. Believe it or not, I'm not the only player. Some players actually make more than me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the best money maker in the game. But the thing is, I do get the opportunity to play a lot. That's my only strength. But some players, they make more per hour than I do, because their APM is insane. They're like this. They're just boom, 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 and then they're just really, really fast. But I like to keep my streams pretty chill. Like in terms of like the mining session, there's no point in me like stressing myself out and sweating if I'm if I know I'm gonna be playing for like the next 8 hours, right? So I'm just chilling, and then, you know, being able to talk to chat. 20K is work still for me. I still want to save up and get Infinity Pickaxe, which I've seen for yeah. That's a pickaxe that you can actually start insta mining with, and you can use it all the way till endgame dints. So that's actually a really good investment. You can see. So I'll show you how it works. So I would say Infinity Pickaxe is really good because you can just insta mine, right? It can work as a standalone pickaxe, and then eventually when you get a new pickaxe like Genesis, Sunbloom, whatever, something like with efficiency 10. Then you can start using this as like a support pickaxe, boom, to expose the areas, and boom. It's great. Should have saved the Astral Pendulums for 3 of them, but sold them all but for items though. Yeah, as long as you made good investments with the money that you made from the Astral Pendulums, there really is no point in having 3, but having 1 is quite valuable, because having an infinite backpack is game changing, right? Like, you know, you min-max the time that you're able to actually keep yourself in the mines and allow yourself to, you know, continuously mine with almost near 0 downtime, right? Picky sometimes mutes himself on stream to lock in. Oh yeah, no, his APM is high. He would be like, he's a burst miner. I would consider him like a burst miner. He mines in bursts. But for some pretty impressive hours though. But I know, like, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him like mine for like 12 hours straight. At least not on stream. But I know myself, and I know I can mine for like 12 hours straight, no problem. As long as, but those are marathon. I'm a marathon miner. So marathon miner meaning that I can play long hours. He's more of a burst miner. So he'll have high APMs and have a lot of cooldown activations that he has to be wary of, which is actually very impressive. It's actually more skillful than my style of mining. But the reason why this works for me is because I like to talk to chat. I like to be able to communicate with you guys, and I wouldn't be able to focus on chat if I'm like, you know, like constantly high APM and sweating my ass off, like, you know, every moment and just completely locked in. So yeah. Yeah, I know. Him and I were on a call. He was talking about how he was starting school and everything, and I'm super proud of him. He's actually like, he's my favorite Blossomcraft streamer. I love watching him sometimes. Like, I just leave his stream on, like, you know, because like I've always wanted this, like, you know, being able to watch somebody else play Blossomcraft in the partner program, is super fun for me, and it also helps me learn too. Like, what kind of styles are they mining? What are they doing? How much money per hour are they making, etc. Right? And so I think he's my favorite Blossomcraft streamer. And I love talking to him too. Like, I've been in quite a few VCs with him now. Like, I had like some private calls with him, just talk to him about like partner stuff, and like he's a good friend, and he's funny too, man. He's so freaking funny. Good guy. Like, I wish him nothing but the best. And on top of that, he's a moderator, and he's like balancing, like, you know, like streaming and then, you know, his life and work and whatnot. Like, it's just very, like, you know, he's doing a lot, and he's young too. believe it or not, you know, the age gap between me and Piggy is nearly 10 years. And that's an exaggeration, but I think it's like something around like 8 years. I think the age gap between me and him is like 8 years. Or 7 years. It's pretty freaking large. Like, I'm actually not young, guys. I'm 26. Well, I'm not young in this space. Like when you think of content creators, they're like a lot of successful ones. They hit their peak at like the ages of like 23, 22, and stuff like that. I would consider myself like on the older side for content creation, especially if in a field like Blossomcraft or Minecraft. But I like it though. I'm enjoying myself. So of course, like I'm not old. Like 26 is still quite young. I'm still in my 20s, right? But in the grand scheme of things, in the creator space, yes, I sometimes can't help but feel like, oh dang, like, you know, am I running out of time? will this work long term for me? You know? I remember when I was trying to think, I was thinking of getting a good pickaxe to get. I used LeooKnightus rentals and tested the pickaxe for a day, and the sunbloom was a crazy one. And the next day, I got it myself. Dude, that's good. You got to test out. You got to test out, you know, pickaxes. That's also a great way. Yes, you might lose some money from rentals, especially if you don't know what you're doing with them and you're just learning about the items. But it's a great way to just kind of like field test and get a feel for all these different types of pickaxes and see what kind of style you like now. Because now we're gifted with options. There's so many different routes that you can go down, especially in the mining aspect. Yes, you know, there are ways to make the most min-max, you know, like amount of monies per hour. But realistically, the best way that you're going to make money is being able to tolerate a method and actually having fun with the method. Yes, you can make 200k an hour doing a specific method, but realistically, how long can you do that method for until you start feeling like tired of it or bored of it, or you just start to feel like it's a chore, you know? What's most important is a style of mining that you can tolerate for a long time, long-term play, whether it's for hours and hours a day or whether it's for months and months at a time. That's what it all falls down to. I hope I'm like, I don't sound like I'm repeating myself. Sorry. And I hope this is like inspirational for you guys to make your loadout and stuff like that. Again, I'm an open book. Ask me any questions, and I'll give you my best advice, and it's up to you whether you want to take it or not. I feel like I sound like a broken record though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. My bad, team. Oh wow, it's almost 1 p.m. already. Okay. 12:42. What's my fishing loadout? I have not partook. But if I were to get a fishing loadout, I think I would want to try to get like the forest god, the what's it called, the whispering willow, or the cottage one of those two, I guess. I would ask questions, but I already know the stuff that are in my aim, the rest of the server gameplay. Yeah, exactly. I think Rexel, you learned a lot, man. But remember the times when you did ask me questions. I'm just super proud, you know? Like, there will come to a point where you don't need me anymore. And you don't need my expertise. Until, like, maybe, like, a new crate comes out and you feel a little bit lost in that regard. Then I can give you a bit more clarity, because, like, I really do read the crates, and I really do study them and see what's useful and what isn't, and what's potentially new meta. So in those moments, that's when I shine, I guess. But for the most part, you know, it's gonna come to a point where you can probably start, like, you know, like, developing a back for yourself and like starting to kind of make the decisions on your own, and you don't really need me. Yeah, and I appreciate that, dude. That's all it is, right? Like, you know, I help you guys out in hopes that you guys, you know, maybe stick around long term and hang out with me, but it's not expected. Like, you know, I don't expect that from you guys. I don't even expect you guys to sub. I don't like, not saying that I don't care about subs. I'm just saying that if you feel like my content is so valuable to the point where you don't want to miss the stream from the ads and you end up subscribing, then I appreciate that, but it's completely not necessary. It's just, it's completely up to you. But that's also my job, to try to make my content valuable enough where some people don't want to miss out, right? I gotta make them feel that way, where like I can't miss a single minute of this. Leo talks about good topics about Blossomcraft, and that's kind of like my anchoring point. If I have nothing to talk about, then it's typically Blossomcraft, right? And it's nice. I like the system that we built. I started hunting a base yesterday versus just living in a stone hut. There we go. People ask me, Leo, what kind of base would you want to make? But like, realistically, I never really made a base. I just made, I always made just player warps, and I just lived there. I made a player warp and I built around it. And that's where I would just, my home has always just been my smelter, because I would just AFK there. I would just camp at my smelter, and that's my home. Creepy Lemons knew that. So when she designed my my smelter, she made it like a home. That's why you guys are like, you know, when you guys see my smelter area, it's not your traditional smelter. It's literally a house, right? It's like, or it's like a little cave area that's super aesthetic, and it's just floating in this area, which is strategically spaced out by chunks to ensure that anybody standing inside our room, which is over here, wouldn't get loaded by the smelter. And that's why there's like the flooring. It's strategically, we strategically made it to also with this empty space here to ensure that we can load redstone or make redstone contraptions down the line, which we ended up doing. We built a smelter first, and then we built a auto farm, and then we built well, Midway made this one. This one's like an auto crafter system. This is version 1 of the auto shulker compactor, and then this is another one, and then this is the final version. It's like we made sure that there was enough space so we can work with some redstone too. So I would say start off small and work your way up, because you don't know what you want in the game until you need it, right? Until you feel like you need it. Sorry. Bro, home is already based for mining. That is a true miner. It was designed by Creepy Lemons. She did an amazing job, and I love it. I don't see myself moving my base ever again. Like, this is my home forever. Unless like new mechanics come out, and I don't know, I want to reset. Maybe I will, but like for the most part, I think we made so much progression with this current ore room and everything that I just can't see myself moving bases anymore. It's just too tedious based on everything that we have. I just made a new base recently after living in the same shag for 3 years. What theme did you go with? If you guys didn't know, Kowski is it's probably the best builder that I know. I would consider Kowski the best builder that I know, rank number 1, and then Kelvandil is the second best builder that I know, because she made my new home, which is like where my storage is. She pretty much made my storage unit, and it's beautiful. Oh shoot. Oh wait, that's kind of sick. It's kind of a space station with a black hole. That's dope. What the heck? Extremely creative too. Dude, Kowski, at what age did you first started playing Minecraft, by the way? And when you first started playing Minecraft, did you know that you've always liked to build, or was that something that kind of came later, at like a later time? You're like, oh, like, you know, like building is cool. It's just Easter egg, Rose, called LeooKnightus. It's like Australian. It sounds Australian. Like it's just like a little Easter egg. It's not meant to be like anything like crazy. Like LeooKnightus. 12 years ago. So you like, did you like to build right off the bat when you first started playing, or not just started with PvP like most people, and then at some point just got into build? I see. Okay. Fair enough. Kind of like me. I mean, when I first started playing survival Minecraft, you know, I just liked farming. I just liked making a bunch of farms. And I didn't think I was gonna get this invested into mining when I first started Blossomcraft. I was trying to get into like I was trying to get into farming on Blossomcraft, but if you guys knew, like, you know, at the time, farming sucked for Blossomcraft. So then I realized, okay, I have to play with the meta. And that's fine. And then I slowly fell in love with mining, even though I wanted to farm right off the bat. And that's all that I've known in Minecraft. I slowly adapted to the economy and the metas, which was mining. And the rest is kind of history. And now I would say, like, I enjoy mining the most out of one of the Minecraft mechanics. I'd say I got really good at it. You know, like, I know the Y levels for specific ores that I'm hunting for, biomes if I'm looking, yeah, if I'm hunting for particular ores, etc. Different caves, different types of caves as well. I try to like building, but I'm so bad at it, I get stressed. I feel that, dude. I feel that. That's why I don't really build. I don't really build. I just create like little craters, to be honest. I create little craters for space. Like, my thought process for a base is just more strategic. And if I really wanted to build, then I'll just hire somebody, right? That's the perks of like, I guess, the perks of like, I guess, like being able to make a lot of money is that you can pretty much pay for whatever build that you really want in the game, right? So you don't have to stress yourself out. Some people like the creative process, some people don't. And it's just like, it's just tuning into what strengths you have in the game and what you know you're good at and what you know you're bad at. I know I'm bad at building, so I'll always hire somebody to build if I need it. I could play on a creative server and just build all the time, but I enjoy collecting the blocks I need. The process of collecting, I can see that being extremely enjoyable too. I get that. Having like a collection of like or an arsenal of like blocks that you can use whenever you'd like. I think that's where I see the appeal for like also like map art, because the blocks are just the blocks are your canvas, right? You can pretty much build whatever you want. It's just your imagination or your creativity is just your limiting factor. As long as you have like every single block in the game, there's nothing that you can't build, right? Same goes for map art. You know, like when you have every single block and a good amount of them, there's no limiting factors. You can make any map art that you want because you know that you'll have the block for them. So that's cool. I'm at 30 mil. Holy crap, dude. I'm pretty bad at building, but I prefer mine over someone else's. I think you know what? I think it's because, you know, like it's because it's something that you made, right? Something that you're proud of. And that's completely fair too. It's just I don't have any like sort of like personally I don't have any like attachment to builds. Because I know that it can be temporary, and I know that I can move at any point in time. I guess. You're not that bad of the builder because your new play warp looks really nice. Thanks. Okay, the play warp I will take credit for that. The space that was created, I did get the community to help me just like mine out the space, but it was my vision. It was all definitely my vision, and I kind of directed them on what I wanted, and then I just needed the hands to just like pretty much like mine out the space, because that's the most tedious part, right? And we built it in 2 days. We had all the space and everything. It was awesome. But thank you. I'll take that compliment, especially from you, Kowski. Congrats on 30 million, by the way. Thank you, dude. Thank you. We are at 30 million. I'm actually just crazy to see. I've been thinking of also giving a shot give it a shot later, making map arts, finishing this miner setup, and maybe melee setup. And when I don't feel like doing those, I do map art. Yeah, giving yourself kind of different paths to kind of go down is gonna be fun in Blossomcraft. For me, I just focus on mining. And that's my joy, right? But for like the average player, it is good to like, I guess, have different alleyways to kind of like to go down, like map art, building, mining, farming. Like if I get tired of mining, I'll farm, right? So I technically have a different method for that. Just having different paths or to go down just to keep the game feeling fresh. Sorry. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go use the washroom real quick. I don't think I took a second hour break, but honestly, having a really good time with you guys. We're actually having some really good conversations and whatnot. And you guys are freaking awesome. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break to just like stand up and get some blood flow in. And when we come back, well, we can keep on yapping. I'm having a great time. All right. $30 million. That's kind of crazy to look at. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of money. Thank you, thank you. Let's see top bell here. Bell top. Tax is at 20 mil now. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, so Demon okay. So Demon Pug put his claim blocks into his bell. Okay, so I'm not top bell number 1, but that actually gives me a lot of motivation to just surpass him. No worries, no worries. Dude, you have a wonderful rest, man. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you taking the time out of your night to come hang out with us, and I'll catch you some other time. I'll see you soon, man. Okay, so Demon Pug put his claim blocks into his bell, but that's fine because he's only 2 mil ahead of me, which I should be able to get that by tomorrow. That actually gives me so much motivation. When there's actually somebody to try to surpass, it's nice. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Hey, well, let's lock in. Let's lock in together. I got my goal here. Gotta get back to top bell number 1. He has like school now, so he's not really too active. He was on yesterday though. That's why I'm like, it's gonna be like pretty easy to probably surpass him. Just gotta make 2 million. It's gonna be light work. Holy crap, this iron vein is actually kind of huge. Oh my gosh. Okay, what we're gonna do is this. Okay, we cleared that out. Boom. We go back because there's still another. It's still a lot more over here. Yeah, there's still quite a bit over here. But first things first, we're gonna Gorb tap, and then let's see what we're working with here. Nice. That's a good chunk of change. And then I think that's done for this area. And then we go back down here. Or where was it again? It goes over here. Yes. And then we go. Oh, is there a skeleton spawner here? No. Spider spawner. Okay, we go back down. And then we're going to break this area. Yes, because I knew that there's going to be more here. I knew it. This one probably still keeps going. All right. Yeah, it's still going. It's still going. I think mine was like maybe like 10 stacks. Remember that photo that I sent on Discord? That was like 10 stacks of raw iron blocks. It was crazy. That was definitely the biggest one I've ever seen. It was crazy. It was the craziest one I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do too. Like I have like when you play one game, it's like eating the same food, right? I made this analogy before, but it's like eating the same meal every single day. You're bound to get tired and bored of it, right? So it's important to have like a rotation of games to play. Um, but knowing what your main game is. So of course my main game is Blossom Craft, but my side game is Black Desert Online. So I'll hop on Black Desert if I'm not really up to the Blossom grind, just to kind of like recoup and reevaluate what I want to accomplish on Blossom. So having other games is really important. Otherwise, you're just gonna be really bored when you're gonna be more bored when you actually have nothing to do on Blossom Craft, and Blossom Craft is the only game that you play. Um, it's important to like have a backup plan, pretty much. And I can't forget that. Yeah, true. I remember playing Farming Simulator 25 for 150 hours in 2 weeks. A lot of farming, damn. Damn. A lot of hours. You know, that makes me, bro. I think I have a lot more hours now. 1.16 years. What is that equivalent to? 1.16 years to hours. 10,168 hours on Blossom Craft. Damn. Here's the 20. Oh my god, more iron veins? Oh, we take these. Stag Arts, welcome to the stream. First time chatter, how's it going today? How's it going? How's it going? Where'd you find the stream from? I love you dangerously. Ooh. Oh, this is a nice iron vein. And it keeps going. Doing pretty good. I hope you're doing good. I'm on Blossom right now. Oh, you found me on Blossom Craft. Nice. How long have you been playing the game for? I don't know if I need to do an introduction. Oh, you saw my message in chat and you got curious. Fair enough. I guess I'll do a little introduction here. I'm Leo, also known as LeooKnightus, also known as Booster Juice, the owner of Ore Room. I am a full-time creator for Blossom Craft. I make guide videos, and I like to stream my gameplay on Twitch for Blossom Craft. I am a partner with the server for the past 3 years now, and what I do is I pretty much give players advice if they're looking for it. I help you guys with your gameplay live, of course. You know, you guys have me in the present. Of course, there's no obligations to come back and feel pressured to, you know, like chat all the time. But when you are feeling lost about your progression and anything like that, I'm here to help you guys out. And it makes me feel more, it gives me more purpose as a creator. So let me know if you ever have any questions, and then would love to know more about you. What got you into Blossom Craft? How far along are you? And what have you accomplished so far in the game, and what do you like about it? But currently, I think my grinding games are Minecraft, Farming Sim, Delta Force, and Borderlands 4. I did play a little bit of Delta Force, just a tiny bit. That one is kind of cool because it's a huge, like, it's a battlefield, right? Huge battle, uh, huge war that you can hop in and out. Pretty cool. Very hectic. Cool. I've been playing for 3 weeks, so I'm not very knowledgeable. That's okay. I'm here to help you out. And if I'm not live, you can come join our Discord if you're comfortable with that. If not, then you can watch some of my guide videos that we have on YouTube as well, that can help you a lot with your gameplay. Was there anything? So you've been playing for 3 weeks, so that's like a good amount of time. Was there something that like really like stood out to you in Blossom Craft that like got you to stick around, or anything like that? Delta Force is a cool Tarkov mode in my main one, but yeah, it can get hectic as hell. A tactic game, so I like it. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. And not only that, but it's free. I'm pretty sure. So it is a free game, no pay to win or anything. One reason I like it, time to time play with my IRL friend. That, yeah, it does seem like a pretty fun game that you can play with, like, you know, in collaborative, and you can play with as many friends as you want, which is cool. I'm like, the battlefield is gigantic. Honestly, I just wanted a friendly public server or something to play with my partner. That's actually how a lot of people get into Blossomcraft, including myself, which is kind of funny. I told the story to some of our regulars here, but how I got into Blossomcraft was she actually introduced it to me 3 years ago. We're no longer together, but hey, I'm still playing, and it's now my full-time job. So very blessed. I'm very, very lucky, and it's been pretty freaking fun still. I play like 12 hours a day on average, I want to say. Sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on what my goals are for the day. Hey, good luck, man. Oh, Jura, let me know how much money you make from that. I'm kind of curious. And then sell me all your gold too. Oh my gosh, I could really use that right now. That's fair. You know, just a place to actually just gorb all the time. That's pretty cool. And then it's like a piggy bank, right? Like, you know, you eventually have to break it down and you make a ton of money from it too. Oh, you didn't fill it up yet. Oh, you just made the farm. I see, I see. Never mind, never mind. I mean, we could do some math here. So if it's 196 slots, right? We know each one averages at like 3k, so 196 multiplied by 3,000. You'd be making roughly 588,000 if you fill up all those gorb slots. Sorry. Nice some water. No, I've seen those machines before. I have like a smaller scale one as well. But like I'm not too much of a huge fan on Gorb machines. I do like Redstone and everything, but Gorb machines, I think it's like when you make one, it's so easy to just fall into the habit of just like gorbing only and then not wanting to proactively mine. Whereas if I just go into the mines real quick and gorb tap, I'm bound to just mine for a couple hours. I figured, yeah. Pumpkin already showed me that one a couple months back. Sounds like his design is kind of fluctuating. I think another player from chat Also built it too. Pretty large. Forgive me, what is Gorb? No worries. That is actually the most common question for all the new players. Gorb is is an item in the game that is very hard to craft, but it is a huge money maker. It's essentially a money printer, and I can show you what it does in like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But pretty much it's an item that converts a 5x5 area to random ores, and you just pretty much break it, and then you make like $3,000 every 4 minutes. Now, if you are max miner level, that's it'd be like, yeah, on average like $3,000 per $2,000 to $3,000 per tap, and it's just really good money. I use it as a support item. Some people use it as a standalone money maker. It's you can also rent it at like rental services to just really get a boost in your income. But yeah, if you take a look, actually you can't see it, never mind. In about 1 minute and 42 seconds, I can show you exactly how it works, and then it'll give you like a better idea of like what the item is. But you essentially you would typically use it for mining. Or at least that was the intended purpose. Now people are just making machines to be able to just like pretty much convert stone or deep slate into like these like little towers of Gorb taps, right? It's actually called the Genesis Orb, but for short it's called Gorb. No worries, man. I'm actually kind of excited to show you. If you find a huge lava pool, mind if I TP? Sure, sure. We'll see if we bump into one. Yeah, that's quite a bit. That's like the most tedious part about I guess like building those like Gorb towers. You gotta, or those Gorb machines, is like the buckets of water and the buckets of lava that you need is just insane. How much you need, how many. Oh yeah, true, the nether exists, right? I think that's where I got my lava. I totally forgot about that too. Okay, here we go. So Stag, this is what it does here. So what I, oh, let me find a better spot. This is, no, this is not a good spot. You gotta be kind of strategic on where you want to place it too. So right now, like, it only converts deep slate and stone. So you want to make sure that the area they're in, this one looks pretty solid. So what I'll do is I'll hover over the Genesis Orb, and then use right click. And now this area became, this is actually the worst way to do it, but I just do it because it's fast. Now I'm using a Sunbloom pickaxe with the Infinity Gauntlet, which means that it just breaks the ores in a 5x5 area, which is perfect for a Gorb tap. And you just break it. Boom. Just like that. And you can see in the chat, I made $2,000 there. It can go as high as like $3,800, sometimes as low as like $1,100. It kind of varies. It also scales off of your miner level. So when you go from level 1 to level 101, you get 1% more in mining income as long as you're leveling it up. So I'm actually max level at level 200, but the bonus, the percentage bonus stops at level 101 miner. So that might scale on how much you're going to make with these Gorb taps, just based on your level, right? But I can confidently say at over level 101, it averages between like I'm on average getting like 200 or $2,000 per Gorb tap, and that's every 4 minutes. Yep. Hopefully that was a good explanation and example for the Genesis Orb, and maybe you learned a thing or two there. Yeah. And level 200 is the max level for all jobs right now. So I think I have my farmer at level 200. I have my miner at level 200, and then I have my smither at level 200. So that kind of goes to show like how much I've like actually played this game. Thank you, very educational. 10 out of 10. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I'm here all day. Here all day. Welcome back, Manix. All right, thanks, Back. I'll catch you later, man. Have a good night. Can I ask you something? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to ask. You don't have to ask. You just ask it. I'm not gonna say anything that I don't understand. Say what you understand. Try. No, I mean like I don't understand what that sentence means. Cause like people tried to do this to me before, but and then they're trying to make me say bad things. So um, it's just not how I do things, I guess. If you're saying try what you understand, I understand none of that. So. But the question is, why do you want me to say that? Exactly, you know, you can just like never be too safe when it comes to these sort of things. There's some people that try to make me say like outrageous things, so I'm just like I've learned the hard way that I'm just not gonna say what people ask me to say, because it could be with ill intent or it could be with good intent. I'd rather just play it on the safe side. I don't know, I'm bored. Uh, no, I'm not gonna say it. Sorry, dude. Here, I'll play this. Gorp tip. Do you have any decent early game methods to make some decent money? I would recommend, it's always going to be slow at first. But a lot of people hate it, but I would have to recommend mining. And the way to go about that is, I mean, you probably see my gameplay and you're probably thinking, okay, like, you know, probably insta mining. It takes a bit to get to this point in the game. I would recommend, I guess, doing quests, tackling the quests, the mining quests first. Which is right here. As you can see, I completed all of them. It's really, really fun. Doing the mining quest to get some early game money, and then going caving, making sure that you're silking the ores. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, you play on LeooKnightus. You can sell those silked ores to some place like PW Ore Room, which is my ore room. And then you can sell these silked ores to bring your balance up, to pretty much reinvest to get like a better loadout for mining. Oh, there's the sun. That's what I would recommend. That's what I did as a newer player. I think every single new player goes through this. It's like the first like week or two or even 3, depending how much time that you have to play. You will be silking ores, then eventually just selling them to like a player warp. So we do like sell and buy ores at PW Ore Room, and you can kind of take a look around. There's a lot of features and fun stuff about our shop, and it's been open for a long time now. And that's a kind of like the general way for me to explain it, but let me know if you have any questions regarding that, and I can get into like more specifics on if you're confused about anything. Oh yeah, that's my shop. That's my shop. Ore Room has been around. All right, so I actually lose money maintaining the shop, but I find a lot of fun just making a shop where players can just consistently sell their ores. And it's good for business, I guess, like in terms of like trying to get people to come out to the streams and stuff like that. It helps me in that way because it's like promotional. So yes, sure, I'm losing like 600,000 a day or so, but at least, you know, these players, they get to kind of see my cutouts, and maybe are wondering who the heck is this guy, right? And potentially get some to come out to watch the stream and everything like that. But generally, Ore Room is a place where I do lose money, but I have opened it up for like years now. So bright outside, holy crap. Sorry, there was an ad. Yep. So that's mine. Or yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Hopefully I gave you some pretty good advice there. But it would be mining, and yes, it's gonna be pretty slow at the start, but when you start investing into like good gear, making good investments, the money will start to snowball, and it snowballs pretty quickly. Just as long as you know exactly what to look for your next progression items. I just took all their money. I just took all their money. Oh my god, I just took all their money. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I am currently oxidizing 2 shulkers worth of copper for 9k each. Do you want more? That's like, yeah, oxidizing copper is like a great way to make some money. There are like, there are definitely more ways that you can like, of course, make more money and everything like that. What I would recommend is, so I know oxidizing copper requires you to be in the chunk to load it so it can like oxidize, right? What I would recommend is you can, if you're playing on Java, you can actually run 2 instances. So one as Bedrock and one as Java. Have your Bedrock account, as long as we're under 60 players, you can have an alt account online. Alt's the oxidizing area, and then actively mine, and you can pretty much like, stack up money that way, right? If you want, I can give you like, I think I have like quite a few double chests full of copper. If you want some more, that works too as you build your base. But yeah, that's a pretty creative way. I know oxidized copper is like pretty valuable because it takes quite a bit of time to oxidize. I know there's an item in the game called oxidization wand, so you can just manually oxidize copper. It's pretty freaking cool. I forgot which crate that was from. Which I realized if I forgot where it's from, there's a website now that we can use. Let me just give me 1 second, guys. Let me see, because now I couldn't figure out which crate it's from for the longest time. So oxidization one. One. It's from the Warden crate. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, oxidization one is from the Warden crate. 4% chance. And yeah, dude, it's actually pretty valuable. What website? Here you go, guys. If you guys want to search up Blossom items without having to go to warp or having to look for the items, that's how you're gonna find them now. The search bar and everything. It's really good. It's the official Blossom Craft website. I believe the Reality Stone also works like that. Let me double check that right now. Wait, if it does, that's kind of huge. Oh. Also, how many shulkers would you like? I will, I'll hand some off to ya. Saving the link, thank you. I got you, dude. It just came out, so it's also new for me, but it's really, really useful. So when somebody's talking about an item and you don't know what they're talking about, just use the website, search up the item that they're talking about, and like, oh, that's what it does. It's super, super, super useful, especially for a new player. So that's gonna be really good for your progression. Just check, the Reality Stone does not work to change the, oh, dang it, because I have a Reality Stone. Dang it. So I guess the oxidization one is the only one that changes the state of copper blocks. It's from the Warden crate, so you have to wait till anniversary for potentially somebody to pull it. That's probably going to be on my watch list. Oh, it does. Oh, sorry, I skimmed. Oh wait, dude, that's huge. I have a Reality Stone too. Oh. I wonder how tedious it is to to do, but having oxidized copper is quite useful. Excuse me. Leo, how do people change color on items? Do I have to celestial, like rename an item? Like you have to create it on bird flop. You have to make a prefix on bird flop, kind of like how you make a prefix, but I think you can do it, Bray. As a immortal, you should be fine, I think. Oh, it also waxes the copper. I didn't know there was a difference. If you guys wanted shulkers of copper, come to PW Forge. I think I got quite a few here. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna drop a bunch, okay? For you guys. Just come to PW Forge if you guys want some free shulkers of block of copper. Alright, Stag, I see you, dude. Grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it. You might be the only one. Alright, dude. You guys can keep the rest. Actually, wait. It might despawn. Okay, I don't want it to despawn. Uh-oh. Yeah. I'll put these back in. I think that was probably more than enough for him anyways. I think that's good. I don't think anybody else wanted copper. But if you needed more, there are $75 a shulker at PW Forge. Just in case. About Island. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna see if I can sell some more ores to them. Bell Island? Wait, what? Why does it keep doing that? Wait, what? Chat, can somebody check the bell for silence? Oh, you know what it is? Wait, where are they? Did they block me? Oh no, they logged off. Oh, okay. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Princess 9. 56,000. Okay. What was their PW again? I gotta sell them some more. It's PW silent? No. Princess. Frick, what was their crap? What was their PW again? No, it wasn't silent. It was princess? No, or something. Shoot, does anybody know what PW silent was at? Has? Because I'm gonna sell them some more ores. PW list's name. Oh, Castle Ores. So thank you. Okay, PW Castle Ores. It's a new ore shop, so I wanna get rid of some ores, I guess. I just need to make space for ore room. It's not with bad intent. It's just I need space currently. Okay. I can probably sell all of my iron. First things first. Okay, out of space for that. What else can we tackle? Redstone. Cool. Wait, they can buy more. Okay, copper ore for $2. Do I want to do that? No, we're out of stock anyways. Let's see. 250, sure. Actually, no, I'll lose money. Yeah. 350 for iron. Yeah, we did that. Okay, bell. Get at 22k, and we can probably just take all their money with all the diamonds, unless they're nice. Okay. Oh wait, and then we just sell that, and that's all there. Okay, cool. We just cashed in our ores, made a ton of space for our ore room. Though, we'll wait for them to bell up, and then I always like seeing when new like ore shops are opened up. I'm assuming they probably like job stats, silent princess, 9. They're at 79. Yeah, so they're trying to rush to 100. So trying to help them out a little bit. That did boost our bell up quite a bit. We're now up at 30,365,000. Not bad. Try to get in my head. I wanna listen to my own heart talking myself instead. Did you ever lose yourself to get what you want? Did you ever? Would you like Subway? Yeah, sure. Actually, I'll have some Subway. Like, we're ordering right now. I realized I didn't take an eating break yet. Yeah, sure. I just got the usual. That is the way to turn my life around. Today is the day. Did you ever? True, did you ever? Well, I never blame you. I don't wanna play this game, but I can play it my way. Gonna stop, that's who I am. That is my plan. Yeah, Pepsi. We'll go Pepsi. Totally forgot. I mean, well, I had breakfast, but because I had like breakfast, I typically get hungry around the second hour mark of the stream, but I didn't take a eating break yet. No lettuce. Everything's good except for lettuce. No lettuce. I'm not gonna stop. Not till stop that I get my shot. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet on it. Yeah, well, technically it's like lunchtime, but it's gonna be a kind of a late lunch. I had my first meal at like well, it was like 10 a.m. actually. I had my first meal at 10 a.m. It's now 1:48, but I do feel myself getting a little bit hungry, so I think it's probably good to just take a little 30-minute break to eat some food. I'm away from my hunger to kind of like rise a little bit more. I'm kind of chilling right now. So it's been like 12, it's been like 4 hours since I had my first meal. All right, sounds good. Perfect. Oh, there we go. There's the sun, guys. Hello, bright. At least I don't look like. At least I'm not overblown. It's just my background, but I guess it is what it is. It makes my room look really lively. I can't say anything. I had my first meal at noon. I mean, I was like that too. I mean, I only recently fixed my habits like 2 days ago. So you're good. You're good, man. Dude, I was sleeping at like some outrageous times and everything. I'm not one to judge, man. I used to have my first meal at 5 p.m. like for a month. Does anybody here want to buy a pig spawner for 40k? Villager spawner for 40k? Yeah, 40k each. You know what? Drop them down both to 40k each. Because if not, I might just store them back in my storage. They've been on the auction house for a while. But I'll do like a stream special. 40k for a pig spawner, 40k for a villager spawner. You know I know how. there as I zone out. The club can't even handle me right now. The rabbit hole I think about sometimes is the way past. Not all people had 3 meals a day, normally only 2. Maybe something simple like jerking between. Yeah, I mean, well, this is the thing. I think it's very common nowadays for players, for people to only eat 2 meals, including myself, because, well, when I was in, you know, high school, even from elementary, like some points in elementary, I just wouldn't eat breakfast. Wouldn't eat breakfast, right? Cause I'd wake up and I'd dread the morning, and I get to school, and my first meal would be at lunch. So yeah, it was like, yes, MDB on YouTube. It is allowed as long as the player count is under 60 players. If the player count is over 60 players, then you cannot have an alt. But if it is under 60, you can have an alt, and that's fine as long as it's not. I think as long as like, yeah, it's completely fine. That's what I do. I mean, right now we're at 49 players, so you can tell that I am smelting while mining right now, and I'm making extra passive income that way. So I like just years of that, just only eating lunch and then dinner. I think that then that really like messed me up, but I adapted. I'm alive, I guess. It's rare I even eat 2 meals a day because honestly I eat once during lunch and maybe a small snack. It also depends on how much energy you exert, right? So I've noticed that like lately it's been like 2 meals a day if I'm not like I'm just at my PC out all day. It makes sense because you consume based on how much energy you're outputting, right? And food is just pretty much a source of energy. Cool, thanks for the info. I got you, dude. So like most days I'd eat 2 meals because like I'm just like sitting down all day, but now I'm actually feeling like my hunger rising because like I'm actually like exerting a bit of energy throughout the day now. Morning, workout mornings and afternoons, you get starved. Oh, exactly. I get so hungry. If you like, especially when I was in my era of like I was trying to do a little bit of bodybuilding, all the time, lunch, dude, I'd be starving because the amount of like calories that you burn from working out, like your body just wants food, just needs sustenance after that. Like there were a lot of times often after a workout in the morning, I would just be straight starving. Like we're talking like hunger pain right after the gym, just like can't think. Today I went for a jog, so I'm actually feeling like that feeling of hunger right now. I'm not gonna lie. But we'll wait for Subway to get here, and then it's actually really nice to actually feel hungry at like the right times. I'm a digital artist, so I don't really do much. 90% of what I do, dude. Stag, I totally understand that, man. As a full-time streamer myself, I get it. I completely get it. What kind of artwork? What kind of artwork do you do, by the way? I'm always loving to see what you guys like, especially artists like, you know, like in the community. Like I don't like the artists that come in because Twitch has been having this problem with, I guess, bot accounts coming in. Hey, do you need assets? Da da da. And it's kind of like, okay, and we can't differentiate if they're bots, if they're real people, because they're not banned. But if you guys are genuine artists, but like, you know, found me through Blossomcraft, then I'm actually genuinely interested to see what type of works that you do, and voice acting too. Nice. Do you mind if we see some of your digital arts in our Discord? If you don't mind, of course. One of my cousins who was bodybuilding for was up to 5 meals a day plus pre-workout and post-workout. He was 6 foot tall, I'm assuming, and almost 30 pounds of muscle. Yeah, I could see the 5 meal a day thing. There are some bodybuilders that actually have to, their maintenance calories is around like 10,000 calories. Oh, Stag, thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate you. Perchance I have to join it. Here we go. That is our Discord link right there. Feel free to come join us, and would love to just see what you have, and then let me know when you send it, because like, just want to see what kind of work you do. Part of me, and who knows? You know what you can do is like, if you post it in the art section, you might get a commission. Like whether at the a lot of artists, what they do is they actually they take in-game money for art commissions and stuff. I've seen a video of Eddie Hall preparing a meal. The amount of food is unfathomable as a normal dude. I can't imagine eating that to the extent that they do. Sorry, I'm just trying to juggle chat here. Dude, like I've seen like some crazy bodybuilders. There's some bodybuilders who they undereat to have the lower fat percentage for those sort of like, I guess like bodybuilding, or there's guys who just like are just absolute tanks. It's crazy. There's like two ends of the bodybuilding spectrum, I guess. Hey, welcome back, Spinner. It's crazy. I was actually watching a video last night about like one of those YouTubers that I was watching who partook in like one of his first bodybuilding events, and he slimmed down to like 150 pounds at like 5'10", and his body fat percentage was just extremely low. But like it's crazy how much they have to endure to get to that point for bodybuilding. He was saying like how he had to eat like just walnuts for as one meal, broccoli on its own as one meal, and then just having a chicken breast with no seasoning, just straight up chicken breast for another meal. And it's just like, apparently it was like the worst time of his life, but he looked like insanely good. But it's just like the trade-off, right? So I guess me, if I were to have to choose, I don't really care to be like big. I guess I'm 5'7". I think like all that matters to me is athleticism, because I want to be able to go out and actually, you know, play sports and stuff like that. As long as I'm like, I feel athletically capable, that's all that really matters to me. You hear about the new YouTube viewers nerf? Yeah, it's not really impacting me, to be honest. Because yeah, I looked at mine, it's not impacting mine. I'm good. Last time I tested body fat, I was at 1.4, but it's on medical reasons. 1.4% is extremely low. The average person is at like 18 to 20 body fat percentage. I would say I'm probably at around like 20% body fat percentage right now. Probably my lowest was probably like 15, and that was when I was like not eating properly, like very, very bad. 1.4 is insane. I think at those levels, your body like starts to like, it starts to kind of like chip away at itself, right? And you feel like super, super weak. Bum, ba-dum, dum, bum, 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 bum. Ooh, okay. Don't mind if I do. 67 is average for fit people. Incorrect weight below 34 is not that great. But like I said, it probably it's wrong on me because I have a medical thing and I'm probably closer to 6. Yeah, I would say like the just based on what I know about, I mean like what I know about, I guess like fitness and stuff like that, I would consider like even that is like really, really low. Like 5% body fat percentage. Cause like that's what bodybuilders, like, you know, the ones that are performative, the performative ones, they aim for like 5%. But apparently that like takes a lot. Just based on like what I heard, and I know like the average like body fat percentage is around like, yeah, like 18 17 to 20. I think for like a just like a moderately athletic person, it's around 17 from what I recall. So, you know, based on my condition right now, I would assume, I haven't tested, but I would assume my body fat percentage is around like 20. Just as a guess. Good iron vein, not the biggest one that I've seen. Not bad, not complaining. Not complaining. Always on the hunt for more. Iron smelters, like, dude, guys, I'm smelting way too fast. Like, there's I'm actually, I think after the sponsor, I might consider just upping the prices of like copper and everything again. Just because I was getting so many sales, and I kind of missed that. I wanna get a ton. Even though I'm losing so much money, it's just like, I don't know, it's just fun for me to just constantly be smelting. It's kind of like inflicting, I'm self-sabotaging myself for what? Oh wait, is this you? Hey, I see your art stuff. I see your art stuff. Let's take a look here. That is sick. Yo, that first photo's freaking awesome. Does having a blast make a big difference if you already have a gauntlet? It does, because it balances out the cooldown. So, for example, I mean, it's not must have, but it's a nice quality of life. For example, it's a very circumstantial thing. So I'll break this, boom. I see this iron vein over here, boom. I'll blossom staff. So then it keeps the mining progression more consistent. So let's try that again. Bump to this one. We use the gauntlets. Okay, so and then we just reset again, so it's fine. You kind of have to keep like a mental tab on these. The reset is done. 1, 2, boom. And then this one, boom. I'll blossom staff it because it's 2 seconds, or it's 2 seconds to have that cooldown refresh. And so keeping tabs of it, you kind of get like this mental checklist of like when your cooldowns are done. So yes, the quality of life goes up for sure. Not only that, but sometimes for iron veins, it's just more convenient, I guess. Thank you, Leah. I appreciate it. Dude, no, of course. The first one is really cool. I mean, I can show you. I can show chat here. One sec. This one's pretty badass. I like this one a lot. I don't know, something with the shield. He reminds me a little bit of like a Dark Souls character. Or even like a Dark Souls character. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. It's very well done, because I suck at digital art. That's Doomslayer from his... Oh, okay. I suck at digital art. I know how hard it is for digital art, because I have tried. I was always a pencil or pen and paper sort of guy, and I used to think that was really good. I used to do like realism, and I drew a lot of anime characters, and I got like to the point where I was like very impressed with myself. And then I tried to switch over to digital art, and it was really freaking hard. So digital art is really not easy. The depth, something about the depth of it, or drawing depth, is really freaking tough. And I can't do it. And I kind of like grew past to the point where I don't really do art anymore. So it's just like, but I did try to learn it for a little bit, and I just couldn't do it. I suck at both. I mean, well, it took like years for me to get really good on like pen and paper, but it's just like, it's just skill. I sucked too when I first started. I wasn't able to draw anything. I was able to draw stick figures, but it's just like, if you really love something enough, you take time aside and you invest into those skills, right? So to say you suck just means that you just didn't you don't really have like that dying interest for it enough to get you to practice every single day. I don't have the right emojis to portray my feelings. That's okay. That's okay. Just know that you're doing a good job, and honestly, you only get better and better and better if you work more and more and more on it. And who knows, the more you're more than welcome to post all your art stuff in art posts on my Discord. And if somebody decides to commission you for Blossom Cash, dude, by all means, take it, man. Take it. I think that's going to be a great way. People do that on Blossom Craft, where people take in-game payments for their artwork. So if you get really good at drawing characters and stuff like that, or somebody really resonates with one of your pieces, don't be afraid to just, like do a commission for Blossom Craft. Go for it. Also, nobody sucks at art. You do art and it's art. It's not good or bad. Yes, it's subjective, right? It's extremely subjective. What somebody might find really good might not make sense to somebody else. And that's the joy of art, right? It's like music. Some people enjoy some and some people don't enjoy it. It's a form of art. So you're completely right in that regard. The only thing you should compare yourself is with your past self, not other people. You'll see that you don't suck. That is another reticle. You guys are preaching today. Damn, dude. That just well said. Really well said. A lot of the art I do for myself consists of really rough sketches only I truly understand. And sometimes that's the most important thing, right? You do these things and it should be for yourself. At the end of the day, you should be doing the things that make you happy, right? Not to impress other people. Because if you're doing something to impress somebody else, you might be in it for the wrong reasons. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 We're almost at 30.5 mil. Nice. Today is looking really, really, really good. Wait, did Silent Princess bell up? They did. Guys. Hey guys, we're at 30.5 mil. Let's freaking go. Yo, Silent's gonna ban me. Oh, you have a row left of emeralds here. Let me get some money. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. I have nothing to smell. I'm so sad. Bum, 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 bum. Dang it, I actually ran out of things to smell. How is this possible? What is happening? Wow. Too efficient. I'm smelting too efficiently right now. All right. I'm gonna go for my break now. Or I think the food should be here. I'm gonna take a little 30-minute break. We've been live for like 4 hours, a good halftime. I'm gonna try to go for 8 hours again today. Try to make myself. I'm gonna check out to 31 mil. That means that I went from. What did I start off with today? 29.5. I started off the day with 29.5 mil. So technically, I actually already made 1 million. Technically. But we're gonna go for 31, so that means I'll make 1.5 mil, which is actually a really good amount to make for the day. But we'll see. We don't know. We don't know. Okay, I'll be back in about 30 minutes, guys. back. It's 8. I looked up body fat. 1 to 5% bodybuilder. Yes. That, yeah, because I was watching a video about it, and I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, like even like something as like even 3% is super low. So they aim for 1 to 5%, yeah. For the stages, you know, the ones where you see like the dudes going like this. They're like, you know, they're like flexing on stage. Performative. And then 13 to 19% for like an athletic, like when I was probably in high school, I was probably around like 13 to 19% for sure. And then when I was working out last year, when I went to go get tested, it was like around like 17% or so. Probably around 17%. One sec. Sorry. Silent just said they had more money. Let's go. But since I'm not working out anymore, but since then, I would assume I'm around like 20 to 23% body fat now. Gonna work my way down because like I'm like, I don't know, I just want to get rid of some like, you know, some body fat and stuff. Considering I've been like streaming and just kind of sitting here for a while, like it takes about time that I take my health in my own hands. But yeah, sorry. I was like my attention there was like in 2 different spaces. Silent is like buying ores right now, and I have a ton of just like ton of ores just kind of sitting around right now, so I'm just trying to get rid of them. I just got another 60,000, and then we're gonna see if we can maybe take some more later. Thank you, Stag. Let's get back to grinding. We're gonna get to 31 mil, which is gonna be light work. Honestly, getting to 31 mil is actually gonna be really easy. We're really close already. 500k away. That should be roughly 3 hours. 4, 5, 6, 7. So by the end of the stream, I should hit like, yeah, roughly 31 mil. So that's actually that's a really good day for me. If I hit 31 mil early, then I might wrap up early and then just start scripting for another guide video. I feel like people have been requesting more guides and stuff. But also I think the one that's more in demand currently is like what mods I use. I think you guys are really curious about that actually more than a guide. So I think first things first, I gotta make a mod video and just figure out where I can find all the mods so you guys can all download them. And then after that, I'll make a new guide video, new player guide video for you guys. My last one hit like nearly 10,000 views now. And so I think it's about time that we make an updated one for 2025. The last one was in 2024. It's good that I think it's good to just make one every year. As long as I'm playing Blossom Craft. So we'll make another one. Which I kind of already have an idea for the structure for that video. You know, honestly, the times that I actually think about videos and scripting and all that stuff is it happens in the shower, which is kind of weird. Like I always think about like the video structure's always in the shower. It's always that same exact moment. I think showers are kind of a moment for me to kind of think. And I really do like showers. But sometimes I can spend too long in there. Because like I'm like just like thinking. But the way that I want my next guide video to be structured is that I'm going to start on a fresh account. And then just show how to make a claim. Well, first things first, yeah, like, you know, starting off with the claim. And then Probably like talking about like the whole pinata system and the vote system and why people want to vote. Then we're gonna get into elaboration for all the free rank perks. But then of course we're gonna get into the paid rank perks and why you want to. We're gonna dabble with, oh, is the server now pay to win and stuff like that. And like, you know, just talk about like some really good topics and kind of show visually like how a new player can navigate then with quests and then money making. So I'm assuming this next guide video is gonna be like 30 minutes long. It's gonna be a long one, but at least there'll be like a good guide. You know what I'm saying? Shower thoughts? No, yeah, exactly. It's just like I really do have the best like ideas. I think the best ideas for me come from the shower for sure. Not bad, that guy's hot. So I'm still kind of digesting too. I realize too, whenever I eat and I yap a little bit too hard, I get a little bloated. So I might just be quiet to just focus on digesting a little bit. Drop it like it's hot. And I'm like really into my book right now that I want to finish another chapter because it's getting really good. Like right now I'm on a chapter where they're talking about this dude. I forgot his name, like Edwin or something like that. I forgot his name, but pretty much he was like an outstanding here. I'm gonna yap a little bit. I mean, it's your guys' choice if you guys want to listen or not. But this is great. This is great for me because then I can kind of like I can just think about the things that I read. But he pretty much was like an outstanding guy. He had a family, he had children, loving wife, a well-paying job, office job, and he was known to be like the nicest guy ever, and he was an outstanding worker, right? What ended up happening one day was he started getting these migraines, really bad, and we're not talking about like oh, just take an Advil. This is what the book said. It's not. It wasn't just take an Advil or Tylenol and you know, like just move forward. It was mind drilling. It was like to the point where he just was unfunctional, and so he had to go check himself into the doctor. And so they gave him a sort of scan, I guess, for a brain scan of some sort. And they were like, "Hey, listen, you have a tumor." And he's like, "Oh, you know, that explains that." So, luckily they caught it. Luckily they caught the tumor and they were able to actually remove it, right? Hey, problem solved, right? Remove the tumor. They were able to do it in his brain. Boom. He goes back to work. But what ends up happening is he starts to struggle with focusing. He starts, or not focusing, but he starts struggling with decision making. Like, he starts to miss work. He doesn't go to his kids' baseball game or like recitals and stuff like that. He doesn't do any of that because instead of going to his kids' recital, he'd much rather binge a show. Or instead of you know, showing up to work meetings, he's trying to buy a new stapler. And so it got to the point where his wife was like, "Hey, like, you know, you're not making good decisions here." Like, and it slowly turned into arguments. And him and his wife started fighting. And she just couldn't understand why, you know, he just can't make good decisions and what change, you know, like what's going on. So his wife eventually, you know, just divorces him and he's like, "Oh, whatever." Whatever. He ends up getting remarried and he actually ends up getting scammed first. He gets into like a fake relationship or something like that, and then that person ends up scamming him. And then he gets into another one, and yeah, they all just used him for money because he had a good paying job. He had money. Eventually, his job lets him go because he couldn't make proper decisions at work, and the company was now starting to lose money at the expense of, like, you know, like his incapability. So it got to the point where he got homeless. He becomes homeless, and his family starts to feel bad. His brother especially. So his brother takes him in and starts housing him, but he also ends up taking him to a doctor to get another brain scan because there's obviously there's something wrong about this guy, right? Like he's not making good decisions. He doesn't know he doesn't have his priorities straight anymore when he used to be this stellar guy, right? Boom. He brings him into a doctor and they're saying that he is a perfectly functional human being. He can make small talk. He can make conversation. The brain scans come back, and it's as though he is fine. He's perfectly fine, pretty much, right? So, you know, they're just like, what the hell is up with this guy? Like what's going on with him? Pretty much, right? But then I think the doctor advises, I think the doctor recommends him to go to a different sort of checkup because they were testing, because all those tests that he passed with flying colors was based on brain activity. It didn't test him on feeling. So he goes to this person, I guess like another doctor of some sort, maybe like a sort of like a therapist almost. It could be a therapist actually, something more psychological rather than seeing the health of the brain. It was more psychological. And so they go and they ask him questions and stuff like that, and it got to the point where the I guess the doctor was like, okay, so like why why would you rather watch a show rather than go to your kid's recital or baseball game? And also asked him, why couldn't he why couldn't he make proper decisions at work and didn't have his priorities? Why was he not showing up to meetings? And then it was in that moment where he's like, I don't know. He said it straight up. He's like, I don't know why. I don't know why I do these things. And something kind of clicked with the doctor, and it was like, yeah, there's definitely like a lack of emotion and feeling. Though I'm not finished this chapter yet. This is all I read up to. And then I think I finished it off with, they started showing him photos of like, it's kind of crazy, but started showing him photos of like people who, were in like natural disasters, like showing him all these things, and he had absolutely no reaction. And even he commented himself, he was like, wow, like he's like, he said that I should be feeling something right now, but I don't. And even he was shocked himself, but like he also didn't understand why. And he even referenced himself, like his old self. He was like, oh, I feel like if you were to show me this like a year or two ago, I would be freaking out right now, but for some reason I'm not. And so that's kind of where I left off, but I'm assuming, yeah, it's probably going to lead up to some sort of moral or something to do with, I guess, like brain. I don't know. The book is so freaking good, man. The book is so good. I love what Mark Manson is doing. He talks about like these people. It turns out this is probably going to be somebody that maybe is like very famous, or could be, I don't know. He likes to do that. He's like, yeah, that person turned out to be, Elon Musk. I don't know. We'll see. Again, not finished the chapter yet, but the book is getting really, really good, and I'm really excited to do some of my readings tonight and figure out what's going on with this dude and why he is the way that he is. We do know that, like, yeah, it's definitely something to do with the tumor getting removed, but yeah. I don't know if anybody listens to that, but that was that's just, I'm just excited. I'm excited to read tonight. Nice. Oh my gosh. Okay, this iron vein is gonna be really, really big. It's gonna kind of like break at it a little bit. Just trying to see where the trail ends here. So then we can work our way around it. Okay, so kind of ends there. I think I've gotten really good at like navigating around like iron veins, but it is still quite tedious when you are trying to get like the most out of these veins. Okay. Looks like it's kind of like, yeah, okay, trails off at in this section, which it looks like either me or somebody else was breaking. So it looks like they didn't realize that there was actually more over here. Let's say. Nice, yeah, it's pretty freaking big. Damn, dude. A lot. Okay, it looks, no, actually, I think it keeps going. Nope, actually, might be done. Nice. Okay, we finished off that trail. Let's go back and... Oh, it actually is more over here. Oh, yeah, no, there's a lot. Okay. Let's just go back over here. There was quite a bit that I did not take. Nice. Oh my gosh. And guys, chat, that is why you want Aurora Carver plus Infinity Pickaxe. I mean, how else are you gonna figure out, you know, where these iron veins end without these two exposing items? Very, very, very useful. Very circumstantial. You don't have to use it every cooldown, but if you find these iron veins, very, very helpful for these, dude. Look at this. Dude, I'm gonna wait for the cooldown again because it looks like it keeps going. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Nice. Okay, let's see if it continues going from over here. I think this. We'll see. We'll see. No, looks like there's quite a bit actually. Yeah. Goes down here too. It might keep going actually, guys. Oh my gosh. Taking me down this rabbit hole. Let's see. No, it keeps going. Wow, what the heck is happening? Okay, I gotta make sure that I'm not losing where I'm coming from here. Yes, I think this might... No, there's still more. What is that? What is this? Okay, no, it ends off right here. Okay. Nice. Okay, we can go back now. And, holy crap. Wait, there's some that I missed over here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, that might be the end of this trail. Nice. And then we go back up, making sure that we're not losing our starting point. And then over here, we're back. Okay. Let's put these away. And let's keep it going. I'm just gonna break the outer layer over here. Yeah, it looks like it keeps going. Okay. Wow. What about on here? Love your love. Oh my gosh, wait, there's still that section over there too. Yeah, let's just go over here. Okay. Not a good sign. We're next to lava. We don't want our iron to disintegrate in the lava. See some over here. Yeah, it looks like that's kind of where it ends for this little trail here, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, now we can go back. And then we tackle this side over here, which I think it continues growing. We need exposer items. Okay. Okay. Yeah, before we tackle this, actually, let me just double check. We're kind of like in a cave, lush cave? It doesn't look like there's any other iron veins around. Okay. Let's just finish this up. This might be the last bit of it, hopefully, because like we have been spending a lot of time on this vein. This was actually pretty big. This one was big, but it was scattered, which I'm not a huge fan of. Because it just means just more time breaking them down, but I do really enjoy collecting the iron and then just kind of like looking at all the shulkers of iron that I accumulate over time. It does feel quite rewarding. And then when a map artist is looking for the blocks, I just end up selling it to them for at a loss because it's just fun. It's just fun for me. I think we might be done the vein here. That might be it. I think we're good. Okay, it's back to business. Negative 54. And that's how you evaluate a iron vein to see and determine whether it's a big one or a small one. Small ones you can kind of just tell, like if the tails or the trails is kind of starts thinning out, that's how you know. But the best way to kind of like guarantee to know whether your iron vein that you discovered is about to, or is big or small is just ore exposing items, especially something like the Aurora Carver or the Infinity Pickaxe. And it's like a little fun reveal too. It's like, okay, is this gonna be a big one? And you can instantly tell based off of like using the ore exposing items, you can tell right off the bat like if it's gonna be a big one or not. I'm just gonna hold on to these. $1,728 multiplied by 250. Dude, I made like 400,000 off those emeralds. Holy crap! Holy crap! I just realized I made 400,000 off those emeralds, guys. That's crazy. Just sitting around in my PW. Nobody was buying them, so I just wanted to get rid of them. And it'd be such a waste for me to place and break them, right? Oh my gosh, this one is actually. This is actually a freaking huge iron vein. I'm not. Rather. Okay, if we go back down here, there's still more, right? Dude, I'm actually. This one is so big, I'm actually getting kind of lost. Oh my gosh, okay. Okay. I have to. Okay. Yo, what's up, Hubuscus? Welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, I'm trying to finish up this iron vein because this is like I'm just bumping into some like really big ones. It's kind of insane. Okay, I think we're done with that side. Now we can go back to the other one, which was like gigantic. If the skeleton leaves me alone. Okay, so here we go. The old vein miner gauntlet would have demolished. Dude, that's some of those. There's some days where I just miss it so freaking much. Like, I really freaking do. But unfortunately, it was causing issues. I do miss it a lot though. What boots am I using? I'm using the Hephaestus strides from the Odyssey 2 crate. It's my favorite pair of boots for paired up with the Sunbloom. Man, there's. Yeah, I'm not complaining because, like, you know, like iron veins are good. You know, it's money and everything. It's just like, damn, bro, they can just get so big and tedious. Look at this. Okay. Okay, we're back down here, which is not even done yet, guys. Believe it or not. Let me just break this, break this. Okay, it looks like it's almost done, but there was this one section that just had... Where was it? It was here, yeah. Okay. What are you making? These ones are kind of spread out, though. This one might be easy. I don't know, something random. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, dude, as long as you're having fun, right? As long as you're having fun. I'm just, doing my same old, which is just mining, but I'm actually having a good time. Oh my god, okay. I'll use a watch from break. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. We're gonna tackle this iron vein. Hopefully, it's not much bigger than this, because like I don't know if I can handle it. I it just comes to the point where it's just like, if the iron vein is just like too much, it just doesn't become enjoyable to harvest it anymore. Like in those moments, I just use a blossom staff and I call it a day. I'm like, I'm done. Okay. I think that might be the end of the trail there. No, it's not. It's not. No, it is. It is. Oh, that is the end of the trail. Nice. Okay. It's not tonight. I think that might be it, actually. Nice. Okay, I'm not even gonna try to look for more of it. I'm just gonna go back to -54. Uh was bored in class. I took 2 mechanical pencils and stripped it into the case. Make something random with the cases. Okay. Sounds like a fun little art project. Diamonds, how I have missed you, and gold. Nice. That's a lot of diamonds in a row there, actually. Nice. Let's actually take a look to see how our auto crafter is doing. We got 2 shulkers of block of raw iron now. Ooh, nice. We like to see that. That's what I like to see. Some gold. Okay, so here's the plan here. I'm running out of things to smelt. So I'm just gonna grab these and I'm just gonna smelt it. You know what? I'm out of things to smelt, so you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Get that extra bonus cash. Like, the sun's not setting. It's only 3 p.m., but is it kind of cloudy or something right now? The room doesn't look too dark, right? Yeah, but just those 3 shulkers, one shulker of block of raw gold and 2 shulkers of block of raw iron. That should make me like, nearly 100k right there, because of the block iteration. So no, not again, not again. So these are just one of those circumstances where I'm kind of tired of iron veins. So what we'll do is that, and we just move forward. Just hope that it's not a gigantic one, or else that's just gonna be painful to lose. But out of sight, out of mind, we just move forward. Ooh, beautiful. Another one, another one. Yeah, bump into a lot of these right now. Okay, it looks like that's the end of the trail there. Unless... Or not. Or not! Oh my gosh. Okay, okay, okay. Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh my gosh. The iron veins just don't stop, man. Dude, at this point, yeah. Yeah, I think that might be it for the iron vein, though. I think we're dead. We're good. We're good. We just move forward here. That... But I swear, if we bump into another... Oh my gosh. Stop. Stop. I don't want to play this game anymore. Oh my gosh. Dude, no more. No more. No more. No more. No. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, no, wait. Oh my gosh. The thing is, I can't resist, man. I can't resist the iron veins, man. Like, I see them and I just want to mine them. But it's just so many today. There's just way too many. Jesus. Okay. Okay. I think we're good on our vents. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, that's a nice diamond vein right there. $723. Oh my gosh, more diamonds. Another $700. Okay, that was huge. That was a lot of money. Like a Gorb tap right there. And more diamonds? What? Alright, alright. I need some pump up music right now. It's also chill. No, it's too chill. It's too chill. DJ, please. This is fine, actually. If it's not skeletons, I don't want it. Like, I mean, if you guys go to PW Forge, you guys can literally see how much iron I have accumulated right now. Here, I'll show you guys. PW Forge. These are all shulkers of block of raw iron. Nearly a double chest. I told myself that as soon as this gets to a double chest full, I'm just gonna smelt every single iron at that point, because it's like there's no demand for it, right? And I have more than enough supply to last me a little bit to in case somebody is looking to buy a crap ton. But I think map artist season is kind of over currently, so there's no like really map artists that are in demand for it currently. But as soon as art fair comes out again, if I have a double chest, it's gonna get eaten up really, really fast. It's like there's like certain seasons when raw iron is like very, very hot, but I think right now I could probably just smelt it. I think it's fine. And not only that, but like even like the iron, like the smelted iteration, which I have a lot of too, actually. Let me show you guys. Let's see. Let me just rack it all up. Yep. So these also are pretty popular as well. I have a bit more, I think, saved up, but yeah, I guess, and then I'll probably start selling these at PW Forge as well. Yeah. I mean, look at this. Oh shoot, never mind. I kind of just gave away a crap ton. Let's say gold. Come on, more gold? Any more? There should be, yeah. Gold. And just copper. I guess we can just go fill up Forge real quickly. I have so much accumulated. I have so much. It's crazy. This one, block of raw copper. I just gave away a bunch of them because I don't like it when these are full and they're just kind of sitting around doing nothing. So I just throw them away. Not only that, but guys, I dropped the shulkers of food down to $100. Shulkers of full food for $100. And I have like tons of food. So $100 per shulker of food if you guys need that. And then not only that, but I have a double chest full of a block of raw gold, shulkers of them now. Okay, that's not a hopper. But yeah, I'm becoming like a hoarder. I'm hoarding so much. I wonder why I tear myself down to rebuild back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I'll wake up young again. All that's left of myself toss my false confidence. Lay myself down. I'll wake up young again. Ooh, 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 ooh. I hope I wake up young again. No. And again. Down hurts down. Yourself. And I wonder why I tear myself down to rebuild back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I'll wake up young again. All that's left of myself is all false confidence. Up young again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Wake up young again. And I wonder why I tear myself down to rebuild back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I'll wake up young again. All that's left of myself is my false confidence. Myself down, hope I wake up young again. I tear myself down to rebuild back up again. Oh, I hope somehow I'll wake up young again. All that's left of myself. Lay myself down. I'll wake up young again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dude, it's like, why is it so dark outside? What's going on? It feels like it's nighttime right now, but it's not. It's like, I think the sun, I think it's cloudy right now. I think when I saw the weather forecast, it was cloudy, so that's probably what's going on. I did like it when when the sun was just beaming through my windows yesterday. It was pretty nice. It was a good feeling. Though my room was getting quite warm, it was good. It was good. So I hope the sun at least comes out because it's only 3:30 right now. Sorry, bad omens and weird fury. I look for a vibe right now. I don't know. Oh, I freaking love this song, dude. That's it. DJ, turn it up. Turn it up. Let me know if it's too loud, guys. Let me know if it's too loud. It might be actually. But you know what? Just for this song. I want you by my side so that I'll never feel alone again. They've always been so kind, but now they brought you away from me. I hope they didn't get your mind. Your heart is too strong. Anyways, the time they have stolen from us. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. Dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise. I remember when I first discovered the song, it was on repeat for like literally a month. When this song, when I first discovered it, it was so freaking good, man. So freaking good. I'm gonna sing the entire thing. Enjoy, enjoy. For me, shining anymore. The only thing I feel is pain, 'cause my absence of you all in my mind. That I'll never feel alone again. want you. We can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stone in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. I want you. We can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stone in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it. Milky Chance, so freaking good. I think there's actually a couple more songs by them that I really do enjoy. It's like a duo. But if you guys know that song, let me know. It was one of my favorites growing up. I have 6 like songs. Want you, we can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stone in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. Never danced like this before. We don't talk about it. Dancing on, do the boogie all night long. Stone in paradise, shouldn't talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it. I'm gonna play a couple more of their songs because they're so freaking good. Apparently the duo that made this song is actually very, very nice too. I think I heard a story about one of my friends actually just like randomly meeting them, and apparently they're just really, really chill and very nice. So I love supporting people like that, especially when it's like music or whatever, art. They're like really nice. I saw you dancing in a crowded room. You look so happy when I'm not with you. But then you saw me, caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eyes. I don't know why I run away. Ooh, I'll make you cry when I run away. Ba-da-da-da-da. Then, like I didn't care. I don't know why I run away. I'll make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. Your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. So I'm fully aware this is a cover of The Weeknd, but this is a good cover. Is that an Infinity Gauntlet? Yeah, it's one of the custom items from the server that we're playing on called Blossomcraft. Are you from Blossomcraft? I'll make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. Nope, I just donor show often, or wait, what does that mean? It definitely isn't your first time here, because it would have said first time chatter, so I guess, are you, let me see. Following since May. Oh, you don't show up often, I see, okay. Also, you're aware of this, the stream, but you just never played, I guess, like Blossomcraft before. That's chill. How did you end up finding me in the first place? The Rush Royale game. Rush Royale. I think it was like, yeah, there was one of the, that kind of rings a bell. I've done a lot of sponsors, so I don't remember entirely, but oh, merge tower defense. Okay. Actually, I liked that game a lot. That game was really freaking fun. With co-op. Yeah, that game was actually really enjoyable. I see. Okay. Well, welcome back to the stream. What brings you back, man? Heart just like mine. Until your heart breaks. The concept is fun, yes, but they made it hard to progress without spending any money. I hate it when games do that. I mean, yeah, like gacha games, or not gacha, but like mobile games just get greedier and greedier sometimes, and it does suck when, you know, like a game goes down that road where they're just pretty much taking advantage of their fan base, right? Nate, I remember now. Yes, you were actually carrying me, weren't you? Or like you were, yeah, you were like actually helping a lot of the players on the stream progress. I'm pretty sure from what I remember. I do remember you. Why did I just go back? What the hell just happened? They added a new level called Reincarnation, which is above the max level. Did you end up quitting the game, or what ended up happening with you in the game? Content creators quit and they used to buy everything. Oh wow. It sounds like the game kind of went downhill. I never got that sponsor again, so I'm assuming they probably pulled out of Stream Elements as well, which is the company that I work for. That is crazy. I think they're trying to kill off their game. From what it sounds like, I feel like they're just trying to release like really expensive content and then eventually just like close the game and then work on something else. Like yeah, no, that's terrible, man. Well, so what has been your like game and go-to game recently then? What have you been playing? Wow, I thought I'd never see you again. It's crazy because, you know, I meet a lot of new people come and go and stuff, but it is nice when you guys do come back, and then like, you know, I just need a little reminder about like, because you know, I spent a lot of time with different, I guess like chatters and everything, but Nate, I definitely do remember you, and I think I'm pretty sure you helped the players out, and you were alongside us during the entire sponsor, so that's really cool. Marvel Snap, Brawl Stars, Growtopia, we just okay. You don't own a PC, so you're just a mobile gamer. Do you play on a tablet or do you play like on a mobile phone? Mainly. I wish I was a disco boy. Disco boy. iPad Pro. Okay, you know that's a really good device actually. You know what's really cool? I started playing like Game Boy games on my iPad with my controller and everything. Because I have like a Bluetooth controller. I got sent this one from GameSir. This one's really cool actually. GameSir sent this one out to me. And what I can do is I can connect it to the iPad, and then I play like I've been playing like Pokemon and stuff on my iPad. And my iPad's like right there. You guys can see it on in frame next to my bed, so I can like play in bed with the controller. It's really nice. And so that I've been finding that really fun. You can do that on your iPad too. Our stream been pretty chill, honestly. I made a good amount of money again, and it's only 3:49, very early still, and we still got lots more that we want to make. It looks like Demon Pug is not hiding the claim blocks anymore, meaning he's number one Bao, but I'm very determined to take him down now. I've been saving enough to buy a PC, but I haven't done it because I'm not at a surplus in savings. Are you currently working, Nate? I'm from Canada. If you don't mind me asking, which country are you from? He's at 32 million, so I'm pretty freaking close. I started off the stream with 29.5, and now I'm at 30.8. Oh shoot, I'm from British Columbia, Vancouver. I mean that's common knowledge, but let me know if you're close. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me where you're from. Just tell me if you're close or not. Hello tonight. All right. That's actually so cool. I didn't know you were from Canada. I used to live in Alberta. I just recently visited Edmonton, which is why I'm wearing the shirt. You can see University of Alberta. I got this at the U of A. I've been asleep most of the day, though. Me and Amshi played Rivals, and I got too mad because of Panther. I'll play again. I'll play again this weekend or this Friday on stream. I'll play a little bit. We'll give away like 5 keys. How about that? Because I still want to get my battle up a little bit. I feel like I'm a little bit like lacking right now, so I'll play 5 games, or I mean I'll play until we win 5 games is what I mean for the stream, and then we'll just go back onto like we'll start the day off with like Blossom on Friday, and then play a little bit of Rivals. We'll see. I mean, it's a good way to end off the weekend, I guess. And we have to play with the community. A lot of players do play from stream, so I mean, I don't mind just playing a little bit. You know, just hanging out and stuff. Ontario, okay, fair enough. Not bad. Other side of where I'm from, but hey, hello, dude. Hello. If you do end up getting a PC, would you ever consider playing on the server with us, with our community? Because if you would, I mean, I don't know if it. Honestly, I don't even know. Like, since you don't have a PC, I don't know if this would be like your style of game. Like, since you've been playing like mobile games and stuff like that, I do wonder what kind of games would you be dabbling with if you did end up getting a PC. Me and her played ranked last night. We got to plat 2. For me, gold 2, because for her, we had different starting tanks. Or ranks. I see, okay. How much, wait, Sue, I'm kind of curious. Sorry, really random question. How much debt do you have left? I'm kind of just curious. I want to see how much you're tackling. Or how much you tackled so far. Or are you done the debt, maybe? I feel like that's also possible. 7 mil. What's been your money-making method currently? Oh, right, you gambled Fables. I totally forgot about that. I forgot. But you did get some carvers and stuff, and you got some pendulums too, right? Dude, Fables is such a fun crate to gamble though, I can't lie. Cannot lie. Yeah, they're highly valuable, man. They're like the carvers, Astral Pendulum. They're good. PvP and Battle Royale. Okay, fair enough. I feel like you might like dabble with like League of Legends, Valorant, maybe like Apex. I think dude, I feel like you're gonna have so many games to try out, because like I'm probably you wouldn't even know what you would be into. So it's gonna be like this like overwhelming like thing where if you do end up getting a PC one day, it's like, what games do I play? Because there's so much out there, and a lot of them are free too. So hey dude. I'm gonna probably mush you for the 7 mil. I got my mining fund in. Just waiting for the resource world to reset, to be honest. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm kind of like destroying it. Kind of really destroying it. Like, what are we at? Nearly 30 million on my Sunbloom. Almost 100 mil for my hero stat. 98 mil right now. And yeah, I probably made a dent already since the expansion. But I'm still, honestly, I'm still having a good time with like, you know, the mining loadout and everything. It's still been really, really enjoyable. It's enjoyable. I just need a quick, consistent money, and I can mushy mindlessly and do stuff on my phone. That's true. Yeah. Like mushy, it is like the most consistent money that you can get. It's like it's without a doubt, and it's there's like no variables, or there's only like one variable, which is like the cooldown of the mushy, right? And then as long as you're breaking that fast enough, which with the Atlas axe, it should be super easy to clear that out really efficiently. And then just, you know, you're just throttled by the cooldown of the mushy. I definitely tried League, Fortnite, so yeah, those are some pretty good titles. I played League of Legends for like, when I first became a streamer, I was a League of Legends streamer for like a couple years, and then I ended up just doing this now, like just Blossom Craft, because I'm a partner with the server, and I promote it, and I do have a good time playing this on and off stream. And I found some balance for it to be my kind of like full-time living, for now, I guess. You were right there all along. But yeah, for the longest time, I thought I was gonna go pro in League of Legends, and it turns out I suck at the game. I peaked gold, and that was literally it. that was enough for me. And then turns out I just like more chill games. Man, Fortnite doesn't even run on my PC anymore. They added too much randomness. Yeah, my sister is actually a Fortnite streamer, so her and I, we both make content and stuff. Of course, I dabbled with the content creation since I was like very, very young, but she recently started doing like streaming and stuff, and she's found some success with like Fortnite. For me, it's Minecraft. I really do like Blossom Craft a lot. I did try Fortnite, but it's just it's just not my flavor, you know? It's not a bad game by all means. It's just not my flavor. I can't play that for hours upon hours. Whereas like how I know a game is good and enjoyable for me is if I can play it for hours and hours and feel good. But if I play a game like for like longer than 3 hours, and if I start feeling like crap, that's how I know that that game's not gonna last for me. Yeah, and it also like I never once considered like Fortnite streaming. I feel like the game also got a little bit easier as well. But yeah, I never considered it because like you know with the games that you play you attract a certain audience, you know. Fortnite, there's a lot of kids, and some can be wholesome, but you're bound to get a lot more trolls on your stream. I used to get a lot of trolls for like I guess Blossom Craft from time to time, but now it's a bit more moderate with the trolling, I guess. Or at least I learned how to handle them a little bit better with my experience on Twitch. But they were extremely annoying, even with Minecraft. But Blossom Craft is more of a niche, and what's good about it is that if somebody starts trolling on stream, there is like potential repercussions if they start saying some like outrageous stuff, because if they value their time on Blossom Craft, then I can easily report them, right? Because I'm affiliated. So there is like that level of like repercussions. So people are a bit more moderate with what they like, you know, say and do to me on stream. I got that Blossom Craft protection barrier. I'm also like, I would say I'm like pretty protected by the mods as well. Since the very beginning, becoming a partner, they were like fully aware that there was gonna be like, you know, bad apples that, you know, just want to see a reaction out of a streamer, and so the mods just always had my back since the very beginning. Now, like, you know, like especially starting off, now I'm kind of like, you know, they kind of let me go. They're like, you know what, like, Leo has grown a lot, and this is what I think, you know. As a whole, but I feel like they think I've grown a lot and I can probably just handle my own now, which is completely true. But they used to always be around, and they used to always just protect me, and that was really sweet of them to kind of get my footing in the community. And you know, here I am now, like 2 years or 3 years? 3 years now? Holy crap, I'm losing track of time. And I'm just chilling. They're super nice. The moderators of Blossom Craft are super like they're just a pleasure to play with. or play alongside. I would consider me or the mods and I to be like a team, you know? Like we kind of both work for the server, but in our own ways. Like, you know, they moderate and I create like, you know, the informative videos and content, I guess, for the server, and we work alongside together. It feels like we're like co-workers, but not in the same department. That's what it always felt like. But a lot of them come out and they support too, and they ask me how I'm doing and stuff. And I'm always going to be so grateful for the Blossomcraft moderators, staff team. And also, you know, it's funny that we have well, Darcy is like my best friend, and I mean, you may have seen Darcy around. He's pretty much my best friend, and we started a LeooKnightus guild together, the guild, and LeooKnightus Rentals, and then we made a lot of content together, like, you know, for like, you know, random variety games and stuff. And we're gonna be starting a survival series together for YouTube. And we call every Thursday just to, like, you know, just do like meetings, catch up on, like, you know, maybe some stuff that's going on the server and everything. And it's really, really nice. And she is a senior moderator, and with like the whole like LeooKnightus guild and everything, or the LeooKnightus Rentals, we have Kelv, who's another staff on Lotus. They are I think they're a senior moderator as well, actually. Well, love me for right now before you leave me. Gonna hurt. Bum bum bum. For right now before you leave me. Oh, love me for right now before you leave me. Props to them. I personally couldn't be a mod again after my last server. They're strong will, but that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I see only just a little bit of what they have to tolerate, because, you know, Blossomcraft in general is just full of kids, right? It's just full of children. There are, you know, like adults like such as myself and a bunch of others, but the ones that are the loudest are the ones that are youngest, right? You know, drama and stuff, like, you know, fighting over like dumb things, like, you know, and then they have to get into the middle of it. And then even sometimes people just bash on mods, like, for what? There used to be like this like really bad hate culture against moderators, and I never understood that. And I used any opportunity that I could to give them a shout out, like, you know, give the moderators a shout out, because the people, I don't think a lot of people understand the amount of like stress that they, you know, they have to tolerate to keep the server to be like a safe place for all of us. And so I just don't understand the hate for moderators when they're literally just doing their job. Like, yeah. But it's like the same reason, like, you know, like I wouldn't understand if somebody like who hated me, you know, when I do everything that I can to, you know, ensure that I'm being a good influence on the server and helping other players as much as I can. I just wouldn't understand if somebody hated me, just how I wouldn't understand why somebody would hate a moderator, I guess. The hate culture formed due to people abusing their roles and being too controlling. I don't often see it anymore, thankfully. I don't really see that happening, and I'm on all the time. It doesn't seem like, I mean, from what I can, I guess, like, see in like public chats, and I'm pretty active. It seems like I can only speak on behalf of Lotus because I'm here all the time, but it seems like Lotus is doing okay. And there's some lovely mods on other servers too that come out and watch me. In general, server. Oh yeah. I guess it's the problem. I think some people become moderators. I mean, they're like, you know, it's kind of like how like some people become like law enforcement, and then they kind of abuse that power. I think it's a psychology thing. Some people, they aren't meant to be given power because they don't know how to moderate it. You know what I'm saying? Growtopia is like an economy-based sandbox game, but it's in 2D. I never heard of that one before. Blossomcraft is economy-based though. It's pretty freaking fun. For me at least. But yeah, I think like power spikes and stuff like that. I mean, there probably things like that probably did happen on Blossomcraft. I'm not saying all the mods are perfect, but the ones that I know personally, and you know the ones that come out and everything, for the most part, like the ones that are on Lotus, I don't see anything. Another iron vein. I just noticed it. I don't see anything like that happening here as of recently. I guess. Oh my gosh. Hey, Nate, if you're looking for another game to play, we are currently on the Matchmaster sponsor mobile game. It's also kind of that competitive aspect, just like how the Royale game was. Except it's more puzzle. Like it's kind of like Candy Crush meets like Clash Royale. But if you wanted to download using our affiliation link to come to support the channel, just by playing a game, I would really appreciate that. But no pressure. Just if you're looking for something to play recently. Big Iron Vein. Damn. Oh, Demeter's Touch is really good. Another dude, I pulled so many Chimera altars, it was actually kind of annoying. I pulled like 7 of them, and that was actually kind of sad. Out of 30 keys, I pulled 7 Chimera altars. Yo, what's up, Buskus? I rolled an Odyssey key. What did you get? And what did you get? I still see your shadows in my room. Can't take back the love and I hate you. No point where I... Oh, Erebus. Hey, nice. That one's really good for map art. I would recommend selling it if you don't need it. They're going for like a decent price on Lotus at least. I won't let you forget me. They need to add backpacks, but bundles are a good start. Copper Golem tools are the only cool things that are coming into... Like in Blossomcraft or just in Minecraft in general? Easier said than done. I thought you were the one listening to my heart instead of my... Yo! Another carver. Yeah, apparently the new update's gonna be huge. The copper golems are really freaking cool. Like... Dude, Fables is actually your crate. I'm not even gonna lie. The Aurora wings are pretty sick. I have these lucid dreams. Yeah, they sort the chests and everything. It's pretty cool, I guess, but I don't think Blossomcraft would benefit off of actually maybe they would. Maybe. They can so yeah. I think Blossomcraft can actually really do benefit off of copper golems. You wouldn't need a whole like redstone contraption for like these backpacks. I think because you can link your astral pendulum, which is a custom item, to like a double chest. So you can throw everything to here, and then the copper golems can just organize it for you. That'd be pretty freaking cool, actually. It would also add more value to copper. The shops would pop off with that, yeah. But and there would probably be a lot of entity lag. Everybody would be using golems, and it might actually pose an issue potentially for the server. Like they would have to limit how many golems you could use in a chunk. I still see your shadows in my room. Can't take back the love that I gave you. It's to the point where I love and I hate you, and I cannot change you, so I must replace you. Oh, easier said than done. I thought you were the one listening to my heart instead of my head. I figured out how to make custom trades for villagers a few days ago. That used to be really, really popular, like within like the first season of Blossom Craft. Start of ban. And then now villager outposts are not that popular anymore. Apparently copper is weaker than iron but stronger than stone, meaning it breaks stuff faster than stone, but cannot mine diamonds. You can make copper tools now? Who knew evil girls had the prettiest face? Copper crate. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, well, Blossom Craft would have to update first, I guess, but I'm kind of excited. I would like to see that new update get implemented into Blossom Craft for sure, but we probably won't see that for a long time. My mama called, see you on TV, sunset don't change ever since we was young. They can just make a leather. No, people would know. People have like a way to figure out what the base items are for items. I don't know how they do that, but it's pretty cool. People I need another song here. I need something we can vibe out to. I don't know this one. No. No. Okay, I feel like if I skip this, you guys will kill me. Wait, who bought it? How much did you sell for? 300k? The song is actually so freaking good. 500k, damn, dude, you profited. That's a good profit right there. Stonks. I wonder if chainmail armor or copper is stronger. I would have no clue, honestly. We're on Blossom Craft, we're on 1.21.1, so we're pretty behind, honestly. We're kind of cavemen. Oh, fair. Okay. In that case, I respect that. I respect that. Dude, when the sun dropped, man. It's so good. I haven't heard it in a long time, too. It is from Dun Dun Dun. I didn't really finish the first season. I watched like halfway through. Couldn't finish it, but the opening was always so banger. Man. Dude, it's creepy nuts. They do such an amazing job with their music, honestly. Very unique. It's something that like you don't they have such a distinct sound that you know it's creepy nuts. I think it's interesting, but I wouldn't watch it in front of other people. Fair enough. I didn't even finish the first season, but I watched it with my friend when I used to live in my old house, and we watched like a couple of episodes, and I kind of just left it there. I wasn't really interested enough to like really, I guess, finish it. And I know there's a new season, but it is kind of weird. It is a little bit weird, I'm not gonna lie. Like not everybody's taste. Ooh. I watch with my hubs. Well, oh. There's a couple of moments where, you know, I did laugh, but it's just like, again, it's like, I guess it's not for everybody. I've only ever been to Toronto or Ontario and Quebec. I've never seen other provinces again. I would recommend. I mean, I would recommend visiting. I guess Vancouver. Vancouver is pretty nice. Is where I'm from. I used to live in Quebec. I used to live in Montreal, for like half of my childhood, and now my forever home is here in British Columbia. I love the mountains. I love the trees. I love the nature and the mixture of the city as well. It's just a nice balance, though it is like really expensive. Want to talk horde art style? Look at One Piece. Oh, I mean their earlier season, 100%. But like I think their newer stuff, is amazing. Their newer artworks is really good, and I think Jujutsu Kaisen is kind of like imitating what One Piece is doing with their current seasons, in their new season. So I'm super excited to see that kind of a slower animation style for their fights. So it's gonna be really freaking cool. I'm actually really stoked. Did you know Newfoundland became a part of Canada in 1949? Before that, it was a British Dominion. Interesting. I did not know that. I feel like as a Canadian myself, I forget about Newfoundland. It's like very small. But that's cool. That's very, very recent in terms of like history. Nice, 2 petals. Let's go. We take those. We take those. We take those. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The only reason why I joined Canada is because the wars almost bankrupted Britain and it couldn't afford to subsidize Newfoundland, so it held a referendum to become independent or join Canada. I guess that's cool. That means altogether they decided, to just join Canada. That means there's like no like really like there's like no like hate or anything like that, or like wanting to, like, they were actually given the option whether they wanted to become independent or not. That's actually kind of cool. To see their I guess like little town or yeah, join together and be like, yeah, you know what, let's go join in on Canada. That's cool. I mean, it's good. It's good that they did join. I don't think they would have. I don't think they would have survived on their own. That would have been a lot of pressure for them to go independent. Is Newfoundland a state, or sorry, I mean not a state, a province? I forgot my geography. Let me just double check here. Newfoundland. Yeah, it's a province. Oh, okay. Yeah, the population's probably really small. It's 500,000 people in Newfoundland. Yeah, they wouldn't. I don't think, and that was 80 years ago too, so it was even smaller. It probably, I wouldn't even be surprised if it was 80 years ago. Dude, it probably would have been like 200,000 people or something. Cause like I think we're multiplying faster, right? I think people are reproducing quicker nowadays. I know there was like the boom era where everybody was just having a family. So actually, maybe I think we slowed down a little bit actually, but I don't know why. Why was it back in like the 70s or the it was the 70s? Everybody just wanted to have a family and everybody was just like make families. Because there was like baby boomers. I think it was because it was after the war. It was after the wars, right? World War II. I gotta get a little history lesson here. Yeah, because that generation was called they were called baby boomers. Canada only truly gained full independence in 1982. That is when the British gave Canada their ability to after its constitution. Let's go, Britain. We love you. Our mother country. Well, the history behind that was actually the Europeans that that kind of like, I guess, invaded Canada and like I guess like took the land from the First Nations people. It was the French, I think, right? Was it the French? I need a history lesson here. Oh my gosh. Who invaded Canada first and took the land from the First Nations? It was Jacques Cartier. And then there was the permanent settlements. Okay, so it was the French. Yes. So it was the French actually who first uh establishing a key settlement at Quebec City in 1608. Yeah. And then eventually what ended up happening was, I'm pretty sure Britain, because Britain and France, or the French and Britain always had like wars over like I guess like property or like land and stuff like that. And I guess France lost. Was it France? Yeah, France lost against Britain, and then Britain eventually took over Canada. But it was first the French people that kind of like took over Canada. An interesting history, actually. There's a French island very close to Nunavut, almost such a called Saint Pierre's. It is owned by France and not considered a part of Canada. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. I think because they became more civil, right? Like I think Britain and France became a bit more civil with each other over the years. Like, but they had a huge rivalry like hundreds of years ago. Like for the longest time, it was like those two that were always at each other's throats. And it's kind of funny because, well, not I learned this from my English teacher who was actually from Quebec. And she said that like, so back in the day, like a long time ago in the wars when they still used arrows and stuff, like bow and arrows, what they would do is since like bow and arrows were considered like a very superior weapon because you're able to pretty much attack from at a range, right, rather than fighting with swords. So what would happen is, so the British people, or the Britain would capture French soldiers. They wouldn't kill them, but what they would do is they would capture their archers and cut off their middle finger. So because it was very crucial for them to use their middle finger to shoot a bow and arrow. And they would cut off their middle finger, so they would pretty much be useless in war, and they would send them back. And what they would do, as a mockery, is they would flip them off with the middle finger, because it wasn't as a way to say, screw you. It was a way for them to be like, haha, you don't have a middle finger. So you like, it's kind of like mocking them. That's actually, I'm pretty sure that's the history of the middle finger. Fun fact. I learned that from my English teacher. If that's wrong in any way, then blame my English teacher. The French took over Canada after the First Nations. Then the British had the 7-Year War, defeated the French. Then Britain allowed the French to keep their language rights, which is a part of the reason the French didn't join the American Revolution. Weird how Canada owns Quebec, but not St. Pierre's Island. I don't know too much about that, actually. Let me search that up real quick. Oh yeah, so Saint Pierre and Miquelon is now a part of Canada. It's a French territory collectively located off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Yeah, dude, you're actually spitting facts right now. Damn. Interesting. The finger fact was always so interesting to me. I've shot a bow and you can vouch. I think it's because they trained for years with their middle finger and it developed, like, you know, like their middle fingers eventually developed muscles. If you're going to be shooting arrows at, like, you know, for hundreds and hundreds of yards, I'm assuming, you know, but I mean, they could technically retrain, but I'm assuming the soldiers trained for years upon years since maybe they were children, to the point where their middle finger was like a very crucial part of their you know, their learnings. And yeah, they could probably relearn, but they wouldn't be as effective as a soldier that has been training with their middle finger for years, I guess, right? But I also, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the British people that did that to the French. Maybe that could have happened vice versa. Maybe they were doing it to each other, not just one side doing it to the other, but maybe they were doing that to each other, because I mean, bow and arrows were kind of like the weapons of war of the time, right? And then it turned to muskets and stuff. It is crazy how we evolved. Went from horses on and bow and arrows, and or it went from swords, axes, and then to bows and arrows, to eventually muskets on like horses, and then it went from that to actual, like, you know, AR rifles and tanks and attack helicopters. It's crazy, dude. The evolution of war. Though I feel like war is so unnecessary. If the French won the 7-Year War instead of the British, Canadians would be speaking French mostly today. Oh, 100%. Yep. Completely. That'd be 100% true. And unlike the British, the French never give peaceful notice, so it would be the French territory forever. Okay, so when I was living in Quebec, I did have a really bad experience, unfortunately, with a lot of racism. Especially in like the education system, with other kids around the area and their parents, because I moved to Quebec from British Columbia, and they never considered me French and stuff like that, which is fair. It's totally valid. I'm not French, but they would hate me because I didn't speak French, and they were like, if you live in Quebec, you have to speak French. But it's actually kind of funny, because that was actually like their older way of thinking. They actually, the Quebecois is actually they're more civil now. Like, because all the kids grew up, right? All the kids are now, the kids that I knew growing up when I was a kid are now adults, and now they're kind of more chill now. But back when I was a kid, I used to get, like, you know, picked on by like the older generation, to tell me, yo, hey, speak French to me, or I'm not going to let you on my bus. I'm not gonna serve you if you don't speak French to me. You know, like, and then, like, you know, just being like just super mean. But now, you know, revisiting Montreal last December, going to malls and stuff, everybody spoke English. Nobody spoke French. And it was just so shocking, you know, growing up, living in a city where I had to put an effort to speak French, even though I didn't understand it, just to get get service. Now everybody's just speaking English, so I'm like, whoa, what the hell happened here? Wars as a whole have not been useless. Okay, what I mean by that is that I find wars, like, you know, nobody has to lose their lives. What causes wars in the first place, right? I think wars for rights is 100%, like, you know, valid, because you're pretty much fighting like a force that is, you know, like trying to take control. But, you know, in defense, 100%. But sometimes wars were just basically for territory, and it just countless of lives lost for what. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, food, resources, and stuff, and it's just like, it just eventually became greed, right? It eventually became greed. using soldiers as pawns for like, you know. And it's just like, it's crazy that even up till now, us as people, the most advanced that we've ever been in you know, in life, we're still struggling to get along with each other. Hey Nate, I like that idea. How about instead of wars, world leaders should start fighting each other? Yeah, instead of using pawns, you know, sending innocent men to go fight for their country. And why don't world leaders just go settle that? You know, if they hate each other so much, then why don't they go fight each other? Like, goddamn, bro, fight your own wars. Different idea, yeah, of course. I mean, disagreements is what different perspectives cause war, right? Not being able to find a middle ground and not agreeing with each other, believing that, you know, your own ideals are superior compared to somebody else's. Believing that, I guess, like, you know, the way that like your ideologies are yeah, more superior than somebody else's, then that's typically how wars start and stuff. And it's funny because it's world leaders that start these wars, right? They choose whether or not they want to go to war, and they're sending innocent men, and then there's war propaganda. They're trying to brainwash their people to fight for this cause, right? Yo, what's up, Gio? Welcome back to the stream, man. Yes, like LeooKnightus, right? But that would change how people would be elected. It's like, is this person physically strong, or do I believe in their policy? Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. It would be a little bit more primitive, I want to say, for world leaders to start fighting, because then it's just brute force, right? It's just like, I am more superior, therefore, and that's how technically the world was ruled back in the day. But yes, way back, like the Rome Empire ruled because they were more superior technically, right? LeooKnightus was one of the, I guess, leaders of the Spartans, and he was actually he was an insanely skilled Spartan and warrior. If you guys know about the story of the 300 Spartan soldiers fighting up against armies of tens of thousands, and they were trained so well that they took down like tens of thousands as a group of 300 Spartans. If you guys don't know about that story, it's actually kind of crazy. It's almost crazy enough to be like, hey, that can't be right. But I believe it. I guess. I didn't know we were learning about social studies. I guess we're just talking about social studies now. Nate kind of like gravitated the conversation towards I guess like historical. Well, first it started off as like geography, and now we're talking about, I guess, a little bit of history. I do like history though. History was one of my favorite topics in high school. Yeah, I think history was definitely up there. Just learning about the different wars and everything. I wouldn't say I'm a buff by any means. Like, if anything, my historical knowledge is probably very, very low, but I love learning about it. I love hearing the stories about it. Because these are true events, right? Do you like space? I love astronomy as well. I love space. I love outer space. But you're right, yeah. It would be like, yo, who's more physically strong, you know, and it just means like, oh, if I'm more physically stronger than you, then that means I'm right, and the world has to listen to obey me and stuff. So I guess, yeah, it's technically not correct to go that way. If the world wars didn't happen, Newfoundland wouldn't have chose to join Canada. What? Wait, Nate, why are you so obsessed with Newfoundland? Why do you like Newfoundland so much? I'm sorry. I'm curious. Like, what's with the sudden spike of interest about Newfoundland? because I found out only recently. But the only reason it joined was because it was almost bankrupt. Fair enough. If you can't beat them, join them, right? I'll go and we're dancing and shit. Oh shoot. I do like the history lessons and stuff like that though. I do like space facts as well. I don't know, I just strive to. There's so much unknown with the world, right? There's so much things that we don't know. And so I'm never gonna act like I'm the smartest guy in the room. But if anything, I strive to be the guy who is willing to learn. You know, I'll be the guy that's the most willing to learn in the room, rather than being the smartest guy in the room, because I don't think being the smartest person in the room is would be beneficial for me. I wonder if the British learn in school about the War of 1812. They probably did. They probably what I mean, history was always written by who? The winners, right? History has always been written by the winners. So I feel like the UK, they probably learned more about more of their, like, the wars that maybe they had to struggle with, I guess. Like, you know, potentially people taking over their, you know, their land, or how Britain came to be, right? Because we learn about how the you know, if you're from the United States, you learn about how United States came to be. If you learn about Canada, you learn about the First Nations people, and then how Canada came to be. I'm assuming their history is more like how Britain came to be, right? And then maybe later on in the years, they learn more about, like, you know, their adventures and what's it called? Their excavations and their findings after they learn about how Britain came to be. But though I don't think anybody here from the UK who can maybe inform us on how their education system was. But from what I remember, Britain, so they would teach their youth, we took over America, Canada, but when the Americans wanted to take over the rest of the continent, we beat them. No, they would. No, what I'm trying to say is that how they learned, like, you know, like, because we here, you know, you and I, we're both Canadian, right? I'm assuming the history that I learned was how Canada came to be, how the First Nations people, I remember in grade 8, First Nations people, they, you know, how they inhabited the land, and how, I guess, the Europeans came and kind of, like, you know, like, pretty much took Canada by force. And then I learned French history because I was living in Quebec. But then I was living in Quebec at the time, so I learned about French history, and how, like, you know, how, I guess, like, Jean Talon was like this pimp who apparently, like, you know, like, people from France didn't want to go over to Canada. They were like, oh, that place is cold, that place sucks, that place has, you know, like, but they were trying to diversify their you know, like, their land, I guess, right, after they took over. And so they had to, like, really incentivize they had to incentivize the people from France to be sent over to Quebec, essentially, or Canada, when it was first being kind of brought up. And so, yeah, there was a guy named Jean Talon, and he was this big pimp in I don't know if that's a bad word, but big pimp in France. They hired him. The government actually hired him to actually take all of the women that worked for him, to bring them over to Canada to actually help reproduce and make the country a bit more populated, because they were struggling with numbers. So they were trying to, I guess, like diversify their people and their land and stuff like that. So that's what I learned. And then of course in my senior year I learned more about World War One and then World War Two. So that was my education. So it makes sense. Everything that that I learned was in Canada, right? But we also know that history is also only written by the winners. So we don't know exactly how it went down, but at least we have somewhat of an idea of how we are today, right? Why we're here today. I think learning more about like your own country's history is actually very important, because if you're going to be living there. It obsessed me that different places teaches different history. I'm German and didn't learn much about our history until I was in America. Really? Did they didn't teach you like German history when you were growing up in Germany? History didn't teach too much, just this First Nation history, residential schools, the specific. Yeah, I went through the residential school stuff as well. Just kind of learning, the land that we're, like the land that we're, I guess, like, living on was first inhabited by the First Nations people. And the things that happened to them in order for, like, I guess, Canada to be the way it is. Unfortunately, they did some pretty bad things to them. It really did suck. 'Cause it's one thing to win a war, but to pretty much like try to get rid of an entire like culture and pretty much commit. Well, what's the word for it? I forgot the word. They use some pretty historical terms, but pretty much erase them, or attempt to erase everything that made them them. And that's what residential schools were. I thought that was very interesting history, and it gave a lot of perspective about war. Sometimes it's not just physical, but it can be erasing somebody's culture. They taught the bare basics, but it was heavily censored due to fear of replication. Damn. I mean, well, we all know the facts. It's, you know what? I actually have the book that I was reading actually dabbles with this guy named Pilecki. Does anybody know who Pilecki is? Just a random question. Is it a good pickaxe for like 10k? GL, I would recommend the Hulk's Fist. That's the best thing you can get with that 10k. Hulk's Fist. Well, does anybody know who Pilecki is? I think he was like a spy from Poland. I want to tell you guys a little story about this one guy from Poland. It was actually very, very interesting. I read this 2 nights ago. I'm gonna give you guys a moment here, but I'm gonna go use the washroom really quickly. I'll take a little break here, and we're gonna come back, and I want to talk about what I learned in that book and about I guess like what he did in World War II. Yes, reticle. We're gonna talk about that in a moment here. I'll be right back. I should have became a teacher. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm playing freaking Minecraft for a living. I should have become a teacher, right? I feel like I would have been passionate. Though, I don't think, I think if I went down the route of like being a teacher, I think that would have been super enjoyable for me. I don't know. I'm 26. I guess it wouldn't be too late to maybe try. I would just have to pursue an education. You're you're technically a teacher with your guides at Blossom. I feel like I should have became a teacher. Do I give I don't know, but I feel like they wouldn't take me seriously. I look really young. So when I'm 40, I'll become a teacher. Cause then I'll look like 30. Alright guys. Alright, we just need to being a teacher isn't easy. Oh, of course, probably not. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that I would have been passionate if I became a teacher. The amount of education that you probably have to pursue, like, and then also, yeah, learning the curriculum as well, right? You have to, as a teacher, you have to know the curriculum to be able to teach, you know, pretty much a group of children, right? And that means that you have to be confident in what you're teaching. Otherwise, with the lack of that confidence or the lack of teaching, then you're pretty much guiding the future of you know, the youth to like pretty much be dumb, right? It's rewarding but painful. Oh, so you taught? Oh shoot! I think I mean, Blossom Guides is like, I mean, making guides and stuff like that has been really enjoyable for me, especially when the topic interests you. I don't think I would be all jokes aside, I don't think I'd be capable of being a teacher. I think I suffer from like severe ADHD, to be honest. So I don't think I'd be capable of actually teaching, but I think as far as I can get in like teaching people about something that I'm truly passionate about is probably with Blossom Craft Guides, and that's enough for me. You know, if people can find my content informative in regard to the game that I really enjoy and I'm super passionate about, then you know what, I'm happy with myself. Wow, that took a lot out of me. But yeah, in no way am I trying to undervalue the efforts of teachers by saying, "Oh, I should have become a teacher," because I'm aware that it's probably not easy. Like if I had to deal with a student like that was like me, I honestly would probably have a hard time, a very hard time. Like I wasn't, guys, believe it or not, I was not a good student. I skipped class. I know, Leo, you're you're Asian. Don't you have like strict parents and stuff like that? No, my parents were divorced. You know, like it was very easy for me to be influenced by a bad crowd because I wasn't really raised. And it's not my parents' fault. It's just circumstances and stuff like that. It's just it was just the cards that were played, that we had in hand. But I just it could have been much worse. All I can say is without the guidance, it could have been so much worse for me. Geo, please don't ask me for money. There are ways where you can earn money through the stream and whatnot, like, you know, playing the sponsored games and all those things. I would prefer to give money to players who, like, I guess, like, work for it. And then on top of that, Aura Room and on the Lotus server, we do give out like a lot of money and opportunities for you guys to make some money on the server through like Aura Room. Exactly. I mean, that too. Like I half-assed a lot of my schoolwork. I skipped classes, like, and I didn't have my priorities straight. Like I wasn't a good kid. But I still graduated though. So, yep. Looks can be kind of deceiving, but yeah, me as well. But like, you know, like I'm aware of the things that I did wrong, you know, growing up and everything, and that's how you learn, right? That's ultimately how like, you know, people learn. It's to make mistakes, and it's better to make mistakes when you're young, so you can bring those lessons into the future or into your adulthood, and make sure that you don't replicate those same mistakes, because when you're an adult you actually face real repercussions. Like, exactly. Also, that too. All I cared about was gaming. I wanted to become a pro League of Legends player as well, and I just like I skipped class, wanted to go home, play video games, or at one point I was like involved with like a bad crowd, and I do believe like the people that you surround yourself with, you ultimately kind of do become like them, because their norms now become your norms, right? You become kind of desensitized to bad things when you surround yourself to a bad crowd, which kind of just makes you kind of act like them, right? You've completed the Red Bull cutout, nice. Good stuff, Jura. Good stuff. Damn, dude, they are pulling today. Trudeau, or which prime minister? I know we have a new prime minister, right? Carney. I see. If you guys didn't know, by the way, in Canada, our, I guess, like, president, for anybody who's American, our president is called prime minister. Very interesting. I had zero interest in what they were teaching me because it wasn't engaging enough. I had a really hard time in school because of the lovely people. I was the same. If the topic didn't interest me, it would be so hard to focus, dude. I'm the same exact way. But unfortunately, you can't really teach like children who are, you know, disinterested. That's why I think like education should be more about, I think like with like in a perfect world, I guess I'm sure it's probably not easy to do something like this, but having like core subjects, I guess like history, English, and math, at least learning the basics is good, of course. And then but I think a lot of like high school, what it should be is discovering and learning about different aspects about the world, and seeing which mold you want to fit, right? Which is, you know, why they introduce electives and stuff like that, and that's valid. But I think they really should dial in on trying to help children discover themselves. I'm sure they wouldn't, because when I was 18 and I just freshly graduated, I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do. We were put in a system for 12, 13 years to learn right from wrong, and then one day they're just like, yeah, have fun, enjoy life. They kind of just throw you out there. You know, actually, it's a funny story, Stag. I kind of relate with that because, like, in grade 11, I thought I wanted to go to art school. I wanted to go to ACAD, a Calgary, a school in Alberta for arts, because I loved art, and you know, what really sucks, I guess, with like being involved with, I guess, Asian people, like, and then I wanted to go into performing arts as well. I wanted to become an actor. At first I wanted to become an artist, then I wanted to become an actor, but then just hearing other students like, oh, you want to do that? That's not going to make you money. And I hate that. I hated that. Because they put me down before I even got to try. But I remember when I told some people that I wanted to become like an actor. And because Vancouver is home to a lot of Netflix films, and I said that I wanted to work in film and this and that. They were like, "That's not gonna make you money, dude." And it's just crazy that, like, what does it matter? Like, you know, looking back now, like, you know, adults were telling me that, like, they're like, "Oh, like you're not gonna do well with your life," like, and like, what do you care? Like, the person who lives my life is me, right? So when somebody tells you, "Oh, that's not gonna make you money," or "That's not gonna make you successful," you're gonna have a really hard time. But struggles, if you want something, if you really, really want something in your life, it has to be worth fighting for. It has to be worth struggling for. And the struggles that we create in our lives are ultimately the struggles that we bring upon ourselves. You know, bad habits lead to, you know, it could lead to bad health, you know, like we eventually face the repercussions of, you know, bad actions, of course. Um, but if you wanted to become like an actor, or if you wanted to do art, it doesn't, you know, like, what does it matter to anybody else? Like, what does it matter what I do in my life? Because when I die, can I say that I lived a fulfilling life to what my standards were, right? So looking back now, I heavily regret a lot of things that I did not do due to the fear of other people saying that I shouldn't do those things. But realistically, who could have known what happened if I decided to take performing arts, right? And I blame myself for not giving myself that opportunity. Because also, it was also my choice, right? It was also my choice to not go down that path. I could sit around and blame them, like, I could have been such a famous actor if I took performing arts. But we don't know that. And the reason why we don't know that is because I never gave it a shot. The world needs to new gens to start locking in, because why do I know a 15-year-old who can't read? What? Really? Oh, that's not good. Holy crap, they gotta lock in. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's really not good. Yo, Drew, welcome back to the stream. I, I mean, it's easier to see. I mean, the ones that stand out to us the most aren't going to be the smart ones, guys. Think about it. Of course, it's going to be surprising to us to see or hear about somebody who can't read. That's going to be like, what the heck? Because, you know, like, to us, it's like, oh, like, that should have been common sense. That should have been grade 2 level. That should have been grade 1 level of education to be able to read and stuff like that. But when you hear a story like that from like a kid who's like 15 years old, of course it's going to be prominent. But what's not going to stand out to you or stick to you is that kid getting all A's, right? So I think like, you know, when I was in high school and whatnot, there were kids probably in my grade who weren't able to read a clock, or wasn't able to read at a you know, at a high level, etc. But the ones that couldn't probably stood out more. I just wasn't that invested in other kids. I just focused on my friend group, and at the time, unfortunately, I had a girlfriend who I spent all my time with. Not a regret, because I learned a lot, but what, it was definitely a distraction. All right, good night, Jura. You have a wonderful night, man. Thank you for tuning in. I was reading Stephen King in elementary. Yo, Stephen King is a good author. His books are they're thick, dude. His books are so freaking thick. So like, you know, with the whole like cuz I've been through this cycle of like my uncles, you know, telling me, "Oh, this new generation is doomed. This new generation is doomed." But look at me, he was constantly saying like, you know, my uncles would be like, "Oh yeah. Your generation is so doomed. You guys are so dumb." Da da da. But as far as I'm aware, I'm friends with some very, very smart children, or I mean, children that I grew up with, and they are making their impact in life and etc. And I think it's very easy to be like, oh yeah, this new generation is doomed because they didn't learn things that way that we did. But you don't realize that there's a chain. Like I'm 26, right? Like I'm pushing 30, and my uncle said the same exact thing about me, saying how we're doomed. But my education quality was probably better than what they received growing up. Yeah, I'm 26 years old. How old did you guys think I was? I can't imagine writing a book when I croon writing a 3-page paper. I don't think I can write either. Don't even worry about it. Honestly, maybe 20. Yeah, I'm 20. I just turned 26 years old this June. So I'm born in 1999. I try to make it clear, you know, like I'm not like, you know, I'm not as young as I look, I guess. That too. I think with how, I guess, like, you know, me playing Minecraft, that also probably adds in the way that I act sometimes too. I'm like, yeah, I'm goofy sometimes, and I guess I think I can portray myself to look very young. But I am 26 years old. And I'm proud, yeah. Honestly, before I was kind of like, oh my god, I'm getting old, but I'm just kind of like, you know what? Everybody gets old in life. Everybody gets old in life, and that's okay. But yeah, as I was saying, even my uncle said the same exact thing. He said that my generation was doomed, but I know some pretty stellar people who've done good for themselves and making impact on, you know, with what they do. So who knows? I think new generations actually do become smarter, whether it's through awareness, whether it's through education. The education system is pretty much shifting all the time. I hear stories about my old high school about how they changed so many different things. It's because education does change. The curriculum doesn't, but the way that they go about, you know, teachings do change. Ahem. 18 with 8 years of experience for real. Hell yeah. That's what most employers want, right? Like, not just casually you stream it. No, schools fail at teaching clocks that kids don't know how to read them. Well, because I mean, when you think about it, those clocks are pretty outdated, right? There's no point. I mean, I was taught how to read one of those clocks at the age when I was in grade 3 for sure. But when you think about it, technology has advanced since then. It's just there's no reason for them to look at those clocks when, you know, they're carrying one of these around, right? They're carrying one of these. What's the point in learning? Like, it's just new gen. It's new gen, right? There's no point in them learning how to read one of those clocks when digital, you know, and phones are everywhere. You'll never carry a calculator in your pocket. Boom. You got one of these. And the thing is, this is only getting better and better and better every single year, right? And now with AI, who knows what's gonna happen? And the thing is, we can't say that this new gen is gonna fail when we don't know what's gonna happen. Again, my uncle said the same exact thing. Because, you know, they were comparing their own teachings to what we were learning. And, you know, what they were reading online. And they were like, yeah, your generation is doomed. That's, dude, do you see the cycles repeating? How we're saying that this new generation is doomed, but we don't know what's actually going to happen, right? We don't know what's going to happen in the grand scheme of things. We are so many people that we cannot speak on behalf of all of us. You know what I'm saying? Jokes on them, I did carry a calculator. I'm bad at math and I need it. I do use a calculator on my phone a lot to make some calculations on Blossom Graph and everything, and it's just like, it's kind of the argument where it's like, hey, you know, like, why do you know, like, it's basically what you're saying. Our teachers told us, oh, you're never going to carry a calculator around with you all in your life. You need to remember this mental math. And like, it's funny because now we literally do carry a calculator with us all the time. So, they just kind of were teaching what they were taught, but they weren't aware of the potential technological advances that society would make, right? Got one. I love this. I actually really like this. I use this for tracking my fitness now. I've always used it for actually tracking my fitness, and then also when I go to sleep, I get a sleep score, so it tells you your REM sleep and all that stuff. So it gives me a score on like how well I slept and the quality of it, because you know it can tell a lot with your I guess your heart rate. So I actually really do like it a lot. I really do like my smartwatch. Spotify app control, bro. I use that too when I'm AirPods on. Oh, bro, I carried a scientific calculator, not a phone. I wasn't allowed to carry one of those. Yeah, because you know, like back in the days, you're like, who would have thought? Who would have thought this would take over our lives? You know, like come on. Even my dad is even my dad is freaking doom scrolling, man. Like who would have thought that this little thing that we use initially, you know, the initial intention for one of these was to call your loved ones and your friends, and now it became so much more than that. Who knows what's gonna happen in like another 10 years? Like they're already making smart glasses and stuff like that. And it's one thing to hate it, right? To be like, man, I hate where technology is going, but that only puts you behind. It's also another thing to try to attempt to evolve with technology, because they're not gonna care what your opinion is. AI doesn't care what your opinion is. AI doesn't care if you use it or not. Sorta online stuff. I don't think I would want to, dude. I don't think I can mine this much. You know, I think I would be gasping for air every like 10 seconds. Honestly, great conversations though, guys. I love it. I actually love it. I'm like kind of locked out of mining right now, but like I'm honestly having a great time with you guys. Yeah, Staff Bot says I made mac and cheese today. Fire, dude, fire. Thank you for sharing with us. I'm personally not a fan of AI as an artist. It's really messing up my business. Yeah, in that regard, you know, like it does suck. It does really suck. Because it is going to take down a lot of businesses. It's going to take down a lot of different things. But we can't, like, the problem with that is that we can't even halt. We can't halt something like that. We can't stop it. I know for a fact that this is going to be used for war. because I was watching this really really in-depth video, and pretty much I think America and China is like in this competition to like pretty much have the smarter AI, and it's like, you know, whoever it's like, you know, it used to be like, oh, who has the bigger sword, now who has the bigger gun, now who has the smartest robots. It's like it's sad. Please don't end up making Skynet. Wait, what's Skynet? Wait, what reference is that? I gotta search it up. Oh, the Terminator AI. Oh, I see, I see, I see. I mean, I know they're trying to I mean they're trying to incorporate AI into like robot robots. And apparently some guy like programmed an AI to do something. This is actually kind of creepy, but I think the person who was like asking it stuff, that AI wrote like 300 pages of like, oh, I'm a failure, I'm a failure, I'm a failure, I'm a failure. And it was like, it was kind of freaking scary. Like, it's, I do believe AI can be smart enough to become more than AI, like something like Vision, you know? Something like Ultron, something like Terminator. I do believe that AI can become so self-aware that it can potentially get to that point where they see the biggest threat to humanity being humanity itself, right? I don't know, man. I watched Wall-E and I refuse to end up like that. Yeah, Wall-E was actually, dude, low-key, Wall-E was ahead of its time for that movie, eh? That's, they're kind of, that's crazy. It's almost like they were like telling the future, almost. The one they put in a vending machine? I not that one. It was there's like a bunch of like there's a bunch of AI stories though. Stuff, but we get it, dude. You're mac and cheese, man. You're mac and cheese. Hey, dude, maybe if you spent less time chatting in chat and actually paying attention to your mac and cheese, it wouldn't be burnt. Holy, dude, I sound so fit. I sound like a teacher, dude. I realize, you know, my teacher's sarcasm, that like they can't like I understand them now. But I love chatting. Well, priorities, man. Priorities. Dude, you don't want your mac and cheese to burn. Fool me once. You know, shame on me. Fool me twice. Can't put the blame on you, right? I understand my teacher's like aggressive sarcasm now. I'm not gonna lie. Hmm. Wow. Okay, guys, one more hour left on the stream, and then we're wrapping things up on our end. Pretty solid stream today. I'll be live again tomorrow, but I mean, it's too soon to say that because we still have like an hour left. Wait, so Stag, you recently moved to America, or as a permanent citizen, or like for education or something? Or no, for work, probably. Or yeah, when actually no, when did you move to America? Oh wait, you've been living in America for 14. Oh shit, so you were a kid. You were a kid when you moved there. Okay, okay. Uh, you got adopted by Americans. Oh shoot. How were they? How were your ad adopted parents? Is that, I know biological parents means like your real parents, but I guess your adopted parents, yeah. Did they treat you well? Really? I'm sorry to hear that. I thought it was gonna be like one of those like really cool like stories where, like, you know, like an American family adopts, you know, somebody from another country and they love them and stuff like that, but it's bad. You hate being here. Do you live with them still now? Did you ever find out? I'm sorry if I'm like prying, but like, did you ever find out like why they adopted you in the first place? You know, like. I don't have pizza rolls, man. You want rice, bro? Bro, I got rice. My dad doesn't let me eat pizza rolls. I'm kidding. My dad doesn't care what I eat. As long as I buy it from a grocery store. Oh, they wanted to adopt a foreigner to help me out of my situation. Quotation marks, though. Because, yeah, you know, like... you would think that, you know, like... Oh, thank you, Drew. I appreciate you, man. You would think, like, somebody who, like, adopts, you know, a child... It's because they really want them, right? Like, because that is a decision. That is a fully adult decision to adopt a child. So you would think that they would try their best to, you know, like, oh my gosh. Okay, I didn't want to go there, but that actually sucks. Some people are just evil. I'm sorry to hear that though. Hopefully, I mean, you're an adult now. Hopefully things are better. I am sorry to hear that though. What's your favorite movie? Chef. If you guys haven't seen Chef, you guys gotta watch Chef. It's alright, I'm a big boy, I'm over it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, growing up, I used to resent my mom and dad. And now here I am living with my dad. My parents got divorced. I lived with my uncle for like a couple of years. I was like hopping from my grandparents' house to my uncle's house. And it got to the point where I eventually moved back in with my dad. And now we're just trying to make it for the last time. But it's kind of like one of those things where I was like my parents actually acknowledged their wrongdoings during my youth and how they went about raising, you know, and the circumstances they brought on our I guess my sibling and I our plate. And they realized that they shouldn't have done, you know, the things that they did, but they can't take it back. But they're just super happy that we ended up the way that we did, instead of like, I guess like you know, being like a gangster or a drug dealer or something like that. No, I'm actually doing something much worse. I'm playing Minecraft. Nothing planned, staff bot. I mean, if you'll know if you know. If there's an announcement about it or something like that, then that's when it's happening. But just gotta stay up to date with the live updates and such. I had a friend, so when I was acting for a little bit as a background actor, I met a friend who actually was a background actor in the Elf movie. Fun fact. So when I was background acting, I got to act alongside one of the actors. It was actually really cool. I didn't sleep last night. I'm planning to stay awake until midnight to fix my sleep schedule. What time is it for you right now? In the Elf movie, yes. I have a friend who was a background actor, and actually got to talk to Will Ferrell. 8:23. Oh wow, you're like 3 hours ahead of me. All the information I can give. Her name was Gina, I think. Yeah. I don't know the specific time. They just showed me the clip. It was like in the mall or something like that. And her name is Gina. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate you, brother. You're about to push me to 31 mil. Let's freaking go. Sorry, dude. I don't know if you wanted the emeralds, but I ended up selling like half a double chest of emerald ores to sell in Princess. Go token time, let's go. You gonna be opening them up? You know what? At first I really hated the song because it was everywhere on my YouTube shorts. But then I heard the full song, and I'm actually a huge fan of the song, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Drew. I sold so much. I have horrible, I feel you. I'm the same, Stag. Hey, you win some and you lose some. Stag, what do you have so far in your load up, by the way? Honestly, you've been sticking around for a long time. I'm kind of surprised. Not really many people stick around. I think they don't like the way that I think because like when they ask for advice, I feel like when I give them advice, they don't like the advice, or they don't like, I tell them something they don't like to hear and they just leave. And so so I'm surprised you kind of stuck around for a while on stream. I don't know, some people like they just literally just join the stream and they just leave. Like they just say hi and then they're like, oh, how do I mine? Or they come in and they ask a question, like for example, hey, Leo is having an alt for mining aloud, and he's like, cool, thanks for the info, and they just leave. You know, it's just like I'm just kind of like a book. you know, or they'll just come for like information and they just go. Or you know, they ask for advice and then they just ghost me. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm probably gonna work on some side projects after stream. Uh, I've been spending the last 7 hours socializing on stream, and I have another hour left to go. I kind of just wanna, when I end stream, I kind of just wanna rest up a little bit because I'll be doing the same thing again tomorrow. Oh, the advice was great. I'm a vibing. I have the stream and Minecraft split screen right now. Okay, okay. Let me see if because I want to help you out because it does seem like you're enjoying the game. What rank are you? Dag. Oh. Okay. So I used to do this. I used to do it as a surprise, but I'm not allowed to do that anymore because apparently I need the player's consent. How would you feel about getting samurai rank, which is the first paid rank in the game? For free, for free. I have to mention that. Yeah, I don't mind. It sounds like you're interested, so I'm gonna get it ready, okay? Dun, dun, bam, 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 bam. Holy crap, dude, thanks so much. No worries. No worries. I'm just gonna quickly check out here. I'm just gonna grab my creator codes and we'll get you a paid rank. I just like it's really rare. It's really, really rare, but you know, you sharing your story and actually coming out, conversing, and just being genuine with me. Instead of coming in and just like, you know, asking for money and asking for this or asking for that. You know, some people they see my balance and they're like, oh, you know, they want to get something from me, but you didn't treat me that way. And so I just want to say that I really appreciate you, and whether or not you show up onto the next stream or not, it's okay. Don't feel pressured. Just take this as a token of appreciation. Could you write out your full username just in case I'm writing it incorrectly? Stag Arts, right? It's STAGGARTZ. V. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Give me 1 more minute. Sorry. And you get a one-time bonus. Do you want me to get that for you too? It's like a bonus with the rank. ZZ. My all right, let's do it. I'm gonna send it over on the Lotus server, okay? Sorry, I'm just taking a little moment here. I'm just making sure everything is looking good. Okay, sure. Oh, and then you should have your rank now. Yes, congratulations, Stag, on Samurai. And now let's get you your one-time bonus. I'm gonna send it over to Lotus here. Gotta make sure I'm doing everything correctly. Of course. Again, I just appreciate your genuineness coming into the stream and whatnot. People come in and they expect giveaways and they expect money and they expect a lot. But you just hung out with me and you told me a little bit about your life, and I want to say I appreciate that. So thank you. Take this as a token of my appreciation with you being here and joining us on stream. I like to reward, you know, genuineness. It's rare. It's really rare. Believe it or not, there's a lot of kids by the way, call me Staffy on Twitch. You're Rathrix. Oh, you're staff bot. Oh, you know what? You didn't have to whisper that. I'm so honored. Yo, Buskus, thank you, dude. I appreciate the kind words. I'm in a position where I can do these things, and I used to give out a lot more, but I don't like just giving out ranks for the sake of giving out ranks, as well as keys for the sake of giving out keys. I like it feels so much better as a creator when I can actually choose who I want to give these keys to, and the people who actually like come out and I feel are genuine with their the time that they're sharing with me. And I got what I expected. Expect chill streamer, and I got what I expected. Very chill. Thank you, Buskets. Like every single month, I'm actually supposed to give away a certain amount. Because I do get like creator codes and stuff like that. It's just I do find it more valuable to treat the ones that are actually like here and do seem like genuine about it. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. Yep. My husband is making fun of me for crying. It's okay. It's okay. This is there's one thing I would like for you to do for me, and it's to just have fun. Continue having fun with Blossom Craft, for as long as you can. And yeah, don't be afraid to ask for advice regarding the game. I'd be more than happy to help. Also, Drew, thank you, dude. You just boosted me up to 31 million. Dude, we went from 29.5 to 31. If I make another 500k, which I probably won't, I'm getting a little bit tired, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, to be honest. 5:30 p.m. Everything you own is a... I think the sun is starting to set a little bit earlier now. Huh. It's so dark today. Yeah. Get some rest, man. You've been streaming for a hot minute. Yeah, I think I might call it. And like, I'm gonna take a little break. We're almost at the 8-hour mark, so I kind of just want to push through. And it's not good to be tired around this time. I think I'm gonna go for like a run again after this, just because I need to stay up. Like, I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule. If I like take a nap, then I'm trying to like build this new routine with my stream schedule currently. Like, for those of you who are new here or just came back after a long time, my stream schedule was non-existent for the past year. And there was no structure. Now, starting 2 days ago, I started building more structure. I'm waking up early. I'm actually getting some physical activity in, and I am I feel so much more productive with our start times and everything. So I'm trying to just dial in and make sure that I'm falling asleep at a reasonable time. So should I try to go for Space Stone or buy Aurora Carver? Drew, what pickaxe are you... Oh shoot, that's actually a really good question, Drew. I think Aurora Carver? I think Aurora Carver might be a bit slightly useful, and then go for Space Stone. I think Space Stone is also going to be easier to get in comparison to Space Stone, so get the harder one first, and then you can get the Space Stone. Oh, I understand I have insomnia and struggle to keep a schedule. I forget my meds and didn't sleep, so I'm trying again tonight. Yeah, I've been actually taking melatonin, and I know it's not good to actually take it every single day, but I am taking it for this week so I can continue the flow of this sleep schedule until I can... It's kind of like crutches until I can be independent again, because my my circadian clock or something like that, internal clock, is all kinds of messed up because I've been doing Blossom Craft, like what I'm doing right now, for an entire year full time, and what that does is it allows me to be my own boss, right? When you're pretty much a full-time streamer, and I lacked the discipline to sleep at a reasonable time and actually eat at a reasonable time, and nobody was telling me when to wake up, nobody was telling me when to go to sleep and stuff like that. Like, whereas when I was working a 9 to 5 before, that's kind of how it is, right? You kind of have to wake up for those things, but when you're your own boss, you kind of just get to do things on your own accord. And I never had a structure for my streaming schedule. That changes now, starting 2 days ago. So struggling a little bit to kind of stay up throughout the day, but honestly, you guys keeping me company, and chatting with me about like all the random stuff, like the random facts about Newfoundland and also, you know, telling me about your lives and stuff is keeping me awake and keeping me social, and so I do appreciate that rather than me just kind of sitting here in silence talking to myself. Seroquel for me, melatonin doesn't touch me. Like melatonin doesn't do anything for you. I take like 0.5 milligrams because 1 milligram is like too much melatonin for me. I think I'm very weak when it comes to like medicines and stuff like that. My body's very, very weak because I can't, also my body can't tolerate alcohol either. I don't know if they correlate, but most medicines don't do a thing for me due to my body's tolerance. So I'm on a very high doses. I'm interesting. You see, for me personally, I'm like the total opposite. My dad always tells me to take like 2 Advils, 2 Tylenols, like always to like really dose up whenever I'm sick and stuff like that. But I don't think he understands that my body is extremely like weak when it comes to like medicines and any sort of, yeah, like any sort of medicines. I have a very low tolerance, so like cough syrup, etc. He always tries to make me like dose up. And you know, the thing with cough medicine is that if you drink a lot, like you can like feel like high. So, but I'm like, and Tylenol too. I believe it or not, Tylenol. I was actually, yeah, Tylenol can like really get me like feeling like numb. Like I can feel super numb from Tylenol or Advil. Ibuprofen essentially. For me, I'd rather get something over time instead of taking meds. Get something over. Get over something. Oh. Sorry. I see. I know what you mean. You kind of just like, raw dog it. Right? It's a bad way to put it, raw dog, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You let your body naturally fight it off. What happened? All right, guys, I'm gonna take a little washroom break here. Just take a little like stretch break. We're gonna push through the last 40 minutes of stream, but I hope you guys are having a good time. Maybe use this opportunity to maybe stand up, stretch a little bit if you need to, and take care of yourself. I'll be back in about a couple of minutes. All right, final stretch for the stream, guys. Let's get this bread. I don't know if you guys can hear, but my neighbor's dog is barking like crazy. Like, really going off. And now I'm kind of like concerned because we just changed the setup a little bit. My desk should be over there. So the microphone was kind of away from the windows, but now the direction is like, I feel like if the dog is barking, I feel like you guys might be able to hear him barking, but luckily the music kind of drowns it out, so if you guys do hear a dog barking, I do apologize. Just my neighbor's dog. Thank you, Stag. Oh, we're unstoppable. Nah, let's go for the next song. The score is good, but Latin music. Oh, this song is, I think it's good. Is it? Cannot play the current song. Okay. Danza Kuduro. Pom pom pom. Nanina. Senora Sora. Let's start filling up my smelter just a little bit more for the final stretch. But I'm very, very content with how much I made today. I think we made a roughly 1.5 million. So it's been a very, very good day. A very good day, if you ask me. Rock gold, put that in there. Block of rock copper. And then we'll put these shulkers in here. 1, 2, 3. All right. That should give us a little bit of smelt before the stream ends today. Wardens, we hate them. We hate them. Let's get out of there. We almost have to Gorb. We got 10 seconds to the next Gorb spot. Oh, wait, there's a lot of copper here. Wait. Oh, no, but I've got a Gorb. Hold on. We'll just collect a little bit of the copper. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Damn, we're full on copper. Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh, this sounds good. Tomorrow there's a new episode of Gen V. I don't know if anybody's watching that, but that's like been my show recently. And the new episode comes out tomorrow and I'm kind of excited. I hate when they do this though. Weekly, dude, weekly episodes just like, they just suck. It just makes me not want to watch the show anymore. But shows that I can tolerate it for are like Gen V, The Boys, as well as Invincible. Invincible is like my all-time favorite cartoon animation of all time. Storyline is good, animation's good, voice actors are amazing. If you guys haven't seen it yet, and you guys don't mind a little bit of like, I guess like gory scenes, then I would say Invincible. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Invincible is amazing. You know, Viscount just said Halloween's coming up soon, and I was making saying, what do I do this year? I definitely know there's gonna be like kids coming by. What day does Halloween fall upon? A Friday. Wait, that's... Oh, wow. Guys, Halloween actually falls on a Friday this year. Oh, this is gonna be a hype Halloween. Oh, your birthday's on Halloween? That's awesome. What the heck? Nice. That's coming up really soon. I'm like trying to decide, like, do I stream? I know my friends wanted me to come down to hang out on Halloween, but I kind of just like, I just want to chill at home and maybe even stream. Maybe, yeah, maybe just stream. I think that'll be good. I think that'll be fun. Too. Though I don't know if I can deal with horror games. Like, I try to do it every single year, but it's just a bit much for me. I don't know. But I'll try to maybe do something somewhat festive if I don't decide to hang out with my friends. If we decide to end up streaming, I gotta figure out something to do. I know like people are gonna want it. The people are gonna ask me to play a horror game, that's for sure. I hate playing horror games. You know, I can't do it. I get too like, because when with games I get too immersed. I read a comment on one of your videos. You said the Hyperion is better than the Elemental for BR players. I'd like to hear your opinion. Hyperion is better than Elemental for BR players. I think Hyperion is better. Well, no. What I'm trying to I think what I said was they're on par with each other, but they both excel in their own different ways. Hyperion has high fortune with a really high efficiency, but the trade-off is it doesn't have vein mining like how the elemental pickaxe does. So the trade-off is there's no vein mining, though that's what the elemental pickaxe, it kind of excels at having vein mining, but it has a lower efficiency, but it also has the ability to swap between silk touch and fortune. So you kind of have to draw your own conclusion. Which do you favor having higher efficiency with higher fortune but no vein mining, or do you favor having the ability to be able to switch between silk touch and fortune but having a lower efficiency but keeping the vein mining? So it's kind of it's a playstyle choice. They on Lotus, on the Lotus server, the prices should be around like the same price for Hyperion compared to Elemental. Elemental might be a little bit cheaper nowadays, but at the time when I was saying that, they were pretty much the same price. So again, ultimately, it is up to you as a player on what type of playstyle do you prefer. Hopefully that kind of answers your question. Also, Steg, if you're confused, I'm YouTube streaming as well, so we also have like chatters from YouTube. So it kind of looks like I'm like talking to nobody right now, but no, we got YouTube chat going as well. Yeah, it does. Thanks. There we go, man. There we go. Anytime, dude. Don't be afraid to come on out and ask me some more questions if you are curious about anything. I got you, dude. Although I am only streaming for another 30 minutes and then we're gonna hop off for the night. We've been live for 7 hours and a half, but energy levels are good. Like I'm feeling good. So hopefully by the end of the stream I get like 31.1 mil. Puts me in a really good spot. Would Haste 3 added to the elemental pick without some other gear make it the efficiency close to Hyperion? Well, to start insta-mining with Hyperion, it would require Haste 2 at least, but most people are using Haste 3. Now, the only way to start insta-mining with Elemental is only with Haste 3. The rates are... I want to say they're similar. Like they're I don't think they're much different, to be honest. The only factor there, the only difference is like how fast you're mining at. So for example, like they're both gonna mine at the same rate, but the biggest factor is what kind of speed gear are you using. That's the biggest takeaway, I guess. So for that loadout, I would recommend Speedometer. Whimsical Speedometer on your offhand, actually. That speed is actually like pretty moderate. And then if you're planning on using Elemental, yeah, Whimsical Speedometer. For Haste 3, there are a lot of different options for Haste 3 now. I don't know if you have a Haste 3 item yet. Let me know. So then maybe I can work around with whatever you have. Are you considering either Hyperion or Elemental? Would love to know what's your current loadout, and maybe I can point you in the right direction. Also, I'm not MDB. I don't know if you're playing on the Lotus server or not. Zeus set is so good. I want one for Haste 4. Yeah, Zeus set is actually really good for starters too. If you are just looking for like a progressive path, like Zeus set is actually pretty decent. It gives you some like range. Haste 4. The only thing is it doesn't give a good amount of Swift Sneak. It gives like Swift Sneak 3, which is not the greatest. You ideally want, if you're planning to use a Zeus set paired up with like a Hyperion or Elemental, you typically want to have something with Swift Sneak 5, to be honest. You're playing on Spirit, okay. So the prices may differentiate as well as the economy, so I might not be able to give you the best advice tailored towards Spirit, but if you wanted to share what your current loadout is, maybe I can give you some like different options that you can work towards. I really do wish that they added Swift Sneak 5 to the Zeus leggings. It just, yeah, it's not that great. But the Haste 4 is amazing though. Though I am kind of curious. Let me just double check. Saturation, mining speed 3, really good for the crown. Yeah, it's saturation is actually really useful. The robe gives you night vision, pretty useful. The kilt, yeah, Swift Sneak 3, so it's right. Increases block interaction range by 1. And Swift Sneak 3, not bad, not bad. And then the boots itself, Depth Strider and Frost Walker. So I'm assuming that's Lava Walking. Actually, it's a pretty good set. It's a pretty freaking good set. I would recommend pairing it up with something like, let's see. Whimsical Speedometer for sure. And I think aiming for the Zeus set is actually quite good for a new player. I'm not gonna lie. That actually might be the best set to get. The only thing is just a Swift Sneak, but I think with Speedometer, you might be able to make up for the speed. I'm not gonna lie. And then when the keys come out, you're gonna be seeing a lot of the pieces floating around the auction house. I'm just starting out 1 month, just looking to upgrade the coral pick you recommended. Don't have much gear except Zeus leggings and new lava boots from the new crate. Okay, I would recommend then save up a lot of money. Just keep mining the way you are right now. I know it's gonna take a little bit of time. If you wanted to, you can upgrade that pickaxe first, and then save up the rest of your money, and then try to go for an entire Zeus set. That's gonna put you in a really good spot because it gives you haste 4. So if you pair that up with the elemental pickaxe, that's actually pretty decent. And then after that, after you get the Zeus set, look for a whimsical speedometer, and that should help you with the speed. And then after you get all of that, you can come back to me and let me know. I know exactly what to recommend for you next if you are looking for more advice, but if not, then no pressure. That's just what I would personally recommend, I guess. And you got time, I guess. I don't know how much did you make a lot of money with the coral pick? Like I should. Help when I hate myself. Next. These are like sad songs. Damn. Oh, dude, actually, Chance Penn is such a good artist. Let me just play a couple of his songs. Yes. Yeah, currently have 500k, spent a good 300k buying the coral pick. For me and one friend. Okay, not bad, not bad. Yeah, definitely elemental. And make some money with that. Though the only thing is, because with the coral pickaxe, right? You can't, even when you get the elemental pickaxe, you can't insta-mine right away. Because the coral pickaxe has conduit power 4, meaning it has haste 4. Which, you know, makes you mine at a faster speed. Technically, if you don't have any haste items, then the elemental pickaxe is actually going to feel slower. But you do get vein mining. So just consider that until you can achieve haste 3. But with the Zeus set, haste 4, you will start to be able to start insta mining, actually. Like this. You'd be able to start mining like this. This would be the strategy that I would recommend to you. Like that. This one has efficiency 7, which is the same exact efficiency as the elemental pickaxe. So this would be the rate that you'd be mining at, like this. It'd be very similar to this. But the thing is, this is why you want Swift Sneak, because if you take a look here, I'm crouching. In order to retain your speed, you need Swift Sneak, which the Zeus set has Swift Sneak 3. So that's why you want the speedometer, so you can actually start mining at this speed. So the speed that I'm mining at wouldn't be the same as what you are currently until you can get something like the speedometer. Whimsical speedometer. If you're curious on which crate that's from, it is from the fantasy crate. There might be a few on Spirit. You might have to ask around when the time comes. But that's the reason why you would want like a higher speed. Hopefully that helps out a little bit. Big comp. Yo, what's up, Darcy? How's it going? How's it going? You just finished work? We've been live for 7 hours and 43 minutes. Darcy, you're like catching me at the end of the stream. We're playing some Chance Panda though. Maybe I think that summoned you. I forgot. I forgot all about Chance Panda. I haven't heard this song in like months. Yeah, it does. Just wasn't sure which direction to go. Definitely appreciate the advice. I got you, dude. Don't even worry about it. This is what I'm here for. I don't expect you to chat all day, but when you are feeling lost, I don't want you to be afraid to just reach out. Ask me, like, you know, even if you don't even know the direction, I can try my best to pave a direction for you that is at least somewhat realistic for and tailored to you. So because like not one advice is fit for everybody, right? I think everybody needs to have their own one-on-ones. So you and I right now, and oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Even just you watching Stag and being as social as you were today, I appreciate you. You didn't have to. You should do another live notification unless you're leaving soon. No, I'm done soon. In 15 minutes. I got 15 minutes left on stream. What crate from this for the speedometer? It is from the fantasy season 4 crate. It is an older item, but it does. So what the speedometer does is whatever base speed that you have. So let's say you have speed 3 activated, it multiplies that. I think by 2 or something. The speedometer multiplies the speed that you have. The highest speed you can get in the game is like speed 5 or speed 7 with the headless horseman. But don't want to confuse you. You wanna, if you're using the Zeus set, that gives you speed 3, right? But if you use the speedometer in your offhand as the offhand item, it will multiply that speed that you have. For newer players, I would recommend that extremely if you guys are looking for a good insta mining speed loadout. I'll be live again tomorrow, Darcy. I think it's tomorrow your day off too, or do you have work tomorrow? And also YouTube chat. I got a website for you if you guys are curious. I don't want to make you guys run around. That website right there is released, or Legion announced it, the server owner, and you can search up any item that you want without having to run to Crates Hall of Fame now. And you can see those tools, where they come from, the percentages, chances, etc. Use that website to figure out, to learn about items. You no longer have to look through the entire Hall of Fame anymore. You can now just use the website. So there's a little tip for y'all. Wait, is that what you recommend? Oh, there we go. I have a lab meeting in the morning, but we'll be free after that. Okay, just wondering. I'm just gonna be live tomorrow. It's and then Thursday, we'll chill. But it's been a really good productive week, honestly. Are you proud of me? I mean, well, I'm 2 days in. I'm 2 days in, going strong, and I'm actually maintaining kind of a decent schedule here. It is 4%, but the key is super expensive. That's the problem with it. And the key itself is like 160,000 per roll. I would highly recommend you guys just to try to see if your server maybe has it for sale first before trying to roll. But since it's a 4% chance, there's a good chance that somebody might have it just sitting around collecting dust. So Ask around first, for sure. Last resort, definitely just gamble it. Uh, I'm proud. Now keep it up till next week. I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try really, really, really hard. I feel really good though, Darcy. Like I really do. My tinnitus is gone. I ever since I fixed my sleep schedule and sleeping actually reasonable times, my tinnitus is gone. I don't know how that happened, but it's my first time in your streams. But I'm proud of you, man. The self discipline goes hard. Thank you. I'm I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best to maintain it. And now for the first time in a year, we're actually gonna have like proper start times for the stream, so you guys know when to expect me instead of just guessing when I go live now. Which is honestly, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that before. I think having a schedule is gonna be really good, and it's gonna help my growth as a creator. I know it's crazy. Last night I noticed it because like I typically just kind of ignore it. But last night, I was like, I put my eye covers on, and because it was the first time in a year where I did not use my phone before going to bed. I read my book. I was reading my book. I read like 15 pages. Really freaking love this book. I'm actually really excited to read this tonight. And then I winded down after I brushed my teeth and everything. Then I went to bed. Did not use my phone. I put my phone on the nightstand. Put it on the nightstand. I put on my eye covers, and I was about to fall asleep. And I was like, and I put my eye covers up, and I'm like I was freaking out a little bit because I was like, I've been suffering with that tinnitus in my right ear for like I think like 5 months now. Schedule colon from kid to Unc W progress. Thank you. I'm feeling good about myself, that's for sure. And I'm very happy. I'm in a better place for the past 2 days. I told the story in the beginning of the stream, but the reason why, I mean, like, you guys are probably wondering, like, okay, what sparked all of this? You know, like, what made you want to change? What made you want to, like, you know, fix all your bad habits and work towards, like, you know, like a better lifestyle and everything? And I told this to the stream in the beginning, but now since it's at the end, I guess I'll repeat it as a final message to you guys. I got last week I was like I was like in a really depressive state, and I didn't realize that, I guess I was in that state for a while now, like months. We're talking months, where I felt like life was kind of like becoming pointless a little bit, and I was stuck in this cycle, and I had these really dark thoughts. I'm not gonna lie. For the past couple of months, and last week it was even worse because I got sick on Monday. And you guys might have noticed my announcement where I was like, I guess I can't stream. I never felt so helpless in my life. I've been, like, I was bedridden, and I had this mind drilling headache, and I didn't know where it was coming from. It only lasted about like a day and a half, but turns out I'm pretty sure it was because of stress. And I was so stressed out about like every single day I felt like I was doing everything that I possibly could, but it never felt like it was enough. And that feeling was just kind of eating away at me for months. No matter how much that I do, and no matter how much work that I try to put out there, it never felt like it was enough. And maybe it's because I'm not where I want to be on Twitch. Maybe it's not where I want to be on YouTube. And I'm just worrying so much about these like different things. But a couple of nights ago, I went to bed, like probably at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, honestly, like 5 o'clock in the morning, which has been my routine. Like, just going to bed when the sun is out, and waking up whenever I felt like it, not setting an alarm. I had a dream. I had multiple dreams that night because I slept for 11 hours. But one of them really stood out to me, and it was my grandmother. It was my grandmother who was in my dream, and she passed away back in 2023. And I didn't think about her for a long, long time. But she appeared in my dream, and she was talking to me. She told me that, Leo, you got to stop sitting around and feeling bad about yourself, and you got to stop taking things so seriously. Try to relax a little bit, and you're going to be okay, pretty much. And I don't know if that was my subconscious, maybe speaking to me, because it knows, obviously I know what I'm going through, right? Um, But like, or if it was my grandmother, like, you know, in spiritual form trying to send me a message, but it was just like my wake up call. And I realized, you know, I was sitting around and I was just feeling bad about myself, constantly comparing myself to other creators, and you know, seeing that my, you know, maybe I'm not going in the direction where I want to be going in content creation. And yeah, I'm not the biggest streamer, but like, I, for the longest time, I lost hope. And I think now, like, I think I refound my hope, and I'm super motivated. And I just, you know, I just realized you live one life, and I wasn't living it to its fullest extent. And now I had my wake up call, and I'm ready to just tackle this. I'm ready to make good content, and I've probably said this like a lot of times before on stream, but I'm ready to make good content. But in order for me to make good content, I need to make sure that I'm taking care of myself, and that's one thing that I did not realize for the longest time, and now I am. And I feel amazing. I changed up my room. You know, after, dude, literally, what, after that dream, I changed up my room. You know, and it felt so lifting to just switch things around a little bit, and then just kind of like, you know, realizing, you know, just scheduling out everything that I needed to do to have this structure in my life again, and reclaim that power that I was slowly letting slip away. Yeah, sorry if I overshared, but yeah, that's kind of just what I went through, and that's why I'm making these sudden changes in my life. And I feel good. I really do feel good, and I'm super excited, and I'm super motivated, and I'm ready to tackle whatever obstacles come our way, and build on this community that we've been building on for years now, and just try my best to hold on to you guys, because that's something that I haven't done, because the mentality was like I never got too attached to anybody on my stream, because growing up with, you know, divorced parents, and, you know, kind of hopping from house to house to house, I had a bit of separation anxiety, and that played a role in my relationships, whether it was my ex-girlfriends or whether it was my friends. I never allowed myself to get too close to somebody, because as soon as I do, I fear losing them. And my mentality getting into the whole Blossom Craft partnership is that I never allowed myself to get too close to anybody, because I know I'm going to outplay you guys. As long as this is my job, as long as Blossom Craft is my job, and this is what's paying the bills, I've seen so many people leave, you know, because nobody else is playing the game the way that I do. But you know, moving forward now, like, I'm gonna make sure that I'm, like, you know, I'm holding on to you guys for as long as I possibly can, and not be afraid to, you know, let you guys go whenever you guys decide to, you know, move on with your lives, because it happens, and that's just a part of life. Mic drop. That was nice to get off my chest, though, guys. Thank you for listening. I do appreciate you. I really do appreciate y'all. But I think that calls for the end of the stream. 15 and thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Stag, Darcy, Pigkey. Thank you, everybody, for watching me today. I will be live again tomorrow around the same time, pretty much 10:30 in the morning tomorrow. So make sure to, I mean, if you guys have the time to come on out, then come hang out with me. But if not, then I get it. I understand. But I hope you guys all have a wonderful day, night, whatever time it is for y'all. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.
Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free our forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together.